Chapter 1231 Werewolf Detective. Chapter 1231 Werewolf Detective. I wonder what the reward is. Han Xiao was curious. The mission requirement was to catch the culprit, not the true culprit. He wondered if the mission was based on the truth or the dynasty's perspective. If it was the latter, did this mean that as long as he could prove someone was the culprit to the dynasty, the mission would be considered complete? If that was the case, he would have a chance to complete it. No way was he going to turn himself in, not in this life. A werewolf would not kill himself, only frame others. That was the only way to live. Han Xiao shook his head. He did not have the compulsion to clear out every mission. From the way he looked at it, it would be best if he could complete this mission, but it would not matter if he could not complete it. According to the nature of the mission, the reward was most likely going to be mainly the dynasty's contribution points. If this was in the past, he would have needed them to acquire more blueprints from the dynasty. Now, however, with Jay's treasure, the dynasty's contribution points were no longer valuable to him. The only thing that was still useful would be political assets. The next day, Han Xiao entered the online channel of the Dynasty Task Force on the dot. His remote projection appeared in a conference room. As soon as he entered the room, projections appeared one after another, sizing each other up. Han Xiao saw familiar faces like Claudie, Kant, Raven Loudy, and so on, as well as unfamiliar faces. Before they started chatting, Terekov appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone here is a member of the Dynasty's task force, so I won't waste any time. You all know what needs to be done. This team has gathered the experts of various fields. You guys are authorized to use all resources the Dynasty has in the Flickering World. The Dynasty only has one requirement. Find the culprit and God's whereabouts. The next moment, Claudie said, I'm the team captain for the task force for the time being. Any requests to utilize resources can be made through me. As for the detailed arrangements of your jobs, the vice captain will decide. This time, a tall, skinny dynasty officer stepped up, looked at everyone, and did a dynasty-style greeting. You can call me Sherlock Dillman. I work for the dynasty's intelligence department. Pardon me for not sharing the details of my work. For this task, the upper echelons have sent me to be the vice captain. I'll be in charge of the investigation work. My power alone is limited. Everyone will have to work together. Han Xiao raised his brow. Sherlock? The name sounded like a famous detective. This person was definitely not ordinary. He should be the dynasty's special talent in the investigation field. The task force did not need muscles, only expertise. Therefore, Sherlock was the vice captain, and the beyond grade as in the team were experts in different fields. In simple terms, the beyond grade as were acting as tools. The rest introduced themselves one after another. There were 3 experts in charge of the quantum network search: Kant, Judith, the dynasty's direct member, and himself. Sherlock allocated different jobs for the experts in different fields one after another. Very soon, he came to the 3 of them and quickly pointed out the requirements. That's the situation we're in. The virtual domain is a key area of the search. Please find clues to the best of your abilities. I'll leave it to your excellencies. Sherlock bowed. His attitude was very respectful. After that, he turned away and went to assign tasks to the others. Seeing that Sherlock had left, Kant scratched his head and said, You 2 are more than enough. I'm not a virtual mechanic, so why did the dynasty call me here? The dynasty was probably just being nice and did not think you'd agree. But to their surprise, you're actually thick-skinned enough to really come, Han Xiao joked. Kant's mouth twitched. Black Star, you'll lose me as a friend like this. Ahem, your excellencies, we've already received the authorization. We better get to work, Judith said from the side. Han Xiao focused and received the quantum network authorization shared by Judith. The dynasty had called them, the experts, of course, not to let them fight alone. The dynasty had opened up almost all the resources in the Flickering World for them to use. For example, the 3 of them could command all of the dynasty's virtual mechanics in the Flickering World. The backdoor of the quantum network stations the dynasty had set up in the Flickering World was also open to the 3 of them. They could log in to the Flickering World's quantum network as administrators. Furthermore, Even some permissions of the dynasty's main artificial intelligence, Heroic Soul, were temporarily given to Han Xiao and Kant, despite them being outsiders. Other than to investigate the case, Judith's mission also included preventing the two of them from doing anything out of the line while they had such high-level authority. Han Xiao logged into the network through the back door. His mind sank into the quantum network vision, and everything seemed so clear. The network of more than half of the Flickering World was clearly laid out in front of him, all within his control. He felt like he had become the processor of the network. He had access to any and all data in every station. With so much power, he almost felt almighty. Nice. Han Xiao enjoyed it quite a lot. No matter how strong his virtual intrusion ability was, he would still be a thief sneaking into someone's house. Now, however, it was like the owner of the house had directly rented the entire house to him. He could do almost anything he wanted. Although Judith and Kant were beside him with his abilities, he should be able to do some things without them noticing. However, the best thing to do for the time being was to observe how things were going first. More importantly, with this level of authority, he could totally wipe out the possible flaws he might have left, erasing any evidence that could lead to him even more thoroughly, completely making his alibi legit. Since the dynasty had given him this chance, he was certainly going to treasure it. Han Xiao spent the next few days submerged in the quantum network, carrying out the investigation with Judith and Kant. Initially, Han Xiao thought he would not be able to find any leads. However, to his surprise, this was not the case. He discovered that the situation had taken a slight turn. He did not have to do anything. The Superstar Cluster Alliance and Manison were already fighting with each other. They had started forging evidence and framing each other. Both sides were doing it very discreetly. If not because he had the administrator authority of the Flickering World's quantum network, Han Xiao would not have discovered what the two of them were doing. With the authority and his incredible virtual technology, their tricks did not escape his eyes. TSK, you guys didn't even do it, but you're already trying to frame each other. Han Xiao's mouth contorted slightly. Never mind if the others discovered this, but since he was the real culprit, from his perspective, this situation was like two villagers accusing each other of being the werewolf, while he, the real werewolf, was not suspected at all. However, with some thought, he understood what the two of them were thinking. The Superstar Cluster Alliance was afraid that the three universal civilizations might claim they were the culprit without any evidence, so they decided to act first. Manison knew this, so he took countermeasures. Hence, both sides immediately discovered each other's tricks, and they started fighting. This is exactly why I muddied the waters. The plan worked. The two sides are trying to frame each other. Both are suspicious. Since there's no way the real culprit is going to be discovered, one side will definitely be deemed as the culprit by the dynasty. Han Xiao's eyes shifted quickly. Currently, the two sides were at a stalemate, unable to completely frame each other. This was where he could interfere. Since the situation had developed in this direction, to him, framing someone else became easier than he had expected. With his current level of authority, he only had to play a little trick, and the dynasty's judgment would be affected. He could easily help one side beat the other side, which meant that he was the one who could make the decision. Who should I help? Han Xiao pondered. He had always been against Manison, but on this matter, he planned to help the old man. After all, Manison was the current Beyond Grade A Association president. If he took the blame, though his personal reputation would be damaged, the Beyond Grade A Association would be affected too. The impact would be very negative. If the president had secretly attacked the association's newest member, many members would feel threatened and much warier, which was bad for the association. On the other hand, if the Superstar Cluster Alliance took the blame, it would have the opposite impact on the association. The Beyond Grade As would feel that God's tragedy was because he was involved in the conflicts between factions. They would think that the same thing would not happen to them if they chose not to join any faction but the Beyond Grade A Association. It would instead increase some Beyond Grade As sense of recognition for the association, which was beneficial for the association's growth. Most importantly, the three universal civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance were already at war. If they took the blame, the others would not be impacted. Although the dynasty would not stop searching for the real culprit after, for the time being, Letting the Superstar Cluster Alliance take the blame would minimize the risks for him. Humph, old Madison, I'm not helping you. It's for the association. Han Xiao curled his lips. Mumbling a little in his mind, he started to execute the plan right away. No matter how these two villagers accuse each other, in the end, the werewolf detective, will still be the one to make the call. It feels like a mysterious force is helping me. Inside the Mechanic Emperor's secret base, Madison had a weird expression on his face. In the past few days, he had discovered that the Superstar Cluster Alliance was indeed trying to frame him. Hence, he retaliated. Originally, both sides were only suspects, and there was no evidence. They had now added quite a lot of flaws to each other's alibis. In this silent war, Madison was actually at a disadvantage. After all, the opponent was the entire Superstar Cluster Alliance. Although his virtual technology was strong, he was alone. However, not long ago, he discovered something abnormal. Some of the evidence the Superstar Cluster Alliance forged surprisingly suddenly disappeared, as if someone was helping him fight against the Superstar Cluster Alliance. To be both able to discover my conflict with the Superstar Cluster Alliance and interfere. Is this the doing of the three universal civilizations? Madison thought about it. The reason the three universal civilizations were doing this should be that they had confirmed the Superstar Cluster Alliance's guilt, so they did not want them to successfully frame him. Or thinking one level deeper, if the dynasty could not identify who the real culprit was, this would have been a strategic decision to accuse the Superstar Cluster Alliance. If he went one level deeper, Madison pondered and fell into a cycle. About a week later, on the Crimson Dynasty mother planet, Unraveling browsed the report of the task force and rubbed the bridge of her nose. After the investigation carried out in the past few days, you guys have found a chain of evidence that seems to be legit, all pointing toward the Superstar Cluster Alliance. But this isn't the dynasty's initial intention. Before her was the remote projection of an intelligence department upper echelon who sighed and said, whether it's real or not isn't important now. As long as this chain of evidence is more than enough to convince the outside world, it's enough. I want the real culprit and God's whereabouts. Why else would I need the task force? But time waits for no man. The real culprit did not leave any traces at all. If we keep investigating like this, the truth will remain out of reach. The outside world is already doubting that the dynasty can find the culprit. There are even people on the internet starting to admire this culprit who enraged the dynasty but still has yet to be punished. We can take all the time we want to find the real culprit in the future, but what the dynasty needs now is results. Unraveling frowned slightly. After the tricks Han Xiao played, the task force found a complete chain of evidence that led to the Superstar Cluster Alliance. However, after carefully verifying it, the task force knew this was forged, most likely by Madison. These two parties' act of trying to frame each other did not go unnoticed by the dynasty. However, even though this was the case, after some discussion, the task force still decided to submit this result to the upper echelons. The dynasty upper echelons all knew about this, but still, this report was placed on Unraveling's desk. Currently, the public opinion of the outside world was becoming worse. What the dynasty urgently needed was a result, real or fake. The target this chain of evidence led to matched the dynasty's war strategy too. The Superstar Cluster Alliance was the best target. Furthermore, the Superstar Cluster Alliance was trying to create a culprit. They were the ones that started this. If things were delayed for too long, they would succeed, and the dynasty did not want to see that. Unraveling hesitated for a few seconds. She did not approve it immediately, sighed, and said, "Call Claudia and Sherlock here. I want to hear their opinions." This time, she paused and added, "Call up Black Star while you're at it." Chapter 1232 Master of Tempo. Chapter 1232 Master of Tempo. Not long after, the remote projections of Han Xiao, Claudia, and Sherlock appeared in the office. "Your Excellency Unraveling." The three nodded respectfully in greeting. Unraveling nodded in return, pointed at the report on the virtual screen, and cut to the chase. "Is this the result of your work? I'm not very satisfied. You guys know this kind of evidence that'll only fool outsiders isn't what I want." Sherlock stepped up, knowing he would be scolded, and said, "Your Excellency Unraveling, we've been trying to find the whereabouts of the real culprit. but the culprit left absolutely no flaws at all. We have found 0 leads. While doing that, we discovered that the Superstar Cluster Alliance and Manison were fighting each other, so he explained the progress of the task force's work. In simple terms, they did not find a single lead or clue, only a ton of forged evidence. Seeing that the outside world was having more and more doubts, with the mounting pressure from the upper echelons, Sherlock had no choice but to reluctantly pick out some of the forged evidence and form an evidence chain using his deductive skills. Though fake, after he arranged and analyzed them, it at least sounded real. Unraveling frowned. Tell me the truth. How long do you think it'll take to find the real culprit? For now, never, unless we find a breakthrough. Sherlock sighed and shook his head. Do the two of you feel the same way? Unraveling asked. Claudia did not speak and nodded slowly with a poker face. Han Xiao shrugged as if he was saying that there was nothing he could do either. The person who attacked God is very slippery and did not leave any clues. Even I have not found any leads. Based on the current situation, I feel that the dynasty can look at the matter from another perspective. Based on the perspective of benefits, the dynasty needs to find a suitable target to take the blame to calm this matter down for the time being, and the Superstar Cluster Alliance is perfect. Furthermore, since they're in such a rush to clear their suspicion, they might be involved somehow. Unraveling shook his head and said, but there'll definitely be people in the outside world who'll see through our plan. The Superstar Cluster Alliance won't easily admit it either. To the dynasty, Han Xiao interrupted her. I know your concerns, but that is not important. The dynasty already lost when God was attacked. All you can do now is save the situation as much as possible. What the dynasty needs now is results. Display its stand and muscles. You can't shut people up, but you can make them afraid. This way, even if someone mocks this result, they'll still be afraid. Thus, the goal is essentially achieved. But if we do this, won't the real culprit laugh all day seeing that the dynasty has accused the wrong side? Won't some people with ulterior motives think they can use the dynasty to their advantage because of this? Unraveling said with a deep voice. This was what she was worried about. Once the outside world saw through what the dynasty was doing, some people would think the dynasty was easy to fool, which would also damage the dynasty's reputation. That's inevitable, but a choice has to be made. Not everything can be done based on one's likings, right? Han Xiao's skin was as thick as metal. He chuckled and said, plus, this might not be a bad thing. This will more or less make the real culprit lower their guard, increasing the chance of them showing flaws, which might one day give us a breakthrough. An intelligence department upper echelon agreed and said, His Excellency Blackstar is right. We'll have to make a choice sooner or later. Unraveling sighed, signed the order and said, Do it then, freewebnovel.com. The moment this proposal was placed on her table, Unraveling already knew that this was the silent agreement of the dynasty's upper echelons. They only needed her signature. Even the ruler could not do whatever she liked. She still had to compromise here and there. Her term was nearing its end. She could not dictate things anymore. After signing the order, Unraveling felt weirdly relieved. She shook her head. Looks like the mission to find the real culprit can only be passed on to the next ruler. It's good, I suppose. I have an easier time. Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he said, actually, we might have missed something. There's another possible scenario that might explain how God went missing. Did the dynasty consider it? The others instantly turned toward him. Oh, tell us about it. Unraveling was interested. Is it possible that this is God's own doing? Hearing this, the intelligence upper echelon laughed uncontrollably and said, Your Excellency Blackstar, we made this assumption long ago. We came to the conclusion that it's not possible. God doesn't have a motive to do that. I don't feel the same way. Han Xiao shook his head. Just because he's a direct member doesn't mean he's totally loyal. Is it possible that he only wanted to use the dynasty's resources to become a beyond grade A, then fake his death and free himself from the dynasty's restrictions and hide? After saying that, he subtly glanced at everyone and saw the unconvinced looks on their faces. He then added, of course, this is just speculation based on logic. I don't know God's origins nor personality, so I don't trust him completely. Anyway, in my eyes, it's not completely impossible for something like this to happen. After all, it has happened before. Sherlock thought for a moment and said, your suspicion makes sense. The amount of time God has served the dynasty is too short. Unraveling gave him a glare and said with a typical politician's tone, you don't have to worry about that. The dynasty has its own system of checking through its direct members and won't take in anyone suspicious. The dynasty trusts the loyalty of its direct members completely. Han Xiao glanced at Claudi's poker face and understood that Unraveling did not want to continue this topic here. He shook his head, smiled, acted casual and said, all right, I'm just saying. Sherlock, however, continued asking, I'm curious, why do you think God might have faked his death? Something must have caused you to have that speculation. Did he act suspicious on any occasion? Han Xiao looked at him surprised. Are you really that interested? I don't know if I should say that you have a strong desire for knowledge or that you don't know how to read the room. Didn't you see the look on that upper echelon's face? Han Xiao suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to set the tempo. He fake coughed and said, one reason is that we could not find any clues at all. It's way too clean and doesn't look like he was attacked. Another, well, it's not that God acted suspicious or anything, but I just happened to know someone who successfully faked his death, so it came to mind. Who's that? Sherlock was curious. This person is quite famous, actually. You guys definitely know him. It's that limitless financial group's Sorokin. Before the others asked anything, Han Xiao continued. I coincidentally discovered his little secret. He's not as weak as he looks. I sensed danger from him. He might not be any weaker than me, yet he has always presented himself as being very weak. No one knows what his plan is. Plus, his soul's true age seems to be much higher than his current age. I tested him a bit and discovered that he might be a beyond grade A from history who possibly faked his death and lived till now using different identities. He kept some of the key information and exposed Sorokin's identity using ambiguous words, making the others doubtful. How do you know? Unraveling wondered. This involves a certain universal treasure I acquired not long ago. It has special uses in the soul field. Han Xiao smiled and did not give any details. Unraveling knew that Han Xiao did not want to share, so she did not continue asking. Thinking of Sorokin's actions in the past, she said, if this is true, Sorokin definitely has a big plan. We'll have to adjust our approach for him. She would not instantly believe what Han Xiao said. However, Han Xiao's political asset count was quite high. He even had the bonus from the weird civilization leader slayer talent, so what he said was taken more seriously. Unraveling planned to secretly investigate Sorokin. Compared to Black Star, Sorokin was even more of an outsider. Seeing this, Han Xiao stopped talking about this topic. He did not want to say too much. Getting the dynasty interested in Sorokin was enough. After all, making the Superstar Cluster Alliance take the blame was only the dynasty's temporary solution. They would continue to search for the culprit in the future. Therefore, Han Xiao wanted to use this opportunity to mess with Sorokin. This guy was a master in knowing when to be a coward. He was way too well hidden, so God only knew what he was planning. If Han Xiao could expose him, it was definitely a good thing. With what had happened to God, once Sorokin's real strength was exposed, he would also be a suspect. Although, from the way the great mechanic Han looked at it, Sorokin did not have any motive. However, at least he could discuss this B******. Humph, who told you to plot against me secretly all the time? Did you think my little notebook is empty? Alright, that's the situation for now. I don't have anything more to ask, so if there's nothing else. Unraveling was just about to end the communication. However, before she finished, she heard Han Xiao speak again. Wait, one last thing. Go ahead. Unraveling clenched her teeth in her mind. She thought Han Xiao was about to make another report, but saw that Han Xiao suddenly put on a serious expression and said, Your Excellency Unraveling, I'm now speaking to you as the Vice President of the Beyond Grade A Association. I fully support the dynasty's decision to target the Superstar Cluster Alliance, but I hope this won't impact the association's members. Hearing this, the others looked at Han Xiao with surprise and became serious too. Go on. Unraveling narrowed her eyes. I believe we both know that there are direct members of the Superstar Cluster civilizations hidden among the neutral Beyond Grade as I am all for the dynasty's plan to target the Superstar Cluster Alliance, but I don't wish to see the Superstar Cluster Alliance's beyond grade as included in the revenge target. I'm not covering the culprit. I'm asking the dynasty not to vent its rage on some neutral beyond grade as who might be direct members of the Superstar Cluster civilizations. The culprit might be among them, but before the real culprit is found, they'll be protected by the association. Han Xiao spoke with a serious tone that felt like he was going to fight for this even if he would offend the dynasty for it. Unraveling and the others understood what he meant immediately. Black Star knew how the evidence had come about. Though he supported the dynasty's decision, he did not want it to become an excuse for the dynasty to target the beyond grade as he was planning ahead. You can beat up the Superstar Cluster Alliance, but you can't drag down the unrelated beyond grade as his identity swapped smoothly. 1 second ago, he was the dynasty's ally giving suggestions for the dynasty's sake. The next he became the Beyond Grade A Association's vice president thinking ahead for the association. You're really thoughtful. Unraveling had a complicated look in her eyes. If I don't speak for the association, when word gets out, how can I remain vice president? Alright, I understand. The dynasty's target is only limited to the Superstar Cluster Alliance's forces. Before we acquire solid proof, we won't target their hidden direct Beyond Grade A members. After all, the association has made a stand to help us too. Unraveling sighed. Seeing this, Han Xiao finally smiled again. He thought for a while and said with a chuckle, "Alright, if the dynasty doesn't mind, can you help me promote it? Just say that the dynasty initially wanted to investigate the neutral beyond grade as or even forcibly interrogate them, but I quarreled with the dynasty using logic, protecting the association's members, and in the end, convinced the dynasty of only targeting the Superstar Cluster Alliance. And please emphasize the fact that I played a crucial part in the dynasty's decision." Although the others did not speak, they had the same looks on their faces. Wow, just how King shameless can you be? Okay, Unraveling took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, or she was worried she might grab the cup on the table and throw it at Han Xiao. Although she complained about how shameless Black Star was in her heart, she still decided to help him to promote, increasing Black Star's position and reputation in the association. There were more pros than cons to having Black Star control the association. Having received a definitive answer, Han Xiao only then bade farewell with a smile. After deactivating the remote projection, his sights returned to the office where his original body was. He heaved a sigh of relief. This tempo I've set has finally completely deviated the dynasty's direction. Han Xiao felt much more relaxed. Luckily, he had enough political assets which made making the dynasty accept his proposals easier. If not because Manison and the Superstar Cluster Alliance were going at each other's throats, he would have had to spend more effort. It could be said that these two sides helped him to make things easier. He grabbed the main conflict and did not need to make any flashy moves. Furthermore, making the association's members see that their vice president was so responsible, he argued with the dynasty to protect their interests would increase his reputation considerably. This would probably make more people see the benefits of letting him lead them. Even Han Xiao could not say how many birds he killed with this one stone. He only knew that the negative impact caused by God being attacked was tremendously reduced. When the dynasty announced their plan to act against the Superstar Cluster Alliance, this matter should be considered settled for the time being. As for the other unknown chain reactions, the only thing he could do was find out in the future. On the other side, Unraveling and Cundi were the only ones left in the ruler's office. Unraveling pressed her fingers subconsciously with a hesitant expression. After some time, she finally softly said, "Do you think he'll be the next mechanic emperor?" Cundi glanced at her and shook his head. "He's 100 times more dangerous than the mechanic emperor." Chapter 1233 Dust Settled. Chapter 1233 Dust Settled. The state of the Flickering World was extremely tense, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Ever since God was attacked, the investigation of the dynasty attracted the attention of the entire universe. A month had already passed since then. The dynasty made such a big deal out of it but still had yet to achieve anything. Voices of doubt started to appear in the outside world. As the public opinion was getting more and more intense, the dynasty finally made a new announcement, producing a full chain of evidence that pointed directly at the Superstar Cluster Alliance. The public opinion was stirred up once again. The dynasty claimed that this chain of evidence was carefully verified. They had discovered that the Superstar Cluster civilizations planned the attack on God. Hence, the dynasty used a harsh tone to question them, demanding these 3 Superstar Cluster civilizations open up their databases and cooperate with the investigation, or the dynasty would take further actions. The Superstar Cluster Alliance originally wanted to make Madison take the blame, but their moves against Madison were defused by a mysterious force time after time. In the end, it led to the dynasty being one step ahead. Facing such an obvious method to divide them, the Superstar Cluster Alliance strongly denied it and refused to cooperate with the investigation. They also made an announcement claiming that the Crimson Dynasty was only using this opportunity to accuse them of something they did not do. Since the 2 sides were already at war, they even stated the unfair treatment the 3 universal civilizations had been giving to the Superstar Cluster civilizations all these years, hoping to gain the moral high ground in the eyes of the public. The Federation and the Church came to support the dynasty too. The 2 sides' conflict stirred up a storm in the galactic civilization. Most people trusted the 3 universal civilizations more, but there were some who saw through the dynasty's plan. However, even though they knew something was going on, the situation would not be affected. No matter how much was said, fists still spoke the loudest. After a few days of the situation fermenting, the dynasty took further action. They claimed that since the Superstar Cluster Alliance had already attacked a Beyond Grade A, the agreement they had made in the past was considered voided. The dynasty announced that they would be sending direct Beyond Grade A members into the Flickering War. The Federation and the Church followed and did the same after. The Beyond Grade A Association, who had made an agreement with the 3 universal civilizations long ago, expressed their support, claiming that it was the Superstar Cluster Alliance who broke the rules first. Very soon, the direct Beyond Grade A members of the 3 universal civilizations were heading toward the front lines one after another. With the Beyond Grade as joining the war, the intensity of it rapidly escalated. The 3 universal civilizations penetrated one stronghold after another. The Superstar Cluster Alliance was losing territories even quicker. Originally, the outside world thought the Superstar Cluster Alliance would also send in direct members, but that did not happen. The Superstar Cluster Alliance only relied on the troops they had to fight the direct Beyond Grade as of the 3 universal civilizations. Even though they were losing quickly, they still did not bring out any hidden Beyond Grade as questions related to this matter got brought up and spread on the internet, secretly guiding more galactic residents to feel curious about. When this matter attracted enough attention, a mysterious person finally appeared and explained the reasons behind it with so-called inside information. According to the information, the Superstar Cluster Alliance's direct members might be hidden in the Beyond Grade A Association, and one or more of them might be the culprit who attacked God. The dynasty planned to thoroughly investigate all neutral Beyond Grade as. However, when Black Star found out about this, he went to argue with the ruler, despite knowing it would put him at a bad spot in his relationship with the dynasty. He insisted on protecting the association's members' interests, stating that unless solid evidence was found, he would not allow the association's members to be affected. After a negotiation that went on for days and nights, the dynasty was finally convinced by Black Star and decided to cancel this plan. Because of Black Star's hard work, the Beyond Grade A Association did not receive the forced investigation treatment. The public speculated that the Superstar Cluster Alliance's hidden members could only remain hidden because of this. Therefore, the Superstar Cluster Alliance would rather get beat up than expose their identities. This news shocked countless organizations. In the face of the dynasty's furious investigation, almost everyone would obediently cooperate. However, Black Star dared to reject it. Furthermore, the dynasty clearly knew that the culprit might be in the association, but they still agreed to Black Star's request. Just how much weight did Black Star's words carry? The galactic residents were dumbfounded. No wonder he became the first ever consultant of the 3 universal civilizations. The dynasty had to give him face even when they were furious. In the Superstar Cluster Alliance's remote conference room, the leaders of the various civilizations had gathered. The atmosphere was tragic. We guessed right. The three universal civilizations decided to make us take the blame. Everything feels like it was planned. The Star Arc civilization leader clenched his fists with rage. Originally, Manison alone could not stop them. However, they discovered that a secret mysterious force was obstructing them and supporting Manison, slowing their plan down by a large extent. The mysterious force that was helping Manison could only be the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations planned to make us take the blame. Therefore, after discovering what we were trying to do, they obstructed us secretly so that we wouldn't have a chance of escaping the accusations and would have no choice but get targeted, a leader said with an enraged tone. The Superstar Cluster Alliance guessed what the three universal civilizations wanted to do. They were afraid of taking the blame, so they tried to frame Manison. Manison knew what the Superstar Cluster Alliance wanted to do, so he tried to protect himself. The three universal civilizations were one step ahead. They guessed that the Superstar Cluster Alliance had guessed what they wanted to do, so they helped Manison. Their final goal was still to target the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Their hearts were filled with a strong rage and sense of powerlessness. It felt like the three universal civilizations had knitted a huge net. They had nowhere to run and no way of struggling. What do we do now? The three universal civilizations have sent their direct members, and we have limited reinforcements. If we don't bring our direct members out, our loss is certain, someone said with a worried tone. The people exchanged looks and all looked troubled. Someone sighed and said what everyone was thinking. Forget it. Don't we all see the situation? Even if we bring our direct members out, we'd have no chance to turn the tables. We'd only be exposing their identities for nothing. Instead of that, we might as well let our direct members continue to hide their identities. Things are different now. Black Star is protecting the Beyond Grade A Association, so as long as our men's identities are not exposed, they won't be affected. Everyone else nodded. Without the Beyond Grade A Association, the three universal civilizations would definitely thoroughly investigate most of the neutral Beyond Grade as, and no one would dare object. The result of that would very likely be another tragedy of the Pinnacles. With the Beyond Grade A Association, the three universal civilizations could no longer do whatever they wanted. Due to Black Star's existence, the dynasty could not target the neutral Beyond Grade as without any consequences. This way, their secret members would also be protected. Black Star. Many civilization leaders felt complicated. They did not like this guy at all, but what Black Star did protected their men. This was the indisputable truth. The Star Arc civilization leader sighed in his mind and said, "Our days are past. Don't make any unwise moves. The three universal civilizations are forcing us to expose our direct members. Once we fall for it, they'll have reason to carry out checks. Don't waste the safety Black Star fought for. Let them continue hiding in the association. At the Beyond Grade A Association headquarters. It's all thanks to Black Star this time, or we'd all be affected." Inside the round table conference room, the atmosphere was joyful. Many normal Beyond Grade A members had relaxed looks on their faces. Ever since the incident happened, many neutral Beyond Grade as had been worried they might be affected by it. Now the dust had finally settled. If not because this information got out, they would not even know that Black Star had argued with the dynasty and successfully protected their interests. This really touched many Beyond Grade A. Only a leader who cared about the interests of his subordinates could be considered a good leader. Although they were not bosses and subordinates, it was exactly why they admired Han Xiao so much. Their sense of recognition increased too. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Han Xiao waved with a Sorokin smile on his face. "I'm the vice president. I only did what I should have done. Don't have to be so formal, guys. That won't do. I have to properly thank you." Lucy suddenly bowed toward Han Xiao. He said with an appreciative tone, "If not for you, God only knows when I'd be free. You're being too humble." He had been caught tracking God by the dynasty, and the dynasty had captured him. Lucy had spent many days in fear and only been released not long ago. With such an experience, Lucy knew more clearly than anyone that without Black Star's help and the association's protection, he would most likely have died in the dynasty's hands. There was no way he could regain freedom. Therefore, although he was a secret member of a superstar cluster civilization, the appreciation he was displaying now was not fake. Lucy's words were recognized by the others. Everyone had a balance in their heart. By placing the president and the vice president on the two sides of the balance, they could easily see that Black Star had brought more benefits to the association than the Mechanic Emperor. Putting those purposes and claims on paper aside, they had joined the association for safety and benefits. They were willing to have anyone who could bring more benefits as their representative. Not only was the president, Manison, of no use at all, he even caused the association to be suspected. The comparison was way too stark. All right, don't get so excited, guys. It's good to not be wrongly affected. At least Manison cleared his suspicion. Don't target him for today. Wait till tomorrow. Han Xiao coughed and interrupted. Although this was an act of building his reputation, this was enough. He was worried that if these members got too excited, he would be wearing a golden robe very soon. Hearing this, the others had extremely dumbfounded looks on their faces. Black Star spoke for Manison? Our youth has ended. The others could not believe it. Manison glanced at Han Xiao with a complicated expression, but was less hostile than before. The others had no idea, but how could he not know? After the Superstar Cluster Alliance took the blame, he knew that the mysterious force that secretly helped him was most likely Black Star. He probably did this for the sake of the big picture. Manison sighed. Back when Hilo was attacked, he had helped Black Star. Now, Black Star helped him in return. The two of them had been in conflict for many days, but at this moment, Manison uncontrollably felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Han Xiao noticed Manison's look too. He glanced at him and said, "What you looking at?" "Nothing." Manison looked away, closed his eyes, and hid his emotions. Han Xiao ignored him, looked to the other side, and saw Sorokin. Sorokin did not have his signature fake smile on, but instead looked very concerned and was dazing off. From the way he looks, the dynasty has probably made moves secretly. Han Xiao snickered in his mind. Letting the Superstar Cluster Alliance take the blame was only a short-term solution. His mission was not shown as completed. However, he was not very concerned about it. Things had settled. The storm caused by him secretly beating God up finally came to an end for the time being. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the current situation. He had cleared the hidden threat and did not get impacted. This result was quite good. After the people spoke among themselves for quite a while, Han Xiao suddenly put on a serious expression and said, "Guys, we can't be glad yet. The situation is clear now. The three universal civilizations will certainly win the war, and the Superstar Cluster Alliance won't be able to last long. Once they lose, they'll at least keep a low profile for many decades. When the three universal civilizations have more time on their hands, we'll be their next target. Don't forget, the three universal civilizations have been planning to do that since the start. It was only delayed by the Flickering War. We've been growing smoothly in the past years because the real obstacle has yet to arrive. Be mentally prepared. The day the three universal civilizations pressure us isn't that far away." Hearing this, the others nodded with a serious expression. After the direct members of the three universal civilizations joined the war, like the last straw, the battle rapidly became completely one-sided. Most people predicted that the war would still go on for 2 to 3 years. However, due to the impact of what happened to God, this duration was tremendously reduced. In only 11 months, the three universal civilizations cleared out the Superstar Cluster Alliance's military power in the Flickering World's 4th exploration phase area, retrieving all territories. The Flickering War ended with the Superstar Cluster Alliance's tragic loss. They invested countless resources and ended up crushed. In the end, they could not change their fate and could only lick their wounds in the dark. The Crimson Dynasty redistributed the 4th exploration phase's territories. Those who participated in the war could keep their territory. Part of the remaining territory would be developed by the dynasty. The rest would be leased, sold, or rewarded to organizations who made contributions. This time, no beyond grade A ally was rewarded any territory. Han Xiao, however, successfully bought the venue of the players' national war, Planet Milton. He stationed a regiment of the army on the planet and only slightly modified it, keeping the marks left by the players during the National War. As the flames of war extinguished, the Flickering World temporarily entered a time of peace. The three universal civilizations started to deal with the aftershock of the war, recover the law and order of the various territories, and rest. However, the impact of what happened to God did not end with the Superstar Cluster Alliance's loss but continued to ferment where no one could see. In this atmosphere, more than half a year passed. On this day, the big event finally arrived for the Crimson Dynasty. Unraveling retired. The new ruler had taken office. Chapter 1234 The New Ruler. Chapter 1234 The New Ruler. On the Crimson Dynasty's mother planet, Tarunamir Palace's biggest auditorium was the venue for all kinds of large ceremonies. All the handover ceremonies for the dynasty's rulers were held there and broadcast to the entire universe. The venue was already set up. All the seats were filled, and most were remote projections. There were dynasty officials, leaders of their subsidiary allied civilizations, and the envoys of the Federation and the Church. The Beyond Grade A allies were also invited to attend. They sat toward the back of the middle area, beside the dynasty's direct members. Han Xiao sat between Kant and Milizaus. The ceremony had yet to start, and the three of them were chatting. Time passed so quickly. Unraveling is retiring too, Kant sighed. Now that I think about it, I've already met 4 different dynasty rulers. Although Unraveling wasn't the wisest among them, she was definitely the friendliest, Milizaus mumbled. As a member of the Ancient Ones, his life experience was rich. Well, it's the first time I've witnessed the change of head of state. Han Xiao was quite interested. In his previous life, players could not reach this level, so it was the first time he had experienced this kind of event himself. He found it refreshing. Although I'm stronger than most beyond grade as in the universe, I'm still a curious boy. At this time, Kant subtly pointed forward with his mouth and whispered, "See that? That's the new dynasty ruler. Any idea who he is?" "Nope." Milizaus shook his head. Han Xiao looked over too. The new ruler's seat was right beside. From Han Xiao's perspective, he could only see the new ruler's broad back. Long before the handover ceremony, the personnel taking over the top positions in the dynasty had already been decided internally. The path had been set long ago. The new ruler's identity was kept a secret to the outside world only because of the dynasty's practice. The allies of the dynasty had no way of finding out before the day. However, Han Xiao was not one of them. He knew who this new dynasty ruler was long ago. After chatting for a while, the starting time of the ceremony approached. The voices in the venue gradually lowered, and people started to sit up straight. When the time came, the entire place was already completely silent. The official hosting the ceremony stood up, expressed the dynasty's welcome toward the people there, and announced the official beginning of the ceremony. The dynasty ruler's handover ceremony adhered to the civilization's theme completely. The process was short and simple, not flashy and complex like the Federation of Light. After a few programs, it was finally time for the focus of the ceremony, the handover. Unraveling first had to give a speech. Under the attention of everyone present, Unraveling walked up to the podium. She wore a simple dynasty uniform. Her hair was tied up high, and there was nothing unusual. She looked around the venue for 3 seconds before slowly saying, "Today reminds me of the day I took the position as the dynasty's ruler. I was confident, proud, and firmly believed I could make the dynasty better. After so many years, the things I wished to do have already been achieved in different ways. I can proudly tell myself that I did not fail the beliefs I initially had, nor did I fail the dynasty. Looking back, we've accomplished many feats in many fields such as politics, economics, order of the universe, and so on. Our biggest achievement was the development of the Flickering World. This will determine the dynasty's rapid growth in the future. Along the way of the dynasty's growth, we were lucky enough to meet many friends and allies that share our philosophies. The dynasty has been able to achieve what it has achieved today not because of me alone. It's the result of the hard work of all of the dynasty's allies and friends. For that, I would like to show my sincerest appreciation to all of your contributions." Unraveling bowed and made a dynasty gesture. Thunderous applause sounded in the venue. The applause lasted for a few seconds. Ernrel straightened her back, raised her hand, and pressed down, signaling that they did not have to continue clapping any longer. Of course, the dynasty's path is also filled with obstacles. Our path has never been a smooth ride, and we've faced a lot of challenges. The dynasty rose from nothing. Our predecessors fought through hardships and disasters. In the end, it led us to standing as a universal civilization, becoming one of the foundations that maintains the order of our galactic society. The golden spirit of the dynasty has been passed on through generations. It's deeply scorched in our genes. We don't fear hardships. We solved many difficulties, including the intelligent plaque, not only protecting our civilization but also the safety of the entire universe. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. The trend of the world always is filled with twists and turns. There'll be new challenges and new opportunities in the future. I sincerely wish for all the dynasty's people to forever maintain the dynasty spirit. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, never fear and face them with a smile. Today, my term ends. My duties will be smoothly passed on to the next leader of the dynasty, who will continue to carry on our divine responsibility of our civilization and the universe. I believe the dynasty will reach new heights in his hands, just as I believed in myself. Last but not the least, long live the dynasty. Then Ernrel bowed again. Her speech was not long, nor did she boast about her achievements. It was simple and clean. Clap, clap, clap. The next second, thunderous and deafening applause sounded in the venue, giving the highest approval and praise to a ruler who was about to retire. Han Xiao clapped too. Memories of his interactions with Ernrel flashed past his mind as he sighed. He had known her for decades. Putting aside their identities, they were more or less friends. We'll probably rarely ever see her again in the future. After a dynasty ruler retired, they would still continue to enjoy the same level of privileges and treatment, only they no longer had any political power. They would usually live on the dynasty's mother planet and hardly ever show their faces at any public events. After their lifespan ended, they could choose whether or not to upload their backup memories into the dynasty's main artificial intelligence, Heroic Soul. The thunderous applause lasted a full minute before stopping slowly. Ernrel stepped aside, and that hefty new ruler walked up to the podium and showed his face in front of everyone. freewebnovel.com. This man's face was tough and angular. His hairline was rather high, showing his smooth forehead. He was tall and muscular. His huge chest muscles and biceps stretched out his uniform tightly, outlining his body shape. He was giving off an assertive and firm vibe all over his body, like a cluster of walking male hormones. He was confident, proud, and ambitious. Bruce Peelstanson, the dynasty's new ruler. He used to be an officer in the dynasty's military. He then moved into the political field. Starting as a planet manager, he rose all the way to becoming the manager of a star cluster before moving to the central department of the dynasty. During Ernrel's term, he qualified to be trained by the Doyens, becoming one of the candidates for the next ruler. In the end, he surpassed everyone else and was confirmed as the next ruler. Related information flashed past in Han Xiao's mind. This person was the dynasty's ruler the players in his previous life were most familiar with. Ernrel was considered a semi-special case. Someone like Bruce was actually the norm for the dynasty rulers. Of the many dynasty rulers throughout history, most had the same vibe. Bruce looked around, introduced himself briefly, and said with a serious tone, "I give my highest admiration to the contributions Ernrel has made in the past years. She's the key reason the dynasty stands where it stands today. For many years in the future, I'll be leading the dynasty. Just as she believes in me, I believe in myself too. I will not fail my duties and will lead the dynasty to continue forward." His tone was filled with a strong sense of confidence. Compared to Ernrel's speech at the end of her term, his speech to kickstart his term was different. He analyzed the current situation, talked about his plans for the future, shared his political philosophies, emphasized on the growth route of the dynasty, created political goals for himself, and so on. It was much longer than Ernrel's speech, lasting for more than an hour. If Han Xiao had to conclude what was said, the key words were strengthen centralized political power, reinforce area control, expand military power, encourage partnerships in multiple fields, reduce unnecessary resource wastage, and so on. This was quite different from the dynasty's policies when Unraveling was in office, emphasizing the dynasty's control over different fields. Though they did not show it on their faces, many guests were already impacted by his new policies. As the dynasty changed its policies, many forces would be severely impacted, and the firm philosophy of the new ruler was, of course, not good news for them. This was only a heads-up. The eyes of many beyond Grade A allies were also flickering. I didn't expect the new ruler to be so firm. I thought he'd choose to take the steadier path at the beginning of his term, Kant mumbled softly. Milizaus shook his head. What he said has definitely been approved by the internal members of the dynasty. Since they have no problems with it, it's not like us outsiders can influence who will become the leader of the three universal civilizations. His position is rock solid to begin with. Sigh. My honeymoon period with the dynasty is probably going to end. Han Xiao shook his head and had this feeling. Unraveling trusted him so much because they had experienced many incidents together, so they had built a trusting relationship. Marbruce, however, had never met him. Even if he heeded him, he would not be as friendly as Unraveling. Nonetheless, it was enough. Having benefited from the partnership for many decades, the Black Star Army had already completed its rise. As long as he could maintain the current situation, he would be quite happy about it. Everyone had their own plans, but they all looked like they were paying full attention to the ceremony, not showing anything on their faces. Not long after, the handover ceremony finally came to its end. Unraveling and Marbruce shook hands firmly, announcing the completion of the handover of the dynasty's power. This moment would forever be recorded in the dynasty's history as a photo. On Galaxy Calendar Year 740, February 15th, the ruler of the Crimson Dynasty changed. Unraveling retired, and the dynasty entered the Age of Marbruce. 2 days later, the Federation of Light hosted a handover ceremony too. Bader retired as the president, and the new Federation of Light president took over. His name was Louis Rocky. 2 of the 3 universal civilizations changed their leaders in just a few days, attracting the attention of the whole galactic society. The majority of the galactic residents were speculating how this would change their everyday lives. On the 3rd day, Han Xiao finally received Marbruce's invitation to meet in private. Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the ruler's office. Marbruce was sitting on where Unraveling once sat, but his personal guard remained the same. It was still Claudia. Black Star. I've heard a lot about you. Marbruce gave a manly smile. Your Excellency Ruler Marbruce. Han Xiao nodded respectfully too. You're a legend in the universe. I've always wanted to meet you, and today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Marbruce's tone was liberal and somewhat friendly. Seeing this, Han Xiao praised Marbruce in reply. The way Han Xiao looked at it, as Marbruce just became the ruler, he had to meet with every important member of the dynasty. This meeting was just purely to get to know him. There was no special agenda. The 2 of them chatted for a while before Marbruce brought up the key point. I won't make any changes to Unraveling's agreement with you, nor will the dynasty interfere with the territories that have been given to you. I also won't stop the support and assistance we've been providing to you. So you have nothing to worry about. I've always believed the dynasty is fair and just. I've never had any doubts. Han Xiao gave a formal and standard reply. Marbruce grinned, suddenly changed the topic, and said, about the issues with the Beyond Grade A Association, the dynasty is still discussing it. If you have any suggestions, feel free to bring them up to me anytime. I'll consider them carefully. Han Xiao maintained his smile, nodded, and did not reply. The 2 of them chatted for a while more before Marbruce expressing the intention to end the conversation. As Han Xiao was just about to bid farewell, he suddenly looked at Claudia, smiled, and said, Can Your Excellency Dark Lord escort me out? Escort a remote projection? Claudia frowned. This time, he suddenly noticed Marbruce nod at him. So he led Han Xiao out of the room. Closing the door, Han Xiao looked at Claudia and asked curiously, How's Unraveling? Her? She joined the Doyens, Claudia said. Why ask? Unlike the Federation of Light, the dynasty's doyens had no power. They were only responsible for raising the successors of the ruler at most. It was really a place for retirement. The doyens hardly had any contact with the outside world. Just curious. Anyway, why are you still the ruler's personal guard? Han Xiao smiled. Well, originally, God might have taken over after he grew stronger. Now he's gone, and the other direct members all have their own tasks. So I can only continue as the ruler's personal guard. Claude shook his head. Although he still had a poker face, his tone had a hint of resignation. While the two of them chatted outside the door, Marbruce, who was in the ruler's office, looked at the closed door, and a tint of worry flashed across his eyes. The ex-ruler really left me a difficult problem. You've given Black Star way too much. As the representative of the Hawk faction, Marbruce did not like an ally who was too strong to be controlled, like Black Star. However, for now, he did not plan to do anything to Black Star. He was going to maintain the current situation till further in the future. Marbruce still remembered Beccarotti's report. God, whom they had high hopes in, might have fallen into Black Star's hands. Although he was not sure if it was true, with the Mechanic Emperor as a prior example, he was already cautious toward Black Star. Chapter 1235 Inheritors of the Underworld. Chapter 1235 Inheritors of the Underworld. After deactivating the remote projection and returning to his room, Han Xiao opened his eyes and sighed. Marbruce has quite a lot of thoughts about the Beyond Grade A Association. Well, I suppose it's his duty to do that since he's in that position, and he just so happens to need achievements at the early stages of his term. Han Xiao shook his head. Unraveling was so much better. Sadly, he had no choice but to adapt. The benefits he gained in the past few decades of his honeymoon period with the dynasty was a crucial factor in the Black Star Army's rise. For various reasons, there was no way the dynasty was going to take these benefits back. Even if Marbruce wanted to, he could only follow the partnership agreement Unraveling had signed with Black Star. Therefore, Han Xiao had absolutely no need to be concerned about him. Even if he would not acquire any more benefits in the future, the benefits he would continue to gain from these agreements were enough. You can't divorce me, so we might as well put up with living together. While Han Xiao pondered about this issue, he left his office, came to the secret area inside Black Star Palace and walked into a combat training room. Clank! As soon as he entered, he saw a tall mechanical-suited warrior fighting two virtual opponents. Every step this warrior took, the entire room shook. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, this mechanical-suited warrior stopped and stood in a respectful manner. Han Xiao smiled. Working hard, I see. Come out and let me see your progress. The mechanical suit split up from the middle, showing the user inside. It was Lothair. Ever since Lothair assassinated Moto's leader, Han Xiao had hidden him, and he had been training all this time. This mechanical suit was training assistance equipment Han Xiao had specially made for pugilists. It had zero combat capability and would instead add an extremely high load to the user, enhancing the effects of the training. Almost a decade had passed, and Lothair's strength had been growing steadily, unlike those officers who had been stuck in the same place in Calamity Grade. Clearly, Lothair had more potential. Han Xiao had high hopes for him. Han Xiao raised his hand. Golden sparks of electricity jumped around his fingers. He placed his hand on Lothair's shoulder, sending a highly stimulating electrical stream into Lothair's body. Lothair's body shivered, but he endured the pain and remained still as Han Xiao electrocuted him. Han Xiao only lifted up his hand after quite a while. Seeing the combat information, he smiled and said, "You've become stronger again than the last time I checked, but your energy is still your weakness. You need to make up for it." He pointed out a few things. Lothair listened carefully, writing down Han Xiao's suggestions on his training schedule from time to time. This was an assistive training method Han Xiao had come up with. By looking at the person's attributes through the interface, he could point out a direction the person should take. Since he could see all of their attributes, he could always give very constructive suggestions that not only gave them a clear direction but even clearly conveyed how much they had grown, making them more motivated to train. Through this method, he could help others grow. Han Xiao had already used it on some important officers in the past years. After realizing just how incredibly effective it was, Lothair treasured all the opportunities he could learn from Han Xiao. After giving the suggestions, Han Xiao patted Lothair's shoulder, smiled, and said, "Keep up the good work. You might be the next beyond grade A of the army. Then, if you want to found your own force outside, I'll support you." Lothair shook his head. "I'll always be your blade in the dark. Even if he could become a beyond grade A, it would be thanks to Han Xiao's teaching." Lothair was very appreciative of this, and he was not so cold-blooded that he would forget how much Han Xiao had helped him, or he would not have joined the army to repay Han Xiao. "I appreciate the thought." Han Xiao was quite glad. He said a few more words before leaving the room. Han Xiao followed the corridor in the base into another room. Aurora sat in the room with her legs crossed. Vital energy filled her body. She was training her energy. The moment she saw Han Xiao, she joyfully pounced over. "Pa!" Han Xiao pressed onto her head, stopping her a few feet away. He sighed and said, "Come on. How old are you? On planet Aquamarine, you're already old enough to be someone's grandma." "Humph, I don't care. I'm forever 18. Aurora became unhappy right away. "Don't mention my age and we're still good friends." All right, let me see how much your body." "Ahem, your strength has grown." Electric sparks appeared on Han Xiao's fingertips, and he poked Aurora's forehead with it. Combat information appeared on the interface. Han Xiao mainly looked at her energy rank and maximum energy, then nodded in his mind. In the past decade, Aurora had been harvesting the holy light seeds and accumulating energy. Not having any growth limit was really an incredible trait. Her strength had been growing steadily. Furthermore, Aurora did not even have to study her abilities too much. The information the last generation of the two sisters left in the Esper ability was basically like an ability tree that had already matured. She inherited it directly. "What's hacking? This is hacking." Han Xiao was bitter. He had had his eyes on the life energy for quite some time and used energy analysis on Aurora long ago. The results were just as he expected. He could control this type of special energy during the duration of the character summon card, but he lost it after the duration ended. However, part of the understanding of the very nature and principles of the life energy remained in his mind, which would help in studying it afterward. The perfect energy affinity physique he had obtained from God played a big role in this, largely increasing Han Xiao's efficiency in analyzing the life energy. Although creating life energy with machinery was still extremely difficult, at least he had a direction. Han Xiao's current focus was Jace's technology treasure trove. It was the most valuable thing to study. Before he depleted the essence of Jace's treasure, he was not going to spend too much time studying other things. These thoughts flashed past his mind in a second. Han Xiao removed his hand, smiled, and said, "You've been working hard lately, no less than your sister." Hearing this, Aurora smiled brightly. She loved hearing Gila, Ames, or Han Xiao praise her. At this time, Aurora suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Sis told me to ask you to go to the underworld dimension a few hours ago. Go and take a look." "Why did you only tell me now?" Han Xiao gave her a stare. "Sis said so. She said to tell you later if you're busy." "It's nothing urgent anyway," Aurora murmured softly, tapping her index fingers on each other. "Got it. Her skin is probably itchy and needs a beating. All right, I'll go eat her up now." Han Xiao waved, activated the king, and disappeared. The next moment, he was in the underworld dimension. Compared to the last time he came, the size of the underworld seemed to have expanded quite a lot. "Where is she?" Han Xiao looked left and right and did not see Gila, so he lifted his leg and stomped the ground. "Come out, Onisalu." As soon as he said that, Onisalu came out from under the ground. "You're finally here. Gila has been waiting for you. Where is she? Let's start the fight quickly. I've brought all the tools. I still have other things to attend to." Han Xiao took out a ton of weapons and looked around. Onisalu sighed. "She's not asking for a fight. The underworld was fully repaired yesterday. Gila plans to wake up all the hero spirits and is worried about something happening. So she wanted to ask you to watch her do it." "Oh, so this is why she called me here." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He waved his hand and stowed the weapons away. He calculated in his mind. Judging from Gila's charging speed, repairing the underworld would indeed take about a decade. He still remembered that he had a mission called Inheritors of the Underworld. Once the underworld recovered to its peak, he would receive the Mark of the Underworld reward. That would enable him to use the underworld's powers to a certain extent and send souls into the underworld. The hero spirits are all sleeping in my energy core. Gila is already waiting there. Take my hand. I'll guide you there. Onisalu raised her arm. Han Xiao grabbed her hand. The next second, he felt a space energy erupting around him, and 1 moment later, he already arrived at a place that looked like an underground cave. At the middle of the cave was a dimly lit white energy sphere that had dark red patterns on its surface like blood vessels. The patterns were even moving slightly. This was the energy core of the underworld. Only the dimensional consciousness entity could lead the way and enter easily. The part of the underworld outside was like Onisalu's skin, and coming here was like entering her body. This was Han Xiao's first time entering, while Gila had already come in and out countless times. She was resting with her eyes closed, sitting beside the energy core. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, she sensed it. She opened her eyes and looked at him. "Shall we?" Gila had no intention of chatting and cut to the chase. Seeing Han Xiao nod, dark red death energy flowed out from Gila's palm into the energy core. Onisalu, who stood to the side, also controlled the underworld to work together. As the place started to shake slightly, the energy core became brighter. When their sights were filled with a blinding light, an enormous beam of light suddenly rushed up, penetrating the thick ground and the grayish sky. Han Xiao looked up at the beam of light. Through his sharp senses, he noticed that blurry silhouettes were being shot into the sky along with the beam of light. In his senses, soul presences appeared one after another. The beam of light extended all the way up until it hit the interior wall of the underworld. It then spread in all directions. It looked like a fountain that connected the ground with the sky. Awakened hero spirits fell like rain, landing on the underworld's ground. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Very soon, the quiet and unpopulated underworld became boisterous. Hero spirits were everywhere on this desolate land. The light on all the hero spirits gradually faded. From the outside, they surprisingly looked no different from living individuals. They were all looking around with confusion, seemingly yet to regain focus after their long sleep. It was very successful. "Let's go meet them." Onisalu was relieved. She led the way to fly out. Gila and Han Xiao followed right after. The three of them flew up into the sky. All the hero spirits sensed it and looked up at them. Seeing Onisalu's familiar face, almost everyone looked like they were searching through their memories. Not long after, 7 unique hero spirits dashed into the sky and stood around the three of them. "Onisalu, the underworld has recovered? Have Nerkes and Eros returned?" One hero spirit asked hastily. It has recovered, but not because of the two sisters. Let me introduce you. This is the new Lord of Death, Gila. She inherited Nerkes' ability and is now the new master of the underworld." Onisalu then pointed at the 7 hero spirit and said, "These 7 are the 7 hero spirit kings of the underworld. They were all beyond grade as and are the 7 strongest beings of the underworld." Hearing this, Han Xiao sized the 7 of them up and realized that they were all primordial ones whose names had been recorded in history. He nodded in his mind. No wonder those revivers of the Holy Accord organization once said that not many people were willing to mess with the life and death sisters during the exploration era. They could summon 7 beyond grade as in every fight who were unkillable. Who could deal with that? Even now, this level of strength would be the top tier in the universe. However, Onisalu was not finished. What she said next made Han Xiao's heart skip a beat. Although the underworld is a place for souls to rest, there are way too many hero spirits. So we created a management structure to have the 7 hero spirit kings help manage the others. There are 3,600 calamity grades, 1.8 billion grade BS, and billions of other hero spirits. They are all the residents of the underworld. Han Xiao subconsciously took a deep breath. What the F***CK? That's so many souls. This was a total of 3,600 calamity grades. It was a horrifying force anywhere. Without the players, the underworld would be the biggest undead army. He could indirectly feel how bloody the exploration-era war was just from this number. Some of these souls were collected by the two sisters, and others were ones who requested to enter the underworld and gain eternal life. While he was being shocked, the 7 hero spirit kings were sizing Hela up. Feeling the death energy Esper ability on her, they knew Onisilu was telling the truth, but they were troubled. Never mind working for the two sisters, they now had to work under a new master. They were not very willing to accept it deep in their hearts, but they had no choice, so they were quite bothered. However, since they were willing to enter the underworld for eternal life, it meant they cared more about their lives than working for someone else. Therefore, they were not bothered for long before they convinced themselves. Furthermore, Nerkes and Eros had committed suicide, which really ripped off these hero spirits who trusted these two sisters. They were all not happy about it. This time, the 7 hero spirit kings turned to Han Xiao and looked confused. Who's this guy then? The new Lord of Life? No, my name is Black Star. Actually, Before he finished introducing himself, he got interrupted by Hela. I'm all of your boss and Black Star is my boss, Hela said calmly. You guys can call him Big Boss. You're all now his men. What's with you? Han Xiao was surprised. Hela turned to him. Her tone became gentler as she said, My powers are yours. These hero spirits are for you to command too. I'm quite touched by you saying that, but... Han Xiao pointed at the 7 hero spirit kings, who looked unhappy. He sighed and said, You didn't have to be so direct. At least think about how they feel. They're the primordial ones who once stood at the top of the pyramid, yet you're giving them to me like cargoes. Don't they want face? A hero spirit king who had a bad temper was annoyed. New master of the underworld, we're indeed controlled by you, but you have to respect us too. Even your predecessor did not dare speak to us like this. I'll let this time go, but don't do it again. However, we'll never listen to anyone else. With us, you're among the strongest people in the universe. You don't have to work for anyone anymore. If you want, we can get this guy called Black Star right away and give him to you to do whatever. Han Xiao was unhappy. This little b*** tch, trying to mess with my relationship with Hela as soon as he came out. If not because you don't have a physical body, I'd make sure you live the rest of your life eating from a tube. Hela frowned and said with a deep voice, Shut up. You can beat it if you're not happy, or I can send you back to sleeping forever. The expressions on the 7 hero spirit kings' faces froze. They exchanged looks and were shocked. Even the previous two sisters treated them with respect and would not offend them because they were the ones controlling their bodies during battles. The two sisters could only revive them temporarily but not control them in combat, so they could totally choose not to fight for them. However, this new master was completely different. It was like she did not care about their strength at all. She supported her boss even though it meant she would offend them. You're a beyond grade A. The 7 of them looked back and forth between the two of them. Suddenly, they thought of something, and their expressions became enigmatic. We've seen a lot of things and are very experienced. In this situation, either you owe him many favors or the two of you. These are the only possibilities for why you're so loyal. This time, Onisilu eased the tension and said, You guys have slept for too long. Many generations have passed. Black Star is one of the strongest people in the universe. You guys might not be able to defeat him even if all of you fight him at the same time. Plus, the underworld now only has the Lord of Death. The Lord of Life is still growing. Therefore, you guys can't have physical bodies and can't fight. Hearing this, the 7 of them immediately threw away the thought of being tough and laughed. Ha ha ha. We were just joking with you, man. That's right. Don't be so serious. I can tell Brother Black Star is talented and has a bright future just by looking at him. It's our honor to work for him. Exactly, if not because we can't revive for now, we would showcase what we've got right here. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his lips twitched. That's it? What bullsh *T hero spirit kings. You sounded so noble and all, but you're just a group of people who gave up all your dignity to not continue sleeping. I shouldn't have had any hopes. Although he detested the personalities of these hero spirit kings, he had to admit that the underworld was extremely powerful. This was the biggest inheritance the two sisters had left, and the life and death esper abilities were the keys. However, for now, since Aurora had yet to become a beyond grade A, the underworld could not be put to use yet. Furthermore, reviving them required energy and had a time limit. Compared to the sanctums, the biggest specialty of the underworld was that it was not only limited to the beyond grade as, plus it would not reduce their strength much. However, the disadvantage was also very clear. Those who took this path could only work under the master of the underworld forever and no longer had freedom. While the few of them chatted, the countless hero spirits on the ground started to regain focus too. They started to modify the underworld using the core energy. On the desolate black earth, buildings rose from the ground one after another. The underworld quickly became prosperous. At this time, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. Inheritors of the underworld completed. You have received 50 million EXP and plus 20 Onisilu favorability. You have received Character Summon Card, Underworld, Onisilu. Character Summon Card, Underworld, Onisilu. 1000 Soul Stream. Become immune to all mind attacks. At the same time, absorb any mind attacks to recover energy and health. Uses 0/1. You have completed the bonus mission requirements. Plus 40 Onisilu favorability. You have received ability Mark of the Underworld. Chapter 1236 A Path Never Thought of Before. Chapter 1236 A Path Never Thought of Before. This mission is finally complete. It wasn't even difficult. Just took too long. Han Xiao looked down at the back of his palm. A mark that was the same as the one on Gila's hand was slowly appearing. He looked up and saw Onisilu smiling at him. This is the mark of the underworld. You can use some of the underworld's power with it. Without your help, the underworld would never have recovered to its peak. I don't have anything I can repay you with but this. I know. I'll make good use of your body. Ahem, the underworld. Han Xiao coughed. The underworld was Onisilu's body. So was this her saying, I'll repay you with my body? No, I'm a pure person. Suppressing these weird thoughts, Han Xiao sensed the mark of the underworld. Black streams of air flowed out from the mark and circled around his hand. This was the secondary dimension that had a connection with him. Comparatively, the link with the void dimension had a higher level, as he could only use part of the underworld's power with this mark. Nonetheless, it gave him some bonuses. At the same time, with this mark, he could choose to have the mark of the underworld absorb the souls of the enemies he killed and turn them into hero spirits. When Aurora stepped into the territory of the Beyond Grade A and the underworld regained the ability to revive souls, he should be able to summon hero spirits using the mark of the underworld. However, it would still consume Gila and Aurora's energy. This means that the more hero spirits the underworld has, the more I'll benefit from it, so I'm not working for free. Han Xiao mumbled in his mind and looked at the other reward, Onisilu's character summon card. The effects of 1000 Soul Stream were outrageous. Being able to be immune to all mind attacks and even absorb them was completely overpowered. Although he could only use it once, it was undoubtedly a trump card. While he was looking through the mission rewards, the underworld was undergoing a big change. Gila was speaking to the 7 hero spirit kings. After the 7 of them accepted their position, coming to agreements became much easier. From today onward, you're all members of the Black Star Army? Understood? Gila said. No problem. His Excellency Black Star's words are absolute, the 7 of them promised. The change in their attitude was very smooth. Are they always like this? Han Xiao was curious. Onisilu whispered, the former masters did not have any plans to expand the underworld. Among the 7 of them, 2 of them challenged the 2 sisters, got killed, enslaved, and tortured for a very long time. Their edges were rounded long ago. 3 of them fled here, and 2 begged the 2 sisters to take them in. So, you can imagine what kind of people they are. Damn. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. From the actions of the 2 sisters, they were carefree and never thought of being responsible. The underworld only had so many souls because these souls wanted to obtain eternal life. They did not care if the 2 sisters were reliable or not and begged to join, giving up their freedom. Clearly, they did not have much dignity left. This explained how creating platforms was better than selling products. The nature of all fortune was planting and harvesting leeks. Although the 7 hero spirit kings joined for different reasons, after so many years, they could no longer let go of their eternal life. They did not dare offend the master of the underworld. Plus, they were looking forward to the Lord of Life reviving them so that they could tour the outside world. Currently, the strongest among the hero spirit kings was a primordial one called Riga. According to data, his energy rank was around 65,000 ona. Not a peak beyond grade A but above average. With an undead body, his actual strength would increase quite a bit. Han Xiao thought for a moment, stepped forward, and asked, "Do you guys know anything about the sanctums?" In the past, he originally wanted to ask about the sanctums from the hero spirits in the underworld. However, he had already established a partnership with the Holy Accord and had been searching for the keys of the third sanctum, so he no longer needed the hero spirits' help. Plus, these hero spirits definitely did not know as much about the sanctums as the Holy Accord, so Han Xiao was just asking to try his luck. "Sanctums? I didn't expect you to know about this, big boss." The 7 hero spirit kings all looked over with a slightly complex look on their faces, as if they were reminded of something in the past. Before we entered the underworld, there was a rumor among some of the beyond grade as it was said that some people could occasionally sense a kind of special existence outside the space-time of the universe. Some called it a sanctum. However, most people never experienced such things, so there was no way to verify if it was true. It was always seen as a fake rumor, a hero spirit king said. Some said the sanctum is the staircase to the next level. Some said that all the technology and knowledge of the universe is hidden in the sanctum. Some even said the sanctum can bring people back to life. "No one knows what's real and what's not," another hero spirit king said. Riga sighed, shook his head, and said, "We don't know much really. However, during the exploration era, I remember that there was a group of beyond grade as who founded an organization and apparently wanted to use the sanctum to revive in the future. We didn't think that'd work, so we didn't join them. They should have failed by now." Han Xiao raised his brow. "What's the name of that organization?" "The Holy Accord, I think." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He did not know what expression to show. "I knew it. They did not fail at all. Their plan was a huge success. Of course, most of the merit goes to Oathkeeper. God knows why these revived primordial ones were so lucky to find such a reliable partner. I'd better not tell this to these 7 hero spirit kings. They'll probably never be able to be revived by the sanctum after entering the underworld. If they find out about this, they probably die of regret. It's better to let them think the Holy Accord organization has failed. Keeping this cruel truth from them will keep these leaks healthy. No matter what, these hero spirits also achieved eternal life in another way. Although they took different paths, they reached the other side all the same." All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao suppressed these thoughts and listened to Gila and the 7 hero spirit kings communicate. The few of them chatted for a while. The 7 hero spirit kings bade farewell and left to manage the hero spirits. Seeing that the 7 of them had left, Gila turned and asked, "What do you think of them?" Han Xiao smiled and said, "Although they don't have the best personalities, their strength is real. The underworld is an extremely powerful force. Although it can't be used now, Aurora will eventually become a beyond grade A with how quickly she's becoming stronger. By then, there won't be many people in the universe who can be a threat to you two. Speaking of which, the underworld is like an exclusive universal treasure for the two of you. TSK. I'm quite jealous." In Han Xiao's previous life, Gila had no chance to accept this inheritance, so it was wasted. This time, however, as long as no accidents occurred to the two of them, they would be more than strong enough to be in the top tier in the explored universe. As soon as Aurora became a beyond grade A, these two sisters would become tremendously stronger. What about compared to you then? Will I be able to defeat you? Gila's eyes were glowing. What, you want to overtake me? Han Xiao joked. Don't dream of it. I'll still crush you. Humph. I don't believe it. Gila grinned. You never know till you try. She secretly decided not to do anything else after she returned other than push Aurora to train harder so that the underworld could be used sooner. After the official matters were over, Gila sensed the strong and firm presence of Han Xiao and felt an itch. You have nothing to do now? So you want to do it with me? The underworld has just recovered. You still have many things to do. It's best for you to make a list for the hero spirits. Leave the sparring for next time. Han Xiao waved. All right. Gila had no choice but to endure the itch. Han Xiao said a few more things, put on the king suit, and left the underworld. Returning to the office in Black Star Palace, Han Xiao changed into casual clothes, summoned Philip, and added the underworld's data into the confidential plan documents. While recording, he started to analyze the situation. Although this was good news, he still felt a little worried. With this, I have another powerful secret force in my hands. In the future, the two sisters' position in the universe will most certainly rocket. They'll acquire high positions in the Beyond Grade A Association for sure. When the Holy Accord comes out, the entire universe will find out the two ways of reviving, the sanctum and the underworld. The Beyond Grade as will have a choice between the two. However, for now, only Oathkeeper and I know that the sanctums can revive them an infinite number of times. Others all think it's only once. So, there's a possibility some might join the underworld because of this misinformation. As for the supers below Beyond Grade A, they'll only have one choice, the underworld. These two reviving methods are both connected to me, so I'll certainly become the focus of the entire universe and the three universal civilizations. The dynasty's power is in the hands of the Hawk faction now. The new president of the Federation seems to be a muscular man too. TSK. Things are not looking great. The importance of the sanctum and the underworld is far above the evolution cube. The advanced civilizations will not let them go easily. I might become the starting point of a storm. When one grows to a certain stage, he's not allowed to stop, or he'll walk backward. The advanced civilizations will never stop targeting the Beyond Grade as Han Xiao frowned and thought about the future. Due to the extremely complicated and intricate profit relationships, way too many things had no solutions. Suddenly, a brief but daring idea appeared in his mind. If he could make the Beyond Grade A Association and all the Beyond Grade as fused together to form a new organization, completely splitting the ordinary people and supers. This might be a path he had never thought of before, a revolution that would turn the world upside down. Many people would die from it. At his current position, he already had the ability to guide the direction of the universe. Many things that looked impossible were no longer unimaginable. However, once he made the decision, quadrillions of lives would be affected. He only had a brief thought and did not plan to act on it. The shadow of the world tree still shrouded the explored universe. This was not the time to make this kind of plan. I shall decide after dealing with the exterior enemy. I really don't wish to take this step. Han Xiao exhaled, calmed the storm in his mind, and suppressed these thoughts at the bottom of his heart. Right at this moment, his communicator rang. Beep, beep, beep. He took it out. It was surprisingly a call from Sylvia. Army Commander, the Crimson Dynasty has sent an official letter. They will be sending emissaries to inspect the progress of the cultural education of the Cundi race. If standards are met, they can consider opening up parts of the sealed areas and allow some of them into the Galactic Society. Oh, it has only been less than 30 years. This is quite a lot earlier than I expected. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He still remembered the Cundi race's mission. Moto was already devastated, so only the cultural education part had yet to be completed. Once this mission was done, he would finally acquire the abilities he had been working for the whole time. Chapter 1237 Sorokin's Big Plan. Chapter 1237 Sorokin's Big Plan. Usually, the cultural modification movement targeted at a large civilization would last for 2 to 5 generations. However, it had been less than 30 years since the Cundi race started accepting the cultural transformation. It was still quite early to talk about letting them out. The dynasty probably had a certain reason to do that in advance. Han Xiao had a rough guess. Although the Cundi race lost, the billions of their remaining population were quite a considerable amount of manpower. Now that they were settled in the Black Star Army's territory, they basically belonged to the army. Plus, while the cultural transformation was carried out, the Black Star Army was also promoting the benefits of the army, trying to make the Cundi race loyal and yearn to join the army. The dynasty probably did this to stop the Black Star Army's advertising in the Cundi race as soon as possible so that the Cundi race would not completely become the Army's talent reserve. At the same time, they likely wanted to make the Cundi race members who were not completely transformed cause some trouble for the Army. Tisk, feeble trick. Han Xiao curled his lips. He had only met Marbruce not long ago, and the response had already come so quickly. This was certainly backed up by the dynasty's upper echelons. The dynasty's attitude change toward him could clearly be seen from this. Han Xiao did not mind it really. It was good news for him. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "Reply to dynasty. We welcome the inspection. Get someone to arrange a time with the dynasty. We'll form an inspection team on our side and have them accompany the dynasty's emissaries to carry out the inspection." Understood. Sylvia nodded. One more thing, the Limitless Financial Group owes the Germinal Financial Group 3 months of payments. I told the finances department to talk to them, but they are not giving a reply. Would you like to ask them personally? The Limitless Financial Group owes me money? Are they having problems with their capital flow? Iapetus already had someone investigate. The Limitless Financial Group's businesses are all stable. They've even achieved new records in some fields. Their capital flow is very healthy, but they're just not paying us. How much exactly? There is a total of 34 projects. The total amount owed is 48.2 billion anas. Before Sylvia finished, Han Xiao's eyes widened, and he stopped her. Yoho, this be asterisk star dares to not pay up. I'll speak with him personally. Then, Han Xiao found Sorokin's private number and called on the spot. It rang for a while before being picked up. Sorokin's projection appeared on the screen. His enthusiastic on-the-surface voice sounded. "Your Excellency Black Star, what a rare treat. I was just thinking why I am in such a good mood today. Turns out I've got an honorable guest. Can I do anything for you?" "Nothing much. I just heard you owe me quite a lot of money, so I'm here to hurry you to pay up." Han Xiao raised his brows. Sorokin instantly looked troubled. He then said with a very sincere and helpless tone, "The consortium is not doing well. Our capital flow is tight right now. For people who have large businesses like us, we have to spend billions every day. I really don't have the money now." "Stop lying. You think my finances department is a joke? The report on our side says you're doing very well. You even expanded quite a lot of businesses. And you're still telling me you have no money. It's exactly because we're expanding our businesses. We're spending more money to open up new channels. And it's costing more money than I expected, so I really don't have the money. Bullsh asterisk T. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't pay up in the agreed period, you'll have to pay for liquidated damages. Don't regret it then. By the way, I heard some time ago that you were trying to poach Iapetus' team with a high salary. Is that true? Hehe. I'm a businessman. These are all normal business operations. Don't take it to heart." The two of them went back and forth a few more rounds, and Sorokin was still not saying he would pay up. Seeing Sorokin's unusual responses, Han Xiao had some guesses in his mind. He suddenly said meaningfully, "Looks like this is not a business issue. It seems we're having some problems in terms of our positions." Hearing this, Sorokin smiled faintly and said, "I thought we'd work well together. But I seem to be wrong." Both used very ambiguous words because they did not want to leave any evidence, but they both understood what the other meant. Ever since Han Xiao reported Sorokin's oddness to the dynasty using the opportunity when God went missing, Sorokin had been investigated and targeted by the dynasty both on the surface and secretly. In the past 2 years, he had needed to be careful, scared, and worried all the time. It was very irritating. At the start, Sorokin thought the dynasty was just investing all suspicious personnel, so he put up with it. However, the dynasty's recent actions had made him feel more and more like something was not right. Through his connections, he asked around and shockingly discovered that the dynasty's motive for investigating him was actually because they doubted his identity. Currently, Black Star was the only person in the entire universe who knew about his secret. Initially, the Limitless Financial Group partnered with Black Star to shut him up. However, Black Star having exposed his secret to the dynasty was the only possible reason the dynasty was targeting him now. Sorokin was furious. Since Sorokin was already betrayed, he did not want the Black Star army to continue draining blood from the limitless financial group. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I still have other things to attend to. Sorokin gave a fake smile and hung up. The screen turned black. Han Xiao put the communicator away with a snicker. He did this on purpose to force Sorokin to expose his identity. He was curious about how Sorokin would deal with it. You thought I was just messing with you? But I'm actually hoping you'll lose your cool. If you fight me, that'd be for the best. Beating you up would be justifiable. Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he chuckled. Sorokin's identity was similar to God's. It was a form of protection for them. However, Han Xiao dared to touch God because his level was much higher, and he could see all of God's abilities, so he had the confidence to take him down. Sorokin was different. His level was higher than Han Xiao's even now. Han Xiao still saw a ton of question marks on the interface and did not know what Sorokin was hiding. Han Xiao was worried about messing up. Most importantly, getting rid of God was because God was involved in a matter that was way too big to be ignored. If he did not do it, everyone would be done for. As for Sorokin, his importance was not as high. So Han Xiao did not want to break the association's rules because of personal beef. This was the bit of virtue he had. Of course, this was only limited to not attacking him first. If Sorokin came at him, Han Xiao would not mind playing Welcome to the Black Underworld for him. As soon as the call was hung up, Sorokin's expression turned gloomy. He was a little regretful. He felt he should not have hesitated when his identity was pointed out by Black Star back then. He should have eliminated this threat as soon as possible. Although gathering all soul seeds would cause this body to be destroyed, and he would lose this identity, letting Black Star be would still risk losing this identity. Since he would definitely lose a ton of things no matter what, he might as well drag Black Star down. Although he was furious, he was still hesitant. He was worried that he might be blowing the matter out of proportion, but he was also worried about if he could actually defeat Black Star. No matter what, I have to make backup plans. I need to find a way to inherit part of the limitless financial group's enormous funds. If the cash flow is too large, it'll attract attention even if I use the black market channels. It's best to turn the funds into actual items. Sorokin clenched his teeth. Whether he was going to do it or not, preparing a way to back off was definitely not wrong. Black Star's body is indestructible. His soul is his only weakness, but even that is speaking relatively. He has peak beyond grade A mind resistance at the very least. Killing him is extremely difficult. He has the king, so exiling him into the unexplored universe will also not work. Based on my ability and the universal treasures I've secretly collected, only one plan has a comparatively high success rate, heavily damaging or sealing his soul so that he has to go into a long-term hibernation state. To do that, I'd best retrieve the soul flame. Only then will the success rate be higher. I wonder if the soul flame has a master now. If it has, I can only kill him and retrieve it. A few days later, the dynasty and the Black Star army agreed on a date for the inspection. They sent emissaries and headed to the Flickering World from the central galaxy. The dynasty's inspection team had to spend quite some time on the way, so Han Xiao told the troops stationed on the hundreds of residential planets of the Cundi race to spread the message that the inspection team would arrive soon. He told them that they could be freed if they performed well. Originally, inspections were usually carried out secretly. Once the inspection target knew about it in advance, in order to be freed earlier, they might cheat. This had happened before. This time, however, the dynasty did not react at all, as letting the Cundi race out earlier was also their secret goal. Although what Han Xiao had done went against the rules, it matched what the dynasty wanted to achieve, so they turned a blind eye. Han Xiao, too, wanted to free the Cundi race as soon as possible so that he could acquire the mission reward. Both sides were trying to achieve their goal. The difference was that Han Xiao knew what the dynasty was thinking, but the dynasty did not know what his goal was. The news that the inspection team would soon arrive spread out rapidly on every Cundi race residential planet. The Cundi race, who had spent their days meaninglessly, suddenly saw hope. Cundi race residential planet number 77, south of Sigaya City. apartment F0044's rooftop. Barton stood tall and looked over the entire city. Tall, rectangular apartments were neatly placed with the same height, shape, and distance between each other, like metal coffins. The city gave off a strong industrial vibe. The sky was dark, and the dawn hid behind the clouds, painting the city a depressed yellow. Barton could not remember how many times he had seen this boring, forever the same and depressed scenery. In his eyes, this was no city. It was more of a large prison. Piercing cold winds swept past, bringing the voice behind. Brother Barton, the news said this is the first time the Crimson Dynasty inspection team has visited. Can we really leave here? Hearing this, Barton turned around. Hundreds of people stood on the rooftop, all young Cundi race members. He stayed silent for a while before nodding slowly. Definitely, they were all children of the residents in this apartment, born in the age of the big lockdown. Barton was the oldest. He was the acknowledged leader of all the youngsters there. During the cultural transformation, everything in their lives was arranged. Their residence was arranged, and their neighbors were arranged. Leaving the house had to be reported to the local artificial intelligence management system, and they could only leave the area after it was approved. Everything they did was monitored. The Cundi race was not allowed to develop their technology. The only thing they could pass around was part of the super knowledge, which came from the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army saw the Cundi race as its talent reserve, so it did not want them to all become useless shut-ins. The cultural transformation involved many aspects, including their daily necessities, the news they saw, the education they were given, and so on. After more than 2 decades, this had already become the norm of the Cundi race's lives. They were receiving this information every day, and their mindsets changed subconsciously. However, for the first batch of newborns during the age of the big lockdown, the glory of the Cundi race in the past only existed in words. They could not imagine it. While being educated in public schools, they were also influenced by the lingering hatred of the previous generations at the same time. Some of the seniors who experienced the Cundi race's defeat still had hatred buried deep in their bones, warning the younger generations to never forget about it. Some chose not to speak of it, to let the newer generations leave the past behind. Only then would their race be freed one day and have a new future. Living on a planet in lockdown, a society that was depressed, and between divided beliefs, this generation was lost. No one knew where the path ahead led. Now, the arrival of the Dynasty's inspection team finally made them see something that was more important than anything else: hope. Barton looked past the eyes filled with hope and said with a deep voice, "We might only have this one chance in our life. Anyone who causes problems will be a sinner to the entire race." A young man sighed and said, "Brother Barton, maybe we won't cause any problems. But as you know, there are too many others who still are blinded by hatred just in this apartment. This is probably not what the inspection team wants to see." Barton stayed silent for a while. He then slowly raised the pliers in his hands. Tiny electric sparks danced on his skin, and he softly said, "Someone will have to take the lead. We still have time to prepare. Go, talk to everyone in the apartment who is still filled with hatred. For the entire race, I believe they'll make the right choice. If there's anyone who is really blinded and twisted by hatred, not willing to make any change, a burden to everyone," Barton paused. Colors representing pain appeared on his carapace. "Kill them, even if they're our family." Chapter 1238 Inspection and Conclusion. Chapter 1238 Inspection and Conclusion. After a long journey through starfields, the Dynasty's inspection team finally arrived at Black Star Palace and met with Han Xiao in the guest room. "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star. We're the emissaries for this Cundi race inspection." A group of Dynasty officers walked into the room with synchronized footsteps. The group leader reached out his hand, his tone respectful. Han Xiao shook his hand and invited them to sit. They briefly introduced themselves and took out the documents for the main topic. Currently, there are 113 residential planets for the Cundi race, with a population of trillions. The Dynasty Colonial Review Department gave us the allocation for 25 planets to open up for this time. This is the maximum allocation, not a fixed one. If no planet reaches the standard, We can also choose not to open up any planets. At most, a quarter of the population can be freed. Got it? Han Xiao nodded. Every planet of the Cundi race was locked down separately and had no communication with each other. Therefore, the progress of the cultural transformation for each planet was different. Choosing the planets with higher progress was the job of the inspection team. Although the dynasty had other goals and the inspection team was most probably just a standard procedure, a standard was still required. If the results were really too far below the standard, they would choose not to free them. The few of them spoke for a while. Han Xiao called the army's patrol team over and told the two sides to discuss the details while he left the room. Of course, he only had to show his face and express his attitude. He did not have to take care of the details. Han Xiao returned to his office. Not long after, he received a message from Philip saying that the dynasty's inspection team and the army's patrol team had decided on the details, already boarded the spaceships, and left Black Star Palace to get to work. Check the current status of the various Cundi race planets. Han Xiao told Philip to bring up the related information. He did not have the time to keep an eye on the transformation progress of the Cundi race all the time. Now that the inspection team had arrived, only then did he decide to carefully go through the current status of the various Cundi race planets. He could also see the effects of him notifying them in advance so that he could be prepared. On the hovering virtual screen, the records of the Cundi race planets flashed past one after another, and Philip spoke on the side. Master Hum. According to the statistics, after the news of the inspection team arriving was announced, the overall state of the Cundi race planets changed. The trend of anti-dynasty opinions decreased by 46% on average, and the average percentage of haters decreased from 32% to 7%. However, the security of some planets decreased. Murders occurred frequently. Some haters were killed by killing their own race. Looks like the arrival of the inspection team gave them hope. The more than 20-year-long lockdown led them to fully understand that opening up the lockdown is the only way out for the race. Some of them treasure this chance, so they've started to eliminate the stubborn ones. That's right, Hum. That's quite sensible and all, but this might achieve the opposite effect. Han Xiao scratched his chin. By sacrificing the minority and eliminating the stubborn ones to show obedience, at a glance, this was for the sake of the entire race, quite noble even. However, the dynasty looked at things from a different perspective. Too much yearning for freedom represented a strong motive. Killing one of their own meant a new chain of hate was formed. According to the normal inspection standards, this was a sign of the transformation not being thorough enough, which meant that the lockdown would have to continue. However, since the dynasty had decided to carry out the inspection so many years in advance, they clearly knew that this would happen. Han Xiao estimated that the standard would probably be very low, so this might achieve positive effects. For the next few months, the dynasty inspection team visited one Cundi race planet after another, filling up their inspection records. The double-sided mirror split Sigaya City Prison's interrogation room in two. On one side was the interrogation room where the criminal was in, and on the other was the surveillance room. At this time, the dynasty inspection team stood in the surveillance room. The team leader held a set of documents in his hands, glancing from time to time at the Cundi race member inside the interrogation room who was cuffed up everywhere. He slowly read the content of the documents. Barton, age 22, mechanic super, graduate of Sigaya City First Super Academy with excellent results. Talented, achieved grade C last year, reason of imprisonment. Murder and organizing murder. A total of 126 people died by his order. Also, he personally killed 7 more, including his family. The victims were all haters according to the records. He claimed that this was to eliminate the stubborn members. When the marshals found him, he stopped his accomplices who tried to fight back. He chose not to resist and took responsibility for all the crimes. TSK. How unflinching, the Black Star Army Patrol Team Leader tuted. The Dynasty Inspection Officer finished reading the report, cleared his throat, and opened up the comms. Barton, you ordered others to murder, committing horrible sins. Is your goal to deal with the Dynasty's inspection? Barton's eyes were closed, and he did not reply. Seeing this, the Dynasty Inspection Officer continued. I'll take it as that's what you think. You couldn't possibly not have known that. After doing what you did, the marshals who monitor everything would definitely find you. In order to eliminate those so-called stubborn people, you were willing to be imprisoned and even held responsible for some of your accomplices, basically giving up your life. Is it worth it? Barton shook his head calmly and said, here or outside, both are prisons. What's the difference? On this planet, no one's life is valuable. If I can give mine for some hope, of course it's worth it. You think you're very noble, right? The inspection team leader said with a poker face. I'm the Dynasty's inspector. Frankly, I do not like your extreme methods at all. Your motive is too strong. You think you can convince the Dynasty by doing this? Youngster, don't you think you've underestimated us? Barton's carapace color shifted slightly and then returned to the color of calmness. This might be the only inspection in my life. I only did what I thought was right. No matter the results of the inspection, I've reduced the source of hate. The number of haters born in the future will also be reduced because of it. Even if we fail the inspection now, the chance of passing in the future will increase. At least what I did was meaningful. The Dynasty inspection team leader was not touched at all. He had witnessed too many similar examples, so he was already used to it. He thought for a moment, changed the topic, and asked, if your planet is freed, what do you think your people should do? Join the Black Star Army. This time, Barton answered without hesitation. The Dynasty inspection team leader narrowed his eyes and asked, and why is that? Even freed, the Cundi race still lives in the Black Star Army's territory. In the short term, the Cundi race still needs the Black Star Army's protection. Our civilization is still too weak. If one of us can become an officer of the Black Star Army, the Cundi race will also receive help. Have the supers work for Black Star and aid the entire race. This is the best path for now, Barton said with a deep voice. Hearing this, the Dynasty inspection team could not help but glance at the Black Star Army patrol team. He snorted and said, looks like the promotion you guys did was very effective. Thank you. The Army commander taught us well. Plus, he's too charming. The Army patrol team leader smiled. The Dynasty inspection team leader looked down and pondered for a while before writing some remarks on the inspection form and ticking off a few things. When the inspection team visited all the Cundi race planets, Han Xiao finally received the results. A total of 17 planets reached the standard. The standard is even lower than I expected. Han Xiao curled his lips. He looked at the list of the planets, and planet number 77 was on it. Then, he summoned Philip and said, there's no problem. Make the arrangements according to this list. Have the troops stationed at these 17 planets guide the residents to familiarize with galactic society. At the same time, make a recruit announcement. Although they're free, they don't have anywhere to go, so the majority of them will choose to join me. Also, broadcast the process of freeing these 17 planets to the other planets. Encourage them to accept the transformation properly and regain freedom sooner. Han Xiao gave the order. He then looked at the details of the inspection and discovered the conversation between the Dynasty inspection team leader and Barton. Oh, this kid is interesting. Han Xiao raised his brow. He brought up Barton's information and said casually, Philip, tell the prison department of planet number 77 to let this kid out and have him join the army. He felt that Barton was a man with dreams and not lazy. Also, Barton seemed to have potential. After all, the Cundi race never had the super system in the past. Barton was in the first batch to learn it, and he still became a grade C at such a young age. His potential should be quite high. However, at Han Xiao's current position, he did not plan to meet him personally. He was only picking out a high-quality leak out of habit. If Barton could not achieve things in the Black Star Army, Han Xiao would not specifically remember him. A few days later, the results of the inspection got approved by the Dynasty. The Black Star Army acted right away to open up these 17 planets. Billions of Cundi race members were freed. On this day, the screams of joy of countless people shot into the sky and echoed through planets. After more than 20 years, they were finally free. Be it seniors or youngsters, they were all tearing up. They still had problems with the Dynasty, but most of them had a strong sense of appreciation toward the Black Star Army. Not only were they thankful for the Black Star Army's advance notification but also for Black Star avenging the Cundi race by making Moto suffer. There was also the protection the Black Star Army had provided them for decades. Among the Cundi race, the reputation of the army was at the peak. The relationship was firmly at reverence. At Sigaya City Prison, Barton walked out the prison door. The blinding sunlight almost made him unable to open his eyes. The streets were filled with an overjoyed crowd, and loud cheering voices came from all directions. The lifeless city in his impression seemed to have suddenly come alive. Barton stood still, stunned. "You've been let out. Now go." The warden spoke from behind. He had received the message from Black Star, so he did not dare ignore it and personally sent Barton out of the prison. "Isn't my crime very horrible? Why have you let me go?" Barton turned around. He was both shocked and confused. "You think I wanted to?" While thinking that in his mind, the warden gave a stiff smile and said, "Don't thank me. The army commander said to let you go by name. He must believe in your capabilities. Work hard, and don't waste the army commander's kindness." Barton's entire body shivered. The color of disbelief appeared on his body. The news was promoting how strong Black Star was every day. To say he did not admire someone that strong would be a lie. Barton simply kept this admiration buried in his heart. He originally wanted to sacrifice himself, so he never expected to be released. Plus, he was released by Black Star personally. Doesn't this mean Black Star knows who I am? Suddenly, Barton felt a stream of heat flowing in his body. He was feeling tipsy, like he had too much to drink. His shell rapidly turned into the color of hot red excitement, like he was cooked. Since Black Star. No, since the army commander has so high hopes for me, I must live up to it. At this moment, Barton made a decision. He would become the army's officer and prove that Black Star was not wrong about him. He hoped that he could one day stand before Black Star and express his appreciation to him face to face. "Your Excellency Black Star, our inspection is complete. We shall get going." Inside the army commander's office in Black Star Palace, the Dynasty inspection team bade farewell respectfully and expressed their intention of leaving. Han Xiao nodded with a smile and said, "Send my regards to your superiors when you get back." They nodded and swarmed out, leaving Han Xiao alone in the room. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the mission list. The first requirement, to provide protection when the Cundi race was being culturally transformed, was finally shown as completed. Only the first batch of the planets are free, and more of them are still being culturally transformed. However, since some of the Cundi race have entered galactic society, they'll take care of their people who are still in lockdown in the future. "I won't be the only one providing protection." Han Xiao smirked. This was him completing his promise. It was enough. "I've protected you guys for so long. Finally, I can get some rewards." Han Xiao took a deep breath and chose to conclude the mission on the interface. Notifications popped up one after another on the interface. Grade S mission, Cundi race leaders last wish, completed. You have completed mission requirement I. You have received 6 billion EXP, 10,000 Cundi race favorability, 2 random rewards, 4 political assets. Cundi race. Cundi race will enter into the awakening era, plus 10% chance of becoming a super. You have completed mission requirement 2. You have received 12 billion EXP, 15,000 Cundi race favorability, 1 specific blank character summon card. You have received the talent, the enemy. You have received the talent, proof of leadership. You have received the ability, Cundi rage. Chapter 1239. Chapter 1239. Sorokin senses. Finally, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had been eyeing these 3 abilities for a very long time. Now, he had finally acquired them after almost a full version. Both the enemy and Cundi rage consumed health. The former was a passive talent, giving him more damage with health lost during the battle, up to 25%. The latter was an ability, increasing his psychological resistance tremendously for 40 seconds at most, as well as immunity to almost all negative psychological states. Among these 3, the strongest was proof of leadership. This was considered a semi-molding talent to players, meaning even the players could obtain it. The way it worked was that when the user was the leader of a faction, they would receive comprehensive bonuses. The bonuses increased with the size and level of the faction. The most incredible trait of this talent was that it had no upper limit. No matter how strong the players' organizations were, they could not reach the beyond grade A organization level and would not be able to gain enough bonuses from this talent. However, Han Xiao was different. The Black Star Army's position was unique and irreplaceable in the universe. After an entire mission, it was already much stronger than when he triggered this mission. He could benefit a ton from this talent. The bonuses of Proof of Leadership were very comprehensive. It included but was not limited to basic attributes, health, stamina, energy, ability strength, class affinity, all kinds of resistances, attack damage, ability level, and so on. Han Xiao looked at the talent and realized that it did not only include one faction he was in. Other than the bonuses brought by the Black Star Army, the talent showed that the Beyond Grade A Association provided some bonuses too. His vice president identity was also considered in Proof of Leadership, only it was not complete. He would only gain the complete bonuses if he was the president. All in all, Proof of Leadership gave him a huge boost. This single talent increased his energy rank by an outrageous 5,400 ona. With the increase of energy rank, the strength difference between every point increased too. His energy rank was more than 100,000. 5,400 ona was an enormous boost to his combat capability at this level. Feeling the overflowing energy in his body, Han Xiao took a deep breath and was delighted. This talent really suits me very well. I'm a huge step closer to the higher territory. Han Xiao looked through the effects of Proof of Leadership several times with a huge grin on his face. He loved this talent. Having finally achieved his dream of so many years, he was relieved. The Cundis had to join the army of their own volition, and the dynasty freeing them in advance would decrease the number of Cundis willing to join the army, but it led to him acquiring the biggest benefit in advance. As for the future developments of the Cundi race, as long as nothing huge happened, Han Xiao did not plan to interfere frequently. Anyway, the Cundi race was now living in his territory. If they recovered to a normal civilization, they would even have to pay taxes to him instead, like a protection fee. If the Cundi race wanted to expand in his territory, they would have to rent or purchase planets from the army. Controlling one area was indeed an amazing way of making profit. By providing all kinds of services such as renting and selling land, he could harvest the labor of the Cundi race as a whole and take a bite out of their produce. He had the right to decide the prices of the planets in his territory, so he dictated how quickly he wanted to harvest. He could choose to dry the pool for the fish in it, or he could choose to slowly fish over the long term. Of course, Han Xiao liked the latter more. In this case, I can attract the Cundi race supers into the army using special benefits. For example, all Cundi race members of the army with relatively high positions can purchase resources for the Cundi race at a discount. The dynasty had definitely thought of this too and did not want to see it happen. Only, they could not easily tear away the agreement they had signed in the past. Therefore, when the Cundi race was freed to a certain stage, the dynasty would find a way to make the Cundi race request to migrate. The fighting happening behind the curtains was complicated and troublesome. Han Xiao could already guess what methods the dynasty would use. However, in his position, he did not have to attend to every little thing personally. People below him would deal with it. Furthermore, this would almost certainly not happen in the next few decades, so he did not have to worry yet. A few days later, the Black Star Army announced a system to the Cundi race, stating that in respect of the Cundi race civilization, the army would not give them benefits for free out of pity but instead provide the Cundi race tons of job opportunities. The Black Star Army claimed that one reason for this was to guide the Cundi race to blend into galactic society, and another was to give the Cundi race a channel to acquire resources. Through working, all Cundis could earn contribution points that would be put under the entire race. The Cundi race could then use this special currency to purchase all kinds of services to speed up the rebuilding of their civilization. As soon as the system was announced, it received overwhelmingly positive feedback from the Cundi race. Putting aside Han Xiao's reputation, although these trillions of Cundis gained freedom, they were also lost. Many of them did not know how to blend into the galactic society. Now, the Black Star Army provided them with a clear direction, and the results of that were countless responses. Han Xiao was already extremely experienced at harvesting leaks. This was the exact method he used to harvest the planet Aquamarine players during version 2.0 back then, turning his faction into the guiding faction. It was effective on the Cundi race too. Tons of quality Cundi race laborers swarmed into the Black Star army. The number of base-level supers rocketed. Currently, the Black Star army was focusing on growing the subdivisions in other star fields, and the manpower from the Cundi race came just at the right time. The HR department arranged to have the Cundis travel far away from their home to different star fields to work in the subdivisions. They would work overseas to accumulate contribution points for the race. This would prevent them from sticking only to other Cundis and not blending in with the Galactic Society well enough. The Crimson Dynasty announced a similar policy too. However, the duration of the transformation was too short, so only an extremely few were willing to work for the dynasty, far fewer than the number of Cundis the army recruited. However, more Cundis decided to stay among their race to rebuild the civilization and not work for other organizations, so the dynasty's plan worked to a certain extent. While the Black Star army was digesting the Cundi race's laborers, Sorokin started to move. I'm finally done with the backup plans. I can act anytime. Inside the office at the Limitless Financial Group headquarters, Sorokin sensed the movements of his various manifestations and looked relieved. In the past few months, he had returned to the Limitless Financial Group headquarters in the Sea of Star Spirits and prepared backup plans, placing secret warehouses in many star fields and some secondary dimensions that stored large amounts of resources. Sorokin knew the strength of virtual mechanics, so he left no traces in the database. This was all done by his manifestations. As for the movements of the funds, he disguised them as normal business transactions. However, the consortium was his to begin with. Its business was growing better by the day and had no difficulties, so there was absolutely no need for the boss to take the money and run. This was like him stealing his own things, so not many people would realize the issue. At the same time, using several methods, Sorokin left many hidden problems for the Limitless Financial Group's cash flow. If he was fine, he could easily solve them afterward. If something happened to him, the credibility of the Limitless Financial Group would plummet. Once the partners came to tell the Limitless Financial Group to pay up, the Limitless Financial Group would be tremendously damaged. By then, the other large consortiums would definitely try to eat up the businesses of the Limitless Financial Group and dissect its corpse. This way, what was left to the shareholders of the group would be a huge mess. Even if they wanted to continue the Limitless Financial Group, they would have to pay a hefty price to fill up this hole. This was one of Sorokin's backup plans. He would rather destroy his hard work over many years than give it to someone else, especially when Black Star was one of the shareholders. I can use those universal treasures I've collected anytime, but the most useful thing for this mission is still Soul Flame. Sorokin's eyes flickered. He was once the master of Soul Flame. He knew the functions of this Esper ability entity extremely well. From his perspective, if he could regain this ability, the success rate of the plan would increase by another 20%. Back when he gave up the identity of Soul Flame, he had no idea where Soul Flame went. In order to keep his identity hidden and not get discovered by anyone he knew, he used the specialty of his Esper ability to change his soul frequency. Basically, he gave himself soul plastic surgery. However, he did not completely cut off his senses to Soul Flame but split it up into soul seeds that had been sealed all this time. Once he opened the seal, he would be able to sense the rough location of Soul Flame. All this time, Sorokin had disguised himself as a common psychic Esper and had never shown all the special traits of his Esper ability. Therefore, although he was also a soul-type Esper, his abilities looked quite different from Soul Emperor. To not attract any suspicion, he never dared retrieve Soul Flame. Anyway, he had a method to sense it. From the way he looked at it, no matter where Soul Flame went, he could totally retrieve it anytime he wanted. Sorokin narrowed his eyes, found that sealed soul seed in his Esper ability senses, retrieved it ignoring the distance between him and the soul seed, and unsealed it. The next moment, Sorokin's gaze changed subtly. It was a little bit colder. Every soul seed was a fragment of his personality. The more he retrieved, the more whole his personality would become, and the more he would be like the real Soul Emperor Rovel Sisok. The moment the soul seed was unsealed, a reaction that was far away appeared in his senses, pointing him in a direction. Sorokin turned toward that direction. He looked at the dark cosmic space through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Soul Flame is in that direction. The ancient star desert. In the Holy Accord organization, Oathkeeper, who was playing Wayne cards with the others, suddenly felt something. He turned and looked outside the window. Confusion appeared in his eyes. Why does it suddenly feel like I'm being watched? Before he could think further, Biger, who was opposite, slapped the table impatiently. Stop dozing off. Mechanic Emperor, do you want it or not? Oathkeeper regained focus and threw out a card. Black Star, bigger than you. TSK Dog Luck. Pass, go on. Oathkeeper's focus returned to the game. The Wayne cards included almost all organizations and important people in the world, so it was an extremely efficient way to figure out the current structure of the universe and its history. It's most certainly not because we like to play cards. Chapter 1240 Sorokin's Bizarre Adventure 1. Chapter 1240 Sorokin's Bizarre Adventure 1. At a certain place in the desolate universe belt, an armed fleet was slowly advancing through the cosmic space. Sorokin stood in the command room of the main ship and looked into the galaxy. This armed fleet was a mercenary group he had secretly founded in the ancient star desert. Other than a few upper echelons, no one knew that their boss was the Limitless Financial Group. For this mission, Sorokin secretly created a manifestation that looked exactly like him and left it in the consortium's headquarters. He then slipped out, led this mercenary group, and headed to the location of Soul Flame. This group did not know the exact goal of this trip. They only acted based on orders of the upper echelons. For safety reasons, Sorokin even wore a mask. Other than the leader beside him, no one else in the fleet knew that the renowned Sorokin was on their ship. The reaction is getting stronger, meaning I'm getting closer. Sorokin looked at the star map. Within a certain distance ahead, there was only one desolate planet. He was basically certain that Soul Flame was on this planet. On the star map, this planet had no name, only a serial number. It was marked as a poor planet with no value for developing. After the fleet advanced a while longer and was still quite some distances away from this planet, Sorokin stopped the fleet. All ships, stop advancing. Use astronomical observation instruments to observe the surface status of that planet. Observation complete. Boss, everything is normal on the planet's surface. It's desolate and has nothing worth paying attention to. The details still require field inspection. Sorokin nodded and ordered, Send out a recon ship to land on the planet first. Everyone else, remain in stealth mode and stand by here. He had a habit of being careful at all times. He was worried that Soul Flame might have a master, so he decided to test it first. Even if it was a desolate planet, he still had to repeatedly confirm there was no hidden danger. The recon ship deviated from the fleet and quickly flew toward the planet. Sorokin secretly used his ability and possessed the captain of the ship. A while later, the recon ship finally arrived on the planet. It activated all kinds of scanners and started to investigate the underground. However, after an entire hour, all results came back normal. Sorokin immediately realized the problem and narrowed his eyes. According to his senses, Soul Flame was right there, somewhere underground. There was no way it was not discovered unless someone had set up disguise devices underground, which would prove that someone was there. Even if the scanning can be avoided, the actual object can't be hidden. Sorokin's manifestation drew out a rough area on the planet's underground model. He then ordered the crew to stop scanning and send robots to dig into the ground instead. He planned to dig a hole right toward the location of Soul Flame. However, the moment the robots were dispatched from the ship, the recon ship suddenly became paralyzed. Its engine shut off, and it plummeted from the sky. The crew inside the cabin were bumping into everything around like they were inside a shaking tin can. Sorokin suppressed his instincts and did not use any ability with his manifestation. When the recon ship was just about to crash onto the ground, a blue-purple magic gate suddenly appeared below it. The recon ship fell right in and disappeared. At the same time, the mercenary group leader far away in the main ship hastily reported to Sorokin's original body. Boss, we've just lost communication with the recon ship. Suddenly missing. Should we go take a look? No need, move back for now. Sorokin's eyes flickered. It looked like there were indeed enemies near Soul Flame. Since he possessed the captain of the recon ship, he could now scout the enemies. At this point of time, the vision and senses of the manifestation were being transmitted back to his mind. After the recon ship fell into the magic gate, as if it had fallen onto a certain buffering platform, it did not crash, but the trembling of the cabin made the people inside fall down again. The crew covered their bleeding heads. They hastily pressed on the operating table and said with panic, "Captain, all functions of the spaceship are frozen. We've lost contact with the others." Sorokin's manifestation acted panicked and said, "Go put on the land exploration armor. Open the hatch manually and take a look at where we are." As the order was given, the crew quickly changed and became land exploration armored warriors. Suppressing the nervousness in their hearts, they carefully pulled the hatch open. Whoosh! The sound of air pressure adjusting appeared as the hatch slipped open. After seeing what was outside, everyone froze. This was a place that looked like an underground helipad. Outside was a group of mechanical suit warriors holding explosive energy firearms who surrounded the recon ship, aiming all their barrels at the hatch. "What is this place? Who are you?" The crew of the ship were shocked. The leader of the mechanical suit warriors outside coldly replied, "Disarm yourselves immediately. Put your hands up and walk out or we'll fire. This is an unknown organization. They should have been hiding in the underground of this planet." Sorokin did not see any organization symbols on the mechanical suits of these people. He immediately acted nervous and cowardly. He yelled at the crew to throw away their weapons and led them out with his hands in the air. Very soon they were captured and imprisoned separately. Sorokin's manifestation was alone in an interrogation room. After quite a while, the room door was finally pushed open. A mechanical suit warrior who was clearly there to interrogate him walked in, still wearing the helmet. It sat opposite and said, "I ask, and you answer or you die." "Understood." Sorokin's manifestation acted scared and nodded. "I just searched your logs and found you belong to a mercenary group. Tell me, why have you come here?" I don't know. I'm just following orders." Sorokin's manifestation deliberately stuttered, but he was secretly relieved. Through checking the logs and interrogating the crew, this unknown organization definitely knew that the rest of the mercenary group was there too. Luckily, out of caution, he had kept the rest of the fleet quite far away and ordered them to back away even further when the recon ship lost contact. The interrogator asked many more questions. Sorokin's manifestation's answers had both truths and lies, keeping to the amount of information this captain should know while shivering. He had been acting across multiple lives, so he was already a top-tier expert and a competitive candidate at the Oscars, so he did not cause any suspicion. After a while, the interrogator was done asking questions and was about to stand up and leave the room. At this time, Sorokin's manifestation's eyes suddenly lit up. Through his eyes, Sorokin's manifestation dashed into the interrogator's body and tried to possess it. He had to know more about this unknown organization, so possessing one of them was clearly the best choice. Sorokin activated his ability in the blink of an eye with no signs at all. It was extremely well hidden. At such a close distance, this interrogator, who was not even a calamity grade, of course, was defenseless. His body was instantly taken over. Right after Sorokin took over the body, before he could feel glad, he shockingly discovered a bright flame in the mind of this body. Soul Flame Seal? The moment this interrogator's mind was occupied by an outsider's consciousness. As if it sensed something, this flame suddenly became volatile, like it was about to turn into a sea of fire the next second and torch the mind of this body. Sorokin's expression changed. In an instant, he adjusted his soul frequency, made a series of complex adjustments, and shrouded this flame with his soul energy. The next moment, this flame slowly calmed down but still did not look fully stable, as if it could erupt any time. Seeing this, Sorokin was relieved. He knew all too well about the effects of Soul Flame. It could plant this type of surveillance seal on others to prevent them from leaking certain secrets or getting their memories searched. Once triggered, the seal would instantly burn all related memories. The master of Soul Flame would also sense it. This was effective against most people even beyond grade but not Sorokin. He had once been the master of Soul Flame, so he already knew everything there was to know about its abilities. With the specialness of his Esper ability, he could temporarily dodge the Soul Flame seal. He was one of the extremely few who could infiltrate the Holy Accord in the universe. Although he successfully made the Soul Flame seal misjudge him and did not erupt instantly, he knew that he would only be able to deceive the seal for a certain amount of time. If he retrieved his soul energy in this manifestation, the seal would erupt right away, and Soul Flame's current master would notice. Also, he did not dare to read the memories of this body. Soul Flame sealed the related memories like a chain of traps. Once triggered, he would no longer be able to deceive the Soul Flame seal and would be exposed instantly. That was close. Don't tell me every member of this mysterious organization has the Soul Flame seal. Sorokin was on alert. He was surprised. This meant that the master of Soul Flame should be the leader of this unknown organization, an upper echelon at the very least. Using this method to make sure all its members did not leak the secrets. What kind of huge secret needed this degree of caution? What did this organization do? While he controlled the new manifestation to leave the room, he pondered in his mind. Although he could not read this body's memories, he could observe the situation of this organization with it. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, someone approached him. Following the rule of the more said, the more mistakes made, he handed over the interrogation report without saying a word. Seeing that no one gave him further orders, he left the area on his own. He walked around for some time and very quickly realized that this organization's base was very huge and had a lot of members, but there was no organization symbol anywhere. Sorokin's manifestation did not dare ask anyone, so he could only walk around randomly. However, this body's authorization level seemed to be very low. Many areas were not accessible, especially the direction where he sensed Soul Flame was. It was in a forbidden area, which base-level personnel were not allowed to enter. This won't work. I won't find any valuable information, and I'll be exposed sooner or later. Looks like I need a push, Sorokin murmured. From the way he looked at it, this mysterious organization was very serious about secrecy. Once exposed, it would very likely shift its location. Therefore, he planned to let the mercenary group attack this planet to force this organization to display its strength and start to migrate. Then, he would have more chances to discover the secrets of this organization and the identity of Soul Flame's master. As for the possible casualties of the mercenary group, he did not care at all. They were sacrificial chess pieces to begin with. Having thought of that, Sorokin's original body immediately said to the mercenary group leader, "Pass my order, send 70% of the fleet to bombard that planet. The remaining 30%, back away with me." Understood. The leader gave the orders right away. A portion of the armed fleet advanced right away, entering attack range after quite a while. They then activated all kinds of ranged weapons immediately. Enormous missiles were shot out and flew toward the target, dragging tails of flames behind. Buzz! Suddenly, a light blue magic barrier shrouded the entire planet and stopped all the attacks. The missiles turned into fireworks in cosmic space. Before the fleet made the next move, all the battleships that were sent to attack the planet lost control and started attacking each other like they were being controlled by someone else. At the same time, a ring of fire as bright as the sun expanded from the planet like an illusion, quickly penetrating all the battleships. The next moment, more than 90% of the crew's souls were incinerated, and they died right on the spot. The armed fleet sent to attack the planet completely lost the ability to fight in less than a minute. At this time, a hole suddenly opened up on the surface of the planet like the tracks of an airport. Spaceships with no symbols flew out and seized all the remaining battleships. This quickly, Sorokin's expression turned grave. He knew that the mercenary group would be no match, but he did not expect them to be annihilated so quickly. However, though the battle was short, he still gained some shocking information. Mage, Virtual Mechanic, and the Master of Soul Flame. This organization has at least 3 beyond grade as Sorokin was intimidated. This organization is way too unfathomable. Luckily, I was cautious enough. If I charged right in like a pugilist. Good thing I'm a coward. Having thought of that, He immediately told the remaining fleet to back away at full speed. At the same time, Sorokin's manifestation in the Holy Accord organization also received an emergency migration order. In the underground base, members of the organization moved supplies, destroyed buildings, and activated spaceships quickly. Sorokin's manifestation was also summoned by his boss. He quickly rushed over, did his job at the dock, and observed the surroundings. Shortly after, he sensed that the location of Soul Flame was rapidly approaching. Very soon, rapid footsteps came from a tunnel, along with many voices. To his shock, some of the voices sounded familiar. Odd, what was with that fleet? Why did they suddenly attack us? Were they here for us? Did they discover us? No way, they're way too ill-equipped to have the guts to fight us. It seems to be a fleet that passed by and discovered our base. Are we that unlucky? Did you not wash your face this morning? The voices got closer. Very soon, a group of people walked out the passage, complaining while walking toward the spaceship at the dock. Sensing that the master of Soul Flame was in this group, Sorokin subconsciously turned and glanced at them. With this one look, his mind went completely blank. King of War, Pangan, Mage God Biger, Violet Queen, Lady Lust. They were all primordial ones who were in the same generation as him. Even Biger, who killed him, was there. Didn't they die long ago? Why are they here, alive? freewebnovel.com. While Sorokin's thoughts were going wild, the energy he used to suppress the Soul Flame seal also became unstable. The next moment, the seal broke through the suppression and erupted, instantly incinerating the soul of this manifestation. Oathkeeper, who was leading the way at the front of the revived primordial ones, instantly turned around and saw the manifestation that collapsed to the floor. Someone just triggered the Soul Flame seal. Uncontrollably excitement appeared in Oathkeeper's eyes. Could it be? The legendary spy has appeared? Ha! It's been so many years I almost thought you really didn't exist. You've finally shown yourself. Chapter 1241 Sorokin's Bizarre Adventure 2. Chapter 1241 Sorokin's Bizarre Adventure 2. The soul energy he used to possess the Holy Accord warrior was incinerated. But Sorokin could not be bothered with the fact that he had been exposed. Thinking of what he saw before his manifestation collapsed, disbelief appeared on his face, dozens of primordial ones, all alive till today. Did they fake their deaths like me? Sorokin could not believe it. Impossible. Some of them were definitely dead. Even their ashes were scattered. How did they get past the exploration era, hide their existence, and live till now? Is this place actually the nursing home for the primordial ones? Or have these people been hiding for so long and planning an astronomical conspiracy? Sorokin completely lost it. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he was. He had never heard of this organization before. Could he be the only one in the universe who knew this secret? This time, Sorokin suddenly shivered. He hastily ordered the leader of the mercenary group, split up the fleet immediately. Retreat in different directions and run at full speed. For the first time in a long time, Sorokin panicked. He was confident in his strength. Originally, he felt that the success rate of retrieving Soul Flame was not low. He only got a bit more serious even when he saw 3 beyond grade as earlier and did not think he could not do it. However, to his absolute shock, there were more than 30 beyond grade there. The situation far exceeded what he expected. Who in the world could deal with this? Dozens of beyond grade as far exceeded the limit of what he could deal with. Plus, he had triggered Soul Flame's alarm, which was basically the same as poking the hornet nest. Sorokin immediately lost any desire to continue his plan. All he wanted to do was immediately run out of this area as far as possible. At this time, the mercenary group leader looked at the remote observation images and suddenly screamed, "Boss! Their fleet moved and is heading toward our direction." Plus, dozens of high-energy reactions suddenly appeared on the radar, all possibly beyond grade as, "What are you standing there for then? Run!" Sorokin was furious and shocked. He could secretly find out more about this organization in the future, but if he got caught now, there would be no future to speak of. The mercenary group split up right away. The main ship Sorokin was in sent all its energy into the engine, entered overload mode, and fled at full speed in hyperdrive. The starlight outside the window was stretched into lines. However, only shortly after they started fleeing, a deafening alarm rang on the radar. Boom! The next second, the entire spaceship suddenly trembled and exited from hyperdrive mode. The huge inertia caused everyone but Sorokin to fall onto the floor. Sorokin ignored the screams of pain of all the crew and hastily looked outside the window. The cosmic space around was filled with magic arrays. Glass-like translucent arcane tentacles extended from within and tangled around the entire spaceship tightly. The arcane tentacles squeezed the spaceships continuously, and the sound of the metal armor tearing up could be easily heard in the cabin as cracks appeared and extended on the alloy walls. At the same time, a magic teleportation suddenly opened up right in front of the spaceship. Baiger and the group of primordial ones walked out. Baiger! Flames of rage filled Sorokin's eyes. He ground his teeth. Damn mage! This time, the spaceship was suddenly taken over by a virtual mechanic among the primordial ones and opened its communication. The next moment, Oathkeeper's projection appeared in the cabin. He sized Sorokin up. His tone was 30% curious, 30% excited, and 40% annoyed. You're the one who dodged Soul Flame Seal and possessed my subordinate? I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? Sorokin was on full alert. Interesting, you're not going to tell us you just happened to pass by. Are you? Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes. Listen to me, You'll have plenty of time to explain later. Before Sorokin finished speaking, dozens of Beyond Grade as attacked at the same time. A shocking amount of energy headed right toward the spaceship Sorokin was in. Boom! The spaceship was instantly shattered into atoms. Sorokin dashed out the cabin at the last moment. Feeling the hopeless strength difference between him and the enemies, he was filled with despair. He wanted to calm these people down with words first, but they attacked right away, and there was nothing he could do about it. Although his physical body was not the core of his life, he did not want to end up in the hands of these people. There's no other way. Sorokin clenched his teeth and retrieved most of his soul seeds. Suddenly, his entire vibe changed and became cold and violent. An enormous energy shockwave erupted from his body, creating visible ripples in the cosmic space around him. Feeling this energy, Oathkeeper's eyes turned serious. He pulled his teammates into a mind chat channel and said, "Careful. This guy is very strong. Don't let down your guard. Don't worry. There's plenty of us." They laughed and charged forward. An intense battle erupted instantly. However, within seconds, Sorokin was completely overwhelmed, and the battle became one-sided. His actual strength was indeed very strong, on par with even peak Beyond Grade as. However, he had yet to step into that higher territory and was still a normal Beyond Grade A. With dozens of Beyond Grade as attacking him together, Sorokin could only get thrashed. Even if it was the evolved ES god, he would still meet the same end. All Sorokin could do was try not to die. Very soon, his mask was shattered, and everyone saw his face. This guy is the Limitless Financial Group's Sorokin. Oathkeeper was surprised. He did not expect the guy who infiltrated his organization to be the renowned head of the biggest consortium. Isn't this guy known for being weak? Isn't he among the weakest Beyond Grade as? Why does he have this level of strength? Has Sorokin always been acting weak and hiding his strength? Is he this cowardly? While he was being confused, Baiger suddenly noticed something from Sorokin's combat style and exclaimed, "This Esper ability. Are you Soul Emperor?" What? The others were shocked. They hastily observed Sorokin, and everyone discovered some clues. The modern people could only analyze Soul Emperor's abilities, whereas they were in the same generation as Soul Emperor and had fought him God knew how many times. They noticed it right away. Hearing this, Sorokin was filled with frustration. He had always avoided going all out because he was worried about being recognized. But in the end, it still happened. He knew he could not deceive these people who were familiar with him. Plus, he already planned to give up this identity. Thinking at least they shared some common topics, he gave up acting and yelled, "That's right, it's me. Aren't you *Souls dead? How are you here? It's really you, Rovel Sissak." The primordial ones were surprised and slowed down their attacks. If it was a stranger, they would not have been affected at all. However, Soul Emperor was someone in the same generation as them, so he was at least a familiar face. They were all very curious about what was going on with Sorokin. "We didn't revive you. Did you not die?" Biger's expression changed slightly. He recalled what Black Star said in the past that hinted Soul Emperor had always been alive. "Did you fake your death?" Biger was shocked. "I clearly beat you to death back then. You did not leave any sign of life at all. How did you do it?" "You're one to bring it up." Sorokin dodged another magic missile that had more than enough power to penetrate a planet. Veins popped up on his forehead as he was reminded of what happened in the past. Back then, his physical body had lost its life, and he had indeed been on the brink of death. The strong sense of frustration and hate in his mind had pushed his potential to explode, causing his Esper ability to evolve. In the last moment, he had acquired the Immortal Soul ability. Otherwise, he would have died during the Exploration-era war along with his physical body. This time, Oathkeeper thought of something and suddenly started to doubt his thoughts on the spy. "From the way it looked, it does not look like Sorokin knew about us long ago. Is he not related to the leak of the organization's information in the past? I didn't expect you to be Soul Emperor from back then. You've hidden yourself really well. How did you find us?" "I was just trying to retrieve Soul Flame and followed my senses. I didn't know about you guys at all." Sorokin clenched his teeth. "Stop attacking. Let me go." Oathkeeper recalled what happened earlier and believed Sorokin mostly, but he still shook his head. "It doesn't matter if you knew before or not. You've found our secret today, so there's no leaving. We're all people from the same generation. We can have a good chat, but that'll be after you lose the ability to resist. Stop resisting. There's absolutely zero chance you can escape, so why prolong your suffering?" The others nodded in agreement. Most of them did not intend to kill Sorokin right there. After all, they knew him from the old era, and they all wanted to hear Sorokin's experience in the past years. Bang! This time, Sorokin's face got punched by Pangan again, blasting him away flying. He forced himself to stay focused and observe the battlefield. His heart kept sinking. Dozens of beyond grade as formed an encirclement. He had no chance of breaking through it head-on at all. In terms of mobility as a mind esper, he was no match for the teleportation spell of a mage. There was absolutely no way he could escape. Is this really going to be the end for this shell I've spent so much effort raising? I was supposed to use it against Black Star, but I haven't even seen Black Star's face yet. Although Sorokin was confident to a certain extent that he would not die there because of his esper ability, he did not want to take the risk if he could save his body too. After all, he had already faked his death before. These people would definitely be more careful. How many years has it been since I was last in such a desperate situation? I'm still not cowardly enough. If I knew I'd end up poking the hornet nest, why did I think about killing Black Star? Isn't just retiring quietly so much better? Sorokin was filled with regret. What, still not surrendering? Biger snorted. Don't think just because we know each other, I won't kill you. I've killed you once, and I can kill you again. Suddenly, it occurred to Sorokin. Memories deeply buried in his mind surfaced. I remember now. Holy Accord, you guys are the Holy Accord. The memories of the exploration era became vivid again. Sorokin had heard of the Holy Accord back then but scoffed at it and did not join. As so much time had passed and primordial ones died one after another, he thought that secret association like Holy Accord organization had long disappeared. When he just saw the dozens of beyond grade as he was too shocked and occupied with fleeing, so he did not think of this at all. However, when he tried to find a way to escape earlier, his mind had spun rapidly, and he finally recalled this rumor that once circulated around the primordial ones during the exploration era. Therefore, reviving using the sanctums is real? You guys succeeded? Sorokin's expression changed drastically. His tone was filled with disbelief. If they came back by being revived, everything would make sense. He never thought such a rumor with absolutely no proof or whatsoever would be true. Seeing that Sorokin had figured out the truth, everyone present was surprised. Soul Emperor was in the same generation as them, so it was not impossible for him to figure it out. However, although they were already mentally prepared for that, the moment their secret was exposed, they were still shocked. At this time, bolts of lightning crisscrossed in Sorokin's mind and connected everything he had just experienced. A plan quickly appeared in his mind, followed by joy, as if he had seen light in a dark cave. He found the only hope he had of escaping. The Holy Accord was so secretive definitely because they did not want the information about the sanctum to leak. This was the only leverage he could use. He would only have a chance if he bet on these people being afraid of leaking this secret. While thoughts flashed through his mind, Sorokin yelled without hesitation, "You guys have been hiding and protecting the secret of the sanctums. But you guys definitely remember that I can possess others with my ability. Yes, I can't escape from this encirclement today, but before you guys kill me, I have the time to control my manifestations in other star fields to spread out the information about the sanctums. Stop this immediately if you don't want your secret to be leaked, or I will share this information with everyone right now." As soon as he said that, the others' expressions changed, and they slowed down their attacks subconsciously. They turned to look at Oathkeeper. "Are you threatening us?" Oathkeeper's eyes flickered. "You're leaving me no choice. I just want to live." Sorokin wiped away the blood on his forehead. Although he had no confidence, he could only act firm. "You're the master of Soul Flame. You can try to see if you can stop me, but can you deal with the consequences? It's better if I'm the only one who knows this secret than the entire universe finding out about it," Sorokin said. Oathkeeper sized Sorokin up for a while silently. As the atmosphere kept getting more intense, he suddenly raised his hand, signaling for the others to stop attacking. "All of you stop." As soon as he said that, the others stopped attacking but still surrounded Sorokin with hostile expressions, not letting him escape. This indeed hit Oathkeeper's weak spot. He knew what exposing the information about the sanctum would mean. Comparatively, Sorokin's life was insignificant. Oathkeeper was an expert in the mind too, but he did not have complete confidence he could stop Sorokin from activating his Esper ability to control his manifestations. God knew what new abilities this guy learned after living for so long. Oathkeeper did not want to push Sorokin too hard and force him into a corner. He planned to take it slow and see how things went. Chapter 1242 Sorokin's Bizarre Adventure 3. Chapter 1242 Sorokin's Bizarre Adventure 3. Seeing that everyone had stopped attacking him, Sorokin finally heaved a sigh of relief. His body was covered in wounds, although the duration of the battle was not long. The strength difference was too huge. He was crushed by dozens of people the entire time and was quite heavily wounded. An ordinary beyond grade A would have been done for long ago. Luckily, he had a flash of insight and found the Holy Accord's weak spot. Just knowing their weak spot was not enough. He had to be able to use it as a leverage, and only an extremely few people in the entire universe could do that. Sorokin was one of them. No one knew how many manifestations he had and where they were hidden. Furthermore, they were not sure of what method Sorokin used to fake his death, so they did not dare do anything impulsive. This time, Sorokin endured the pain all over his body, suppressed his annoyance, and put up a stiff smile. Ahem, ahem. See, this is much better. We all know each other. We should use a peaceful method to solve our misunderstandings. There's no need to resort to violence. Oathkeeper hovered in space and said, "What ideas do you have?" Sorokin's mind spun quickly. "We can totally work together." "Work together?" Oathkeeper sized Sorokin up. "That's right. We're all from the old era. The conflicts we had in the past have dissipated with time. We're not enemies now. Today was just a misunderstanding. My goal is actually just Soul Flame, but I coincidentally discovered your secret. The biggest issue between us is that you guys don't trust me. You're worried that I, an outsider, will leak your information, so you want to capture me." Sorokin had calmed down, and using his magical mouth trained through his business experience over many years, he started negotiating. He observed everyone's expression, paused, and continued. "However, you guys can't stop me from leaking your information now, and I'm also worried you might do something to me. We both have worries. Therefore, working together is the best choice for all of us. If we can peacefully come to an agreement, We can avoid escalating the situation that'll do neither of us any good. How do you want to work together? Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes. Sorokin smiled. Simple. You guys are worried about me leaking the secret, so you don't trust me enough to let me roam outside. Therefore, you might as well let me join the Holy Accord and make me one of you. Then, isn't the problem solved? His core mindset was very simple. If he could not defeat them, join them. This was not just a temporary plan to save his life, but a carefully thought-out plan. Although what he experienced this time threatened his life, when he carefully thought about it, it might just be an incredible opportunity to explore the secrets of the universe. He already planned to give up the identity of Sorokin, and was originally planning to go to the secondary dimensions and retire for some time. However, from the way things looked now, the Holy Accord organization might be a better place to go. Not only was there a group of familiar faces, but they also seemed to be carrying out some kind of big plan. Plus, if he stayed there, he could even convince the outside world that he had been revived. After the initial shock, Sorokin had a strong interest in the sanctums. Another of his goals was to reduce the number of beyond grade as in the universe. Now that he had realized that beyond grade as could be revived, he would not be able to sleep and eat well before he figured out how it happened. At the same time, Sorokin inevitably felt bitter. Originally, he thought most primordial ones had disappeared, and he was the only one who had stayed alive till now. Although he never mentioned it, he actually had a sense of superiority in his heart, thinking that he was the only one who got the last laugh among all the primordial ones in the same generation. However, now that he saw a big group of primordial ones still alive, his sense of superiority disappeared, and he was left with only bitterness. That was especially so when he thought of how he hid his identity and carefully lived all these years in the past. He could not help but feel jealous and envious of these revivers, which made him even more interested in the sanctums. You want to join the Holy Accord? The others were surprised. The expressions on their faces became odd. You didn't contribute anything, yet you want to take a bite off our fruit of victory? Why is your dream so ambitious? After so many years, how did that cold and powerful soul emperor in their memories become so smooth? Oathkeeper frowned and pondered silently. It seemed like he was having difficulties making a choice. Seeing this, Sorokin added, frankly, I was just planning to retire. If the Holy Accord is willing to accept me, I won't come empty-handed. You guys should know that I'm the owner of the Limitless Financial Group. I can bring Holy Accord a huge amount of funds. You'll need money no matter what you're planning, right? He had eyes on the secret of reviving through the sanctums too, so he was willing to pay a high price to join the Holy Accord. If he could also enjoy this privilege, his life would be insured. Hearing this, Oathkeeper said, the risk of letting an outsider join us is not controllable. You hid your strength so well, and we don't know much about you. It's very tough for us to trust you. I understand your worries, but I'm really sincere. As for what you said about me being an outsider, I don't think that's true. Sorokin smiled. We all know each other and each other's personality to a certain extent. We don't lack the foundation of trust. Biger suddenly shook his head and said, no, we never hung out and are not close. Fu asterisk ku. You even hung me to death back then. Sorokin wanted to cuss but still maintained a smile. Oathkeeper slowly said, so many years have passed. You've definitely changed your identity more than once. How do we know how much you've changed? Hearing this, Sorokin became silent, which was rare. Then he shook his head and said, everyone has secrets. No matter what I experienced in the past, I'm just Sorokin now. He did not want to expose the information of his other identities. The identities of Soul Emperor and Sorokin were still considered clean, but he had done many not-so-clean things with his other identities. If he shared this information, it would become new leverage. Hence, he refused to say what identities he used before, expressing his firmness to a suitable extent, reminding the opposite party that their positions were equal in this negotiation. Oathkeeper thought about it, changed the question, and asked, let's put this matter aside first. Let me ask you, you say you can sense soul flame, but you have not done it in so many years. Why are you suddenly trying to find soul flame? We can't believe what you say if you don't explain this. Sorokin hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I've come across a very strong enemy. In order to fight him, I have to retrieve soul flame and increase my strength as much as possible. Who's that strong enemy? Black Star. As soon as he said that, everyone's heart shook, but they hastily controlled their expressions and did not expose themselves. Oathkeeper suppressed the shock in his heart, acted confused, and said, Black Star? I know this guy. He only rose in the past few decades and seems to be among the strongest in the universe. It's said that his full strength is unfathomable. How did you get into trouble with him? When this was brought up, Sorokin's expression turned gloomy. He figured out my identity and came to blackmail me. I decided not to escalate the issue, accepted his request, and partnered with him in businesses at a loss, hoping to fill his appetite so he won't expose me. But that asterisk shoal is too much. He took my money and still wanted to expose my identity, plotting against me behind my back. If I don't teach him a lesson, he's really going to think I can be easily bullied. This time, Sorokin's rage was not fake but his real emotions. It was as if he could not live with Black Star being alive and would grab tightly onto any opportunity to kill Black Star. So, this is why you wanted to abandon your current identity and retire? Seeing that Sorokin's expressions were sincere, Oathkeeper pondered. That's right. I don't want the 3 universal civilizations to pay attention to me. He forced me to abandon the organization I've spent years building, Sorokin said with a hateful tone. His hostility toward Han Xiao was extremely strong. Earlier, he even thought of threatening to leak their secret to make the Holy Accord organization help him kill Black Star. With such an unexpected and overwhelmingly strong force, he definitely could get Black Star by surprise. However, after thinking about it carefully, he had given up on this thought. After all, Black Star had the king suit and would not be trapped. Also, threatening them would definitely make Holy Accord unhappy, and they might not let him join them. Compared to the secret of the sanctums, dealing with Black Star did not seem that significant. Therefore, Sorokin did not want to lose the opportunity of finding out about the sanctum because of something less significant. Furthermore, he had already learned a lesson from what happened today. Since he chose to be a coward, he should be a total coward. Hence, Sorokin did not want to make things more complicated. With the big secret of the Holy Accord opportunity, he decided to abandon the plan of targeting Black Star and retired peacefully. Anyway, he felt that he would always get a better opportunity in the future to make Black Star pay for what he did to him. Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, If you're targeted by Black Star, this is a risk for us too. If we take you in, Black Star might find our location one day by tracking you, leading to us being exposed like today. Sorokin quickly said, That won't happen. Black Star is not very obsessed with me personally. He just wants my money and assets. You guys don't know, but that guy is endlessly greedy, domineering, ambitious, slippery, shady, and extremely shameless. His goal is to take over the limitless financial group's assets. Damn, if not because we made contact with Black Star before, we might have really believed in your nonsense. But you're right about him being shameless. Oathkeeper rolled his eyes in his mind, acted serious, and said, That's just your speculation. You can't ensure Black Star won't do anything. If you want to join the Holy Accord, it's best to solve this problem first. Sorokin was frustrated inside. He was already planning to cancel this plan, but to his surprise Holy Accord actively wanted to force him to target Black Star instead. However, from his perspective, Oathkeeper's worry was totally sensible and logical. Sorokin did not find it strange. Honestly, I'm not very confident about fighting Black Star alone. He's too strong, Sorokin said with resignation. Oathkeeper gave him a glare and said, What, are you asking us to help? Don't cross the line. If you think you can threaten us just because you have some leverage on your hands, we'll eliminate you even at the risk of exposing our secret. He used a strong and firm attitude so that Sorokin would not suspect Holy Accord and Black Star were connected. What do you want to do then? Sorokin asked. He felt that since Oathkeeper had said so many things, there was no way he was still thinking of resorting to such an extreme solution. Oathkeeper narrowed his eyes and suddenly said with a gentler tone, Anyway, you can't leave now. We have to ensure your original body is in our sights. However, we won't do anything to you. This is just an insurance measure to prevent you from leaking the secret. As for your request to join the Holy Accord, we'll have to consider it, weigh the pros and cons. The other Holy Accord members all understood Oathkeeper's intention to take a step back from what he said. They had varied expressions. What, are we really going to take him in? Biger deliberately acted surprised. That is one option. If not, are we really going to let him leak the information? Oathkeeper turned and glanced at him. He then scanned through everyone and secretly gave them a look. He then turned back to Sorokin and said, "This is my condition. If you don't accept it, there's nothing more to talk about." Sorokin considered it for a while and realized that he did not have much of a choice. This was already a decent result. Hence, he exhaled and slowly nodded. "Okay, I agree with your terms. I'm willing to stay under your control temporarily, but you guys can't secretly set up traps to seal soul energy. Although that doesn't work much against me, if you guys show signs of doing it, I'll see it as you guys being insincere about this partnership. I'll consider our agreement invalid and immediately have my manifestation leak your secret." "Okay," Oathkeeper nodded. As the two sides came to an agreement, the atmosphere calmed down. The people approached Sorokin and escorted him toward the Holy Accord's fleet, planning to monitor this guy every second as a new entertainment other than playing cards. Sorokin obediently let them take him away. He discreetly wiped away his cold sweat, felt that this experience was like a dream, and was glad. "Luckily, I'm convincing enough to earn a chance." After the others went away, Oathkeeper was relieved too. He was also planning to keep Sorokin stable first. Actually, to Oathkeeper, if Sorokin was sincere about joining them, taking him in was not an issue. They had nothing against each other, plus, they were from the same generation and had common topics, and it would prevent Sorokin from leaking their secret. Holy Accord was not a subsidiary organization of someone else, so there was actually no need to report to Black Star when recruiting a new member. However, Oathkeeper felt it was still better to tell Black Star about this. After all, Sorokin and Black Star had conflicts, and Oathkeeper was more on Han Xiao's side in his heart. To him, the Black Star army was a more important partner. Having thought of that, Oathkeeper closed his eyes and secretly used his soul projection to contact Han Xiao. Oathkeeper's soul projection appeared in Han Xiao's office and saw the person who was dealing with a pile of documents in his seat right away. Noticing Oathkeeper's arrival, Han Xiao looked up and smiled. "Yo, Oath, what a rare guest." Oathkeeper, however, had no intention to chit-chat. He said with a deep voice, "Black Star, an emergency situation just happened, and I felt I needed to tell you about it. This might severely impact our plan." "Tell me then. I didn't cover your mouth." Han Xiao was not nervous at all and joked. "Just earlier, Sorokin found us." Oathkeeper described everything that had happened without leaving any details. "What? I thought my luck was trash enough. I didn't think yours would also be not much better." Han Xiao laughed right away. He did not expect Sorokin to be so brave to break into this nursing home. "How are you still laughing?" Oathkeeper was annoyed. "What do you think we should do about this? If you don't have any suggestion, I'm really going to take him into the Holy Accord." "Io, don't be in such a rush. Isn't this very easy to solve?" Han Xiao casually waved. "What ideas do you have?" "You've mistaken the situation, which is understandable given how much it concerns you." Han Xiao rested his chin on his hands. "You're worried that he'll leak your information, but he doesn't know my connection with you guys. Therefore, in his eyes, leaking your information is only a threat to the Holy Accord organization, not to me. If you think about it from another perspective, you'll realize that this is good news for me." "You're saying?" Oathkeeper had a rough idea. "I never had the chance to secretly attack him. Now, however, you guys have helped me to trap the prey and even indirectly created a secret execution ground. Furthermore, Sorokin has no idea that the leverage he has is also effective on me. All it takes is for us to put on a show, and the problem will be solved. This is the reason for our partnership to exist. Basically." Han Xiao smiled faintly. A mark of the underworld on the back of his palm flickered slightly. "He's gone." Chapter 1243 Holy Accord. We are serious about acting. Chapter 1243 Holy Accord. We are serious about acting. 2 days later, in the Holy Accord's fleet, a group of primordial ones sat in a circle around Sorokin, playing cards while keeping an eye on Sorokin at all times to make sure he did not do anything. Sorokin sat on a small chair in the middle and watched them play cards, giving suggestions from time to time, not acting like an outsider at all. This time, the door opened. Oathkeeper walked in, and the noise in the room suddenly disappeared. Everyone, including Sorokin, looked over. Oathkeeper looked around, stopped at Sorokin, and said with a deep voice, "I've considered it over the past 2 days. I'll accept you into the Holy Accord." Joy appeared on Sorokin's face. Just as he was about to speak, Oathkeeper stopped him and added, "But before that, you have to resolve your conflict with Black Star. I don't want you to bring problems to the organization." Hearing this, Sorokin's expression turned serious. "What ideas do you have?" Oathkeeper slowly said, "First, we have to test the risk, which is how persistent Black Star is about killing you. Therefore, we'll use your location as bait and see if Black Star chases after it." "How do we do that exactly?" Oathkeeper opened the star map, pointed at a transit hub planet in the ancient star desert, and said, "We'll find a way to spread rumors saying you've passed by planet Deer recently, then set up surveillance to see how Black Star reacts to it. If his men come right away to investigate, it means he's indeed hunting you. If Black Star invades planet Deer's node using virtual intrusion, our men will discover it too. To show our sincerity in working together, we'll share the situation reflected by the surveillance with you." Sorokin thought about it for a moment and agreed with this plan. Although he did not think Black Star would be hunting him, faking his whereabouts would not threaten his safety, so he had no objections. Instead, he was quite impressed by how cautious Oathkeeper was. It suited his taste. From his perspective, he could totally just retire and not do anything, but Holy Accord was not going to agree with that. They were worried Black Star might find them just like he did. Therefore, they actively wanted to remove the hidden threat. He could not make the decision for the Holy Accord, so he could only cooperate. "If Biger is really hunting him, what do we do?" Biger added. "Then, there'll only be 2 ways to solve this problem." Oathkeeper looked at Sorokin, acted like he was troubled, and said, "Either we erase Black Star, or you fake your death to deceive Black Star." "That makes sense," Biger added. "Black Star will only give up hunting him if he thinks he's dead. After all, the dead don't speak. Anyway, Sorokin knows how to fake his death. He can just do it again." Sorokin felt this was logical and nodded. However, thinking about it, he said with a reluctant tone, "But that's too risky. Black Star knows my identity, so he'll definitely be wary about me faking my death. I'm worried that if he discovers it, I'll really be dead." Oathkeeper shook his head. "Honestly, that's even more convincing. We have the sanctums, so if you really die, we can revive you. Not only will the threat be eliminated that way, but you'll really become one of us." Sorokin laughed awkwardly. "I'd rather pass on that. Plus, he has the spacetime amber. I'm worried he might seal me up." Sounded like a good plan, but how could he trust the Holy Accord? What if they did not revive him after he died? Oathkeeper frowned and said with a displeased tone, "This plan has the lowest risk and highest success rate. In the end, you say you want to join the Holy Accord, but you don't see us as being on your side. I'm really very sincere about joining the Holy Accord, but trust needs to be developed over time." Sorokin looked troubled but complained inside. "This plan means you guys are only bearing the minimum risk. Basically, you don't have to do anything at all. The problem will be solved regardless of whether I'm really dead or not." Conversely, fighting Black Star was very risky for Holy Accord but much less risky for him, so of course, he favored this plan more. "Humph, so you're still forcing us to help you to kill Black Star?" Violet Queen snorted. Sorokin had nothing to say. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's see if Black Star responds to the fake information first." Oathkeeper purposely glanced at Sorokin with dissatisfaction. He did not say much and left. Not long later, through secret channels, the intelligence that Sorokin passed by planet Deer got spread out. At the same time, the Holy Accord organization set up many men on planet Deer for surveillance. Time passed day by day, and the information got spread further. As they did not know if Black Star had received the news yet, they could only wait and stare at the surveillance screens all day. As this involved him personally, Sorokin was most concerned about it. He stared at the screens every second. After almost 10 days, the Holy Accord organization finally got the intelligence that one fleet from the Ancient Star Desert subdivision of the Black Star Army had arrived on planet Deer and was searching for Sorokin's information on the planet. The situation is very clear. Black Star is indeed hunting you closely. You've brought us risk. In the remote surveillance room, Oathkeeper glared at Sorokin, his tone very displeased. Sorokin did not reply. He looked extremely frustrated, and his heart sank. He could not oppose this solid proof. He did not expect Black Star to want to kill him so much that he was hunting him secretly. So, this guy not only wants my money but even my life. What an evil man. F***CK. Although I tricked you several times in the past, I've already paid the price for that. Black Star, why do you want me dead so much? This time, Oathkeeper said with a deep voice, you really are not willing to fake your death to fool Black Star? No, Sorokin shook his head without hesitation. Oathkeeper looked distressed. He walked back and forth, annoyed, as if he was hesitating. After quite some time, he spoke reluctantly like he had finally made a difficult situation. Since that's the case, we can only eliminate Black Star. As soon as he said that, the other primordial ones were instantly appalled and expressed their strong objection. We have no conflict with Black Star. Why should we mess with such a strong enemy just for Sorokin? Wouldn't fighting Black Star also leak our existence? This guy is just threatening us. Don't fall for it. The elevated emotions of everyone startled Sorokin. He did not dare express his opinion. Stop! Oathkeeper argued with them for a bit. He then raised his voice and said firmly, there'll be no next time. Then, he glared at Sorokin and coldly said, are you satisfied now? Nonsense. I'm not the one forcing you guys to deal with Black Star. This is your decision. I'd rather ignore him. Sorokin sighed and expressed this was not his fault. He was originally not planning to threaten the Holy Accord organization to fight Black Star because he would offend them that way. However, he was not the one making the choice. In his position, he could not change their stubborn opinions and convince the Holy Accord to ignore Black Star. It was like someone who owed loan sharks a lot of money and took refuge in someone else's home, not only causing them trouble, but also attempting to convince them to put up with the loan shark's harassment. Even Sorokin felt that was a little bit shameless. Oathkeeper snorted and said slowly, all in all, you brought the trouble, so you'll have to solve it. Since Black Star is hunting you, you'll be the bait to lure him into the trap. Alone? Sorokin asked. Of course, 3 of us will accompany you, both to prevent you from escaping and to help you fight Black Star. Oathkeeper shook his head. As for the rest of us, we'll set up an ambush far away and join the battle when the time is right. Will that even work? Black Star has the king's suit and is not afraid of being outnumbered, Biger added, displaying his expertise as an actor. Don't worry. Black Star will never expect there to be dozens of us. And that's our biggest advantage. The trap set up by Sorokin will only have 4 people. It's only our first measure but will seem like the whole ambush to Black Star. With Black Star's strength, he's unlikely to flee against 4 people and will definitely try to fight. Therefore, the team with Sorokin's mission will be to stall Black Star. Oathkeeper's tone sounded like this was real. Then, fruabnovel.com. Try to create an opportunity, of course. The dozens of us will be accumulating energy. As long as you can temporarily control Black Star and make him not have the time to use the king suit, Sorokin will charge right in with Biger's teleportation spell, attacking him all at the same time, while having those who excel in the soul territory try to heavily damage Black Star's soul. Oathkeeper's tone was very firm and filled with confidence. Even he almost believed it. Sorokin analyzed the plan and felt that the success rate was much higher than for him to act alone. He believed that as long as Black Star did not use the spacetime amber to guard against the attacks, even he would most likely not be able to endure the focus fire of dozens of beyond grade as. Although Soul Flame was not in his hands, Oathkeeper could use it all the same. Furthermore, there were not just the 2 of them who excelled in the soul territory in the Holy Accord organization, which made Sorokin feel there was an even higher chance of succeeding. This plan should work. The success rate is probably above 70%. The entire galactic society practically sees Black Star as a god. But he definitely has limits no matter how strong he is. Sorokin was relieved and expressed his support for the plan. Seeing that the fish had bitten the bit, knowing the ways of fishing very well, Oathkeeper said with a warning tone and a deep voice, "Don't be glad so soon. You'd best pray this plan succeeds. Otherwise, if Black Star escapes, he'll definitely leak our information too. Then, your leverage will be meaningless, and I'll hold you responsible for it. You can make a guess on what we'll do to you. Therefore, for your own sake too, you'd better give your all in this mission." Hearing this, Sorokin's expression turned serious, and he nodded firmly. Half a month later, in a certain desolate universe belt of the ancient star desert, a small spaceship hovered. There were only 4 people in the spaceship: Sorokin, Biger, and 2 other beyond grade as Biger stood with his arms crossed. He glanced at Sorokin, who was beside, and said with an unsatisfied tone, "TSK, I never thought I'd have to fight alongside you one day. Unlucky. TSK, you think I'm happy to see your face?" Sorokin snorted. He did not want to argue with him. He changed the topic and said, "It's been so long. Will Black Star really come? Who knows? We've already sent the coordinates out. It all depends on how strong his love for you is," Biger joked. Sorokin was about to strike back when an unwelcome guest entered the range of his senses. His expression changed immediately. "Someone's here." The other 3 sensed it too and became silent. They looked in the direction of the presence they felt outside the porthole. After a while, an asteroid approached extremely quickly. It seemed to have noticed the 4 of them too. It stopped not far away, and a familiar face appeared. "It's Black Star. He's really here." Sorokin's expression turned grave. He flew out of the cabin and stood opposite Han Xiao. Biger and the other 2 followed along. Han Xiao scanned through the few of them and laughed in the public channel. "Yo-ho, I see. You deliberately leaked your coordinates to lure me into a trap. Huh? So, the information about your whereabouts some time ago was fake information you made up and spread purposely. Hehe, I don't know where you got the help from. But Sorokin, oh Sorokin, aren't you underestimating me too much, daring to attack me with just 4 people? Black Star, I didn't expect you to be so persistent in chasing me. You're too much. Don't blame me. You left me no choice." This was what Sorokin was most irritated by. From the way he looked at it, he was the one who incurred much larger losses, yet Black Star hunted him nonstop. It was too excessive. "Sorry, I'm not a forgiving person. You've plotted against me one too many times. There'll be quite a number of problems with letting you escape. Therefore, it's better for you to live inside my space-time amber suite, safe and sound." While speaking in the public channel, Han Xiao glanced at Biger and the other 2 with mockery in his eyes. There were only 5 people there and supposedly 2 sides, but there were 3 group chats. One was the public channel and another was the temporary combat group chat Sorokin, Biger, and the other 2 were in. The third was the actor group chat that Han Xiao, Biger, the other 2 beyond grade as, and all the Holy Accord members ambushing far away were in. Basically, everyone except Sorokin. Do it! Sorokin did not want to bullsh *T with Han Xiao and attacked right away while also telling Biger and the other 2 to attack together. Seeing how much of a hurry Sorokin was in, everyone was laughing out loud non-stop in the actor group. "He's getting impatient. Ha ha ha. Why do I suddenly feel pitiful for him? It's so tragic. I can hardly watch. You'd better take a few more looks. I'm afraid we'll never see him again." The people joked around. The actor group chat was filled with a joyful atmosphere. "Stop it. We're in the middle of a performance. Be serious about it," Han Xiao said while laughing. He summoned his mechanical army and charged into Sorokin's attacks. Biger and the other 2 hastily joined the battle. They did their best not to burst into laughter and fought alongside Sorokin as if they were really on his side. The battle broke up instantly. The energy left by the 5 of them left scorch marks in space. The opportunity only existed for the blink of an eye. If they could not annihilate Sorokin instantly, this guy would still have time to leak the information. Now was not the time yet, so the Holy Accord was still performing for Sorokin. Sorokin thought victory was in his hands and focused entirely on fighting Han Xiao. However, What he did not know was that the teammates he had high hopes in were all actors ready to backstab him any second. Chapter 1244 Suppressed. Chapter 1244 Suppressed. The mechanical army circled around like crows, releasing streams of energy, wrecking the battlefield. Han Xiao himself changed into one of the Black King series gears and fought intensely with 4 opponents. The battle looked ferocious, but Sorokin was actually the only one fighting for real. His 3 teammates only used about 60% of their strength, and Han Xiao was slowly accumulating bonuses. Baiger could clearly feel that the attacks of Han Xiao's army were several levels weaker than the last time and not as pressurizing as before. He instantly understood that Han Xiao was also holding back. Han Xiao's strength had rocketed recently. In order to let Sorokin still have hope, he deliberately decreased the damage output of the army to only slightly stronger than the last time he showed his strength in public, creating a situation where both sides were on par. He was not worried about Sorokin finding out. The 2 of them had never fought before, so Sorokin's judgment of his strength all came from the information on the internet. Since he had never experienced it for himself, he did not have a clear understanding of how strong Han Xiao was. Han Xiao just had to display about the same amount of strength as the information available to the public said he had, and Sorokin would think it was his actual strength. Sorokin was indeed quite strong. His soul esper ability was very tough to deal with, applying all kinds of debuffs on Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not activate Cundi Rage and Thousand Soul Stream for the time being, so it was not a breeze for him either. Putting other things aside, Han Xiao estimated that this guy's energy rank was above 90,000, undoubtedly in the top tier of the universe. Sadly, this guy is fragile. Han Xiao curled his lips in his mind. No matter how incredible the fragile individuals were in terms of combat, they had limits. Only tanks had an infinite future. Sorokin's body was weaker than the average of those around the same energy rank as him, but destroying his physical body would not kill him. With Immortal Soul, Spiritual Energy Foundation, and other talents, Sorokin's soul was the foundation of his life. His soul could live without a physical body. Furthermore, Sorokin had the fleshly body reconstruction ability. He did not have to infest or take over another's body like psychics. He could build a new shell for himself with his soul energy anytime. To him, physical bodies were just replaceable vessels for his soul. His soul was his original body. Through the introduction of Immortal Soul on the interface, Han Xiao knew that Sorokin was immune to physical attacks when in the soul state, while also having very high resistances. It was very difficult to deal with. Destroying his physical body would only lead to Sorokin entering his second phase. For that, the trump card he had prepared was the Mark of the Underworld. The Underworld at its peak had a special restraining effect on all souls. It was the arch-enemy of souls. Han Xiao's goal was to find an opportunity to destroy Sorokin's physical body in the blink of an eye, force his soul to be isolated, drag his soul right into the underworld, and have the experts inside send him up happily. Meanwhile, Sorokin was also making plans in his mind. Black Star's strength is about the same as what I predicted. He's indeed strong, but not as exaggerated as the rumors say. With this level of strength he has, the success rate of this ambush is higher than planned. Sorokin felt confident. Remaining in the passive situation was very disadvantageous for him. Although he had found the Holy Accord's weak spot, his safety was still in their hands. This leverage would only be much more useful once he escaped the Holy Accord's control, or it would only keep him alive and nothing else. The Holy Accord organization indeed did not want to be exposed, but even if they were exposed, they would only get in trouble while he would almost certainly be dead. The scale was unbalanced, so there was not much room for negotiation. He felt an opportunity to escape might appear the moment the ambush succeeded. However, as a soul esper, his mobility was awful, and his odds of escaping were too low. I shall follow the plan and find a chance to capture Black Star first, then improvise from there. Sorokin focused his thoughts, pressed between his eyes, and sent another few hundred soul energy attacks right toward Han Xiao. The 5 of them were all waiting for a chance. The battle went back and forth for quite some time when, suddenly, Han Xiao's movements became stiff as if he had endured too many soul energy attacks. Now! Before Sorokin spoke, Baiger suddenly yelled in the group chat and took over the heavy responsibility of setting the tempo. Intense magic energy erupted from all over his body. Control-type spells he had been preparing all this time flew out rapidly and all landed on Han Xiao. The other beyond grade as followed instantly and threw out all their control-type abilities together. Energy of all colors and forms tangled around him, seemingly fixing him in midair, unable to move. Seeing the opportunity, Sorokin followed up right away. With his eyes wide open, energy shockwaves that almost materialized were launched rapidly one after another, penetrating Han Xiao's body, instantly applying all kinds of debuffs on him. The next moment, Baiger raised his hand. A teleportation circle appeared on the battlefield, and dozens of beyond grade as swarmed out instantly, all holding on to charged attacks prepared long ago, ready to launch them at Han Xiao. However, at this time Han Xiao's body shook. He seemingly used some kind of ability to escape from all the control abilities. He actually did not do anything. Baiger and the other two secretly deactivated their abilities. As for Sorokin's abilities, he gained immunity to the tons of debuffs by activating Cundi Rage in advance and was not affected at all. Even the opportunity was sold by Han Xiao. Baiger only cooperated following the script discussed in the actors' group chat and made Sorokin mistakenly think the opportunity had come when it was actually Han Xiao's signal. The sudden change happened in a fraction of a second. Before Sorokin could react, Han Xiao immediately used Void Hyperdrive after he was freed and appeared right before Sorokin. He then pressed Sorokin into his wide arms. Shock appeared on Sorokin's face. It was as if a huge red danger appeared above his head. Before he finished his sentence, the dozens of beyond grade as attacked the two of them instantly. The mechanical army also turned to fire at the two of them, this time at full output. Han Xiao activated all his explosive abilities directly followed by Virtual Soul to restrain Sorokin. The two of them stood still and watched countless attacks approaching rapidly. The next second, the two of them were submerged by a blinding light. Hong! The attacks turned into a cluster of rapidly expanding energy, sweeping in all directions. The horrifying energy almost robbed the senses of everyone present, and all they could see was white. The cluster of light expanded to the maximum and exploded abruptly. The energy shockwave erupted from the center and blew away everything around. The light dissipated quickly. Han Xiao was the only one left, covered in wounds that were gushing blood non-stop like a water bag with dozens of holes. He was clearly severely injured. The attacks of dozens of beyond grade as trump cards and the mechanical army dealt the most terrifying amount of damage to Han Xiao he had ever experienced. The perfect energy affinity physique and proof of leadership were the reasons he survived. Plus, Han Xiao wore the defense gear of the Black King series. Though already completely shattered, it still blocked tons of damage. Otherwise, he might have had to use the revive token. As for Sorokin, his physical body had been blown to atoms in the explosion. Someone else would have completely died in this situation. But for Sorokin, this was only him entering his second phase. Streams of light suddenly illuminated in front of Han Xiao, forming a glowing green energy entity with Sorokin's appearance. At the same time, a mind message sounded in Han Xiao's mind. The attack worked. Looks like your indestructible body isn't really eternally indestructible. Sorokin was secretly glad. Luckily, the foundation of his survival was not his physical body. When his soul separated from his body, there was a moment his soul was in the phased invincible state, or that round of attacks would also have heavily damaged him. As for now, his soul was at the peak state. One more round and Black Star will definitely be dead. Without hesitation, Sorokin launched a chain of soul shockwaves onto Han Xiao, attempting to stop Han Xiao from escaping with the king. Then, he backed away immediately through Han Xiao's arms, planning to increase the distance between the two of them. At the same time, he yelled in the mission channel for others to use this opportunity to launch another round of attacks. However, as Sorokin was about to back off, Han Xiao raised and shoved his hand into Sorokin's soul. The mark of the underworld on the back of his palm instantly lit up, and an astonishingly strong absorption force erupted from it. What is this? Sorokin was stunned. This mark felt like a vortex. His soul suddenly went out of his control. Before he could do anything, an irresistible force dragged him inside. I got him. Han Xiao spit out a mouth of boiling blood and grinned. These changes seemed like they had taken a very long time to occur, when actually it all happened in an extremely short amount of time. If not because all of the Holy Accord cooperated and held back, he would not have been able to defeat Sorokin so easily. However, only half of the plan succeeded. The problem was not yet completely solved. Follow me. Han Xiao put on the king while at the same time throwing out a few extras at Oathkeeper and a few other beyond grade as who were experts in the soul territory. The mechanical suit latched onto them automatically. The next moment, Han Xiao shot out a few streams of mechanical force and activated the kings on all of them. With a flash of light, they disappeared. Plop! Sorokin felt the world was spinning. He fell onto a black stone ground. At this time, the unknown energy that pulled his soul only finally faded. Sorokin flew up immediately and observed his surroundings cautiously. He had no idea where Black Star had sent him. His eyes scanned through the boisterous land. An odd sense of familiarity surfaced in his mind. Sorokin suddenly remembered something. His soul trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Is this the underworld? As a primordial one from the exploration era, he had also heard of the two sisters and was no stranger to the existence of the underworld. The only thing left in Sorokin's heart was disbelief. Aren't the two sisters dead? How does the underworld still exist? Why did Black Star send me here? While he was being appalled, Onisulu appeared before him out of thin air and gave him an odd smile that made him feel threatened. *T. Sorokin had no time to think carefully. He hastily rushed up the sky hoping to flee from the underworld. If this was another secondary dimension, he would not have been so afraid. However, all primordial ones knew that all independent souls were severely countered by the underworld. The underworld was the nemesis of all souls, a forbidden ground feared by all soul life forms. Onisulu remained in the same place and did not chase after Sorokin. All she did was extend her arm, aimed at Sorokin who was getting further away, and tightened her fist. Buzz! The underworld moved according to her will. A mysterious force suddenly appeared, pressing all hero spirits in the underworld onto the ground. Underworld, soul restrain. The underworld had recovered to its peak. Onisulu was a professional at dealing with souls. Even though Sorokin's soul was extremely unique and had beyond grade A combat capability, his flight speed still decreased by 90%, and his altitude continued to decrease. With the same smile on her face, Onisulu performed a pull gesture. Underworld, soul arrest. Thick underworld energy flowed out from the black ground, turning into countless tentacles that shot up the sky and ensnared Sorokin, trying to pull him down. Although souls could penetrate all kinds of physical objects, they could not penetrate the energy of the underworld and would instead be stuck. Sorokin used all his strength to try to escape from the tentacles but could only just keep himself from being dragged down further. Who? At this time, a red tornado rose on the horizon, and Gila appeared. She had been waiting there since long ago. It's you! Sorokin was astonished. His soul was not immune to soul attacks. Gila happened to counter him. Go down! Gila waved her hand. Death energy gushed out like a raging river and brushed Sorokin's soul down. Sorokin fell onto the black ground. Onisulu moved her index finger, and chains formed by underworld energy extended from the underground. They penetrated Sorokin's soul and locked him down in multiple layers. While Sorokin was clenching his teeth and trying to escape, a group of people suddenly appeared before him. It was Han Xiao, Oathkeeper, and the others who arrived by the king's teleportation. They all took off the mechanical suits. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled. Looks like you had a fun time with my friends. Seeing Oathkeeper and Han Xiao appearing together, Sorokin was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he understood everything. You guys are on the same side? Sorokin was filled with rage and shock. Without hesitation, he immediately tried to contact his manifestation and expose all their secrets. However, he was dumbfounded once again the next second. His connections with his manifestations were all cut off. Why do you think I spent so much effort to get you in here? In here, unless approved by the underworld's consciousness, no one can send soul signals to the outside world. Oathkeeper could not block your ability with absolute certainty. But the underworld can. Han Xiao lightly stepped on the black stone ground under his feet. After all, the initial function of the underworld was a prison. Chapter 1245 Welcome to the Underworld. Chapter 1245 Welcome to the Underworld. Oathkeeper looked around and said with a surprised tone, I didn't expect the trump card you mentioned to be the underworld. I thought they perished along with the two sisters. When the actor chat group was discussing the plan, Han Xiao had said he had a trump card that could disable Sorokin's ability, and he just needed an opportunity. He did not say what the trump card exactly was. Since the others had the same goal as him, and Black Star was usually quite reliable, Oathkeeper trusted him. Only now did the Holy Accord members present discover that the trump card Han Xiao spoke of was the underworld, which they were familiar with. Did the two sisters revive too? Biger asked with shock. Nope. The underworld has a new master now. Han Xiao shook his head, told Gila to land beside him, and patted her shoulder. He did not share the detailed information about the two sisters' inheritance. At this time, the 7 hero spirit kings suddenly appeared around Sorokin and sized up the Holy Accord members present with shock and disbelief. You guys are still alive? What, you guys too? The few Holy Accord members and the 7 hero spirit kings looked at each other with dismay. Both sides were primordial ones who chose different paths of reviving. Both achieved that goal at this point. Meeting each other in the modern age after countless years, they felt complicated and surprised. However, comparatively, the 7 hero spirit kings felt somewhat regretful. They thought the Holy Accord was nonsense and the path they chose was the only right one. They never expected the Holy Accord to really succeed. I should have joined the Holy Accord back then. Looking at this, Sorokin was already completely dumbfounded. The existence of the Holy Accord was already unbelievable enough. He never would have thought the underworld still existed too. So many primordial ones lived till now, and he was not the only one at all. Sorokin suddenly felt that his sense of superiority all these years was nothing but a joke. This time, Han Xiao squatted, leveled with Sorokin's eyes, and said slowly, I'm someone who always prefers to give others a chance to make a choice. There are 2 paths in front of you now. 1, get wiped out by us, and you will then become fertilizer for Gila. 2, become an underworld hero spirit and be controlled by the underworld. Which do you choose? Sorokin was a top-level combatant. The external enemies of the explored universe had yet to be dealt with, so Han Xiao preferred not to eliminate him. In fact, if not because Sorokin accidentally found out the Holy Accord's secret, Han Xiao would not even have targeted him. He was only displeased about how many times Sorokin plotted against him in the past and felt this guy was too much of an asterisk shoal, but he did not see him as someone he had to kill. Now that Sorokin was completely in his hands, Han Xiao almost wanted to say some classic villain lines. Go on and scream. No one will come. Sorokin looked around at everyone and said with indignation, What, are you guys planning? It was horrifying to find out that Black Star was both related to the Holy Accord and the underworld. In fact, it was unfathomable. He felt Han Xiao was certainly planning something big secretly, and he could almost smell the stink of conspiracy. Are these people trying to overthrow the universe? Also, since Black Star is together with these guys, is he also one of the primordial ones who lived till now? Having discovered these secrets and linking them with Black Star's history, Sorokin could not help but to fantasize in this direction. You think I'd tell you now? Han Xiao chuckled. Telling the enemy all my plans when the mission is about to succeed is a huge no-no for villains. I'm not gonna fall for it. This time, the 7 hero spirit kings had heard about Sorokin's real identity from Oathkeeper. The head of the hero spirit kings, Riga, walked over, patted Sorokin's shoulder, and comforted him. Stop hesitating. When you join the underworld, you'll realize that it's nice to be a hero spirit. Riga, you got domesticated too? Sorokin said sarcastically. They were all from the same generation, so of course, he knew the 7 hero spirit kings. Riga was not offended. He smiled and said, Don't make it sound so bad. As long as the underworld still exists, hero spirits will never die. You've borderline survived in the main universe for so long, I'm sure you're not willing to die. What's so bad about being happy with us? You'll never have to worry about being killed. Think about it. The other hero spirit kings also started to enthusiastically promote the advantages of becoming a hero spirit king. It was like a company's interviewer promoting the company's benefits during an interview. It was not that they actually cared about Soul Emperor's life, but living in the underworld while not being able to go out was quite dull. The 7 hero spirit kings already knew everything there was to know about each other. The freshness was long gone. Now that a possible new member was finally here, they did not want to let him get away. Even the Holy Accord members on the side nodded in agreement. The history of the exploration era already proved that as long as the underworld was fine, the hero spirits could do whatever dangerous things they wanted to. Honestly, they were quite jealous too. Since Oathkeeper had hidden some of the sanctum's information due to certain reasons, the current Holy Accord members all thought that they could only be revived once. Seeing the underworld, they also started to have some ideas. They originally thought they could only revive once, but with the underworld, would that not mean they could keep living? Although they would have to become someone else's subordinate. As long as they could live, what was so bad about becoming dogs? Black Star is closely related to the underworld. I have to maintain a good relationship with him. Biger mumbled softly, saying what everyone was thinking. Han Xiao heard his whisper and laughed in his mind. This was part of the reason he had brought them to the underworld. Using the fact that the Holy Accord members did not know the truth about the sanctums, he increased the importance of the underworld in the ears of the revived primordial ones so that his plan in the future would be easier to execute. Even those Holy Accord members with other goals could not ignore his existence for the sake of having a backup plan, which meant he could influence these people and prevent them from doing things too out of the line to a certain extent. Seeing Sorokin was shaken, Han Xiao said, "You already love to cower. Now you're just cowering somewhere else. Plus, you won't have to worry about your safety. What's there to hesitate about?" Sorokin stayed silent for a while. He sighed with frustration and resignation. "I admit I'm done for. I'm willing to join the underworld." He always believed in living as a coward was better than dying a hero, so he had no choice but to say goodbye to freedom and choose to live with regrets. Han Xiao looked like he expected and gave Onisalu a look. Onisalu raised her hand. Clusters of underworld energy flowed out from the ground and hovered beside Sorokin. She then smiled and said, "Lower your guard and accept the transformation. It might hurt a little, but don't resist no matter what. All right?" Swoosh! Before Sorokin responded, the underworld energy rushed into his soul the next moment. The color of Sorokin's soul was gradually painted with the underworld energy's color as he transformed into a hero spirit. Sorokin felt like burning iron bars penetrated his soul. His soul was scorching from inside out as if it was going to be burnt to ashes any second. Seeing this, the 7 hero spirit kings were so overjoyed they wanted to beat the drums on the side to welcome another unlucky fellow joining them. The hero spirit transformation lasted for quite some time before finishing. The chains formed by underworld energy disappeared. Without them, Sorokin slowly stood up, looked down at his soul that had now turned into an underworld hero spirit, and felt his connection with the underworld. He was filled with complicated emotions. After so many years of cowering, to think he became an underworld hero spirit he once despised. Fate was really full of surprises. The 7 hero spirit kings surrounded him and smiled passionately. "From now on, you're the 8th hero spirit king. Welcome to the underworld." Hee. Sorokin could not laugh at all. His lips were twitching. Onisalu suddenly turned to look at Han Xiao and said, "He's not like the other hero spirit kings. Although he's transformed, he still kept his original strength." Han Xiao expected this. He asked, "He's special? Can you restrain him?" "That's not a problem. After being transformed into a hero spirit, he's already connected to the underworld and is under my control." Onisalu nodded. "That's good." Han Xiao nodded. Normal hero spirits had no combat capability. They could only regain their strength with the help of life energy. However, Sorokin had immortal soul and spiritual energy foundation, so he maintained the strength of a beyond grade A even as a hero spirit. This was his uniqueness. However, after the developments made by the 2 sisters, the underworld was already a treasure close to the space wonder level. Its operating mechanisms were impeccable, so restraining Sorokin when it was at its peak state was not a problem. Seeing that Sorokin's face was filled with regret, Han Xiao smiled and said, "Stop being so down. One day in the future, you might be glad you joined the underworld." "I don't think that day will ever come." Sorokin was filled with sadness. We'll see." Han Xiao smiled and shook his head. With the increase of his strength, position, and connections, the enemies he once felt were tough to deal with were no longer so tough. Having gotten rid of another hidden threat, he was quite satisfied. Sorokin's value was not just his strength. The resources and information this guy had was also very valuable. Having thought of that, Han Xiao turned to Gila and said, "Go talk to Sorokin and have him share the information he knows." Gila nodded and pulled Sorokin aside to question him. As the current master of the underworld, she was perfect for this task. Seeing that Sorokin had been dealt with, the Holy Accord members present were all relieved. They went to chat with the 7 hero spirit kings about the old times. On the other hand, Han Xiao and Oathkeeper walked to the side on their own and talked about something else. "How's the collection of the 3rd sanctum keys?" "Still working hard on it. With the experience from the last time and the channels you provided, it should be much quicker this time," Oathkeeper replied. "Do it fast. I have a feeling that the peaceful times won't last too long," Han Xiao whispered. He still had missions related to the sanctums that were not yet complete. Even not for the missions, since the sanctums were the future of the Beyond Grade, as he had to go in and take a look. Oathkeeper nodded. He suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Although I'm not in the Beyond Grade A Association, won't Sorokin suddenly going missing cause problems?" Han Xiao glanced at him and said with a deep voice, "Yes. God went missing a few years ago and now Sorokin too. It's easy for people to link these two events. However, the difference is no one will step up for Sorokin, so the problem won't be too big, and the impact won't be too strong. It'll mainly cause doubts among the association itself and investigations. It won't affect you, will it? Not much if it's dealt with properly. The dynasty has been secretly investigating Sorokin recently. I can find a way to make Sorokin look responsible for what happened to God, then fake the reason he went missing, saying he fled due to fear of having what he did discover, thus creating a motive for him and closing the case. As for the future, there's no need to worry if others discover Sorokin is here. His Esper ability allows him to change his soul frequency, which will solve most problems. Han Xiao was prepared for this. Sorokin was now tied up to the fate of the underworld. Although he had no freedom, it was not all bad. Han Xiao was someone who knew Sorokin's personality well. This guy's biggest trait was that he knew his situation well. He would basically never do something that would damage both parties, so there was no need to worry about him not cooperating. Oathkeeper agreed. "As long as you have a plan. You're an expert at these shady things." Sarcasm. "Huh? Don't copy my words." Han Xiao glanced at him. The two of them did not chat for long. The other Holy Accord members were still waiting in the main universe. Han Xiao used another king suit to send Oathkeeper back to explain what had happened to prevent them from worrying. After sending the outsiders away, Han Xiao went to where Gila and Sorokin were. The two of them sat opposite each other. One asked and the other answered. The atmosphere was peaceful. Although Sorokin had regrets, what was done was done. He had no choice but to let go of his pride. He was quite cooperative. Han Xiao walked beside Gila and asked, "How's it going?" Gila looked up at him and had a playful expression. "You came at the right time. He seems to have just said something huge." Chapter 1246 Confession and Doubts. Chapter 1246 Confession and Doubts. "You played a part in making the tragedy of the pinnacles happen?" After hearing the interrogation results, Han Xiao could not help but size Sorokin up with surprise. "I've changed many identities and have always been trying to reduce the number of beyond grade as in the universe. But as you can see, the Holy Accord and the underworld found ways to revive them, so that's a dead end." Sorokin was hopeless. After entering the underworld, there were no secrets that he could keep anymore. Plus, Gila could control him anytime, reducing the number of beyond grade as was his old goal. However, as he found out about the Holy Accord and the underworld, he immediately knew that there was no way this plan would ever work. He was forced to change his mindset. Sorokin shared all the other identities he had once used and confessed the fact he secretly assisted in making the tragedy of the Pinnacles happen. He knew his situation very well. No matter how unwilling he was inside, he knew that this past of his had the potential to become a ticking time bomb in the future, so he actively brought it up. If he kept it hidden, although he might have a chance to mess with Han Xiao, if the underworld was damaged because of it, he would be affected too. As the saying went, if he could not resist, he might as well enjoy it. At least the underworld hero spirits had almost infinite life. Although it was not what he really wanted, it was not too bad either. He had no choice but to protect this only remaining privilege he had. After hearing the various identities Sorokin shared, Han Xiao tooted and said, "So, they were all you. You really love causing chaos." Initially, he had been thinking about how to frame Sorokin for what happened to God. But now it seemed easy. Sorokin had so many identities in the past and a history of guiding the tragedy of the Pinnacles. There was his motive. As for clues and evidence, with Sorokin right there, he was not worried about not finding them. Han Xiao put this thought behind him for the time being and said, "Let's put this aside first. Tell me the resources you have, such as secret warehouses, internal intelligence of the limitless financial group, business secrets. Be honest. If you cooperate, I might consider leaving you some." Sorokin knew that Han Xiao had his eyes on his assets and wanted to get all the benefits he could get from him. He was unwilling in his heart, but Gila was right beside them, and he had no choice but to truthfully share everything. Han Xiao noted them down and could not help but be impressed. "Not bad, not bad. You've accumulated quite a lot of good things. Other than technology, blueprints, and knowledge, you even secretly collected 8 universal treasures. If not because I have Jay's treasure trove, my inventory would also be about this much. Being rich is really nice." As for the limitless financial group, it was a huge cake. Although Han Xiao wanted to eat it all, he had to control his appetite, or it would cause suspicion. After Sorokin escaped due to fear of having what he did to God discovered, the limitless financial group would definitely be severely impacted and dissected by tons of organizations. Han Xiao did not plan to enter the scene in advance. He planned to have the Germinal Financial Group act together with the other organizations after Sorokin was discovered to have gone missing. Making sure he could get a piece of the cake was enough. Being too greedy was not a wise idea. However, as for the backup plan Sorokin secretly prepared by using the Limitless Financial Group's funds, he could take all of them. After Sorokin was done, Han Xiao put away the notebook with satisfaction and grinned. "Alright, what needs to be said has been said. Spend some time getting used to staying here. Gila, take care of this guy. I'll be going back." Gila nodded with a poker face. "Don't worry. I'll take care of him." She emphasized the words, "take care." Han Xiao instantly remembered how much of a battle maniac Gila was, and could not help but secretly pity Sorokin. He did not have the time to spar with Gila, while as the only hero spirit who had beyond greatest strength in the underworld, Sorokin was clearly the perfect opponent. Since he could not be killed, she could kill him again and again. Han Xiao gave Sorokin a weird glance, shook his head, and disappeared in his king's suit. Seeing this, Sorokin sighed. He felt that life was so magical. All he could do now was adapt to the new life. This time, the 7 hero spirit kings approached him, smiling. "Eighth, let's chat. How about you start by telling us what big things happened in the universe in these years? We're so curious." Sorokin's face turned black. "Who's 8th? Don't disturb me. Scram." Days passed one after another. Not long after Sorokin went missing, the Galactic Society finally noticed that the head of the Limitless Financial Group had not appeared in quite some time. Although very few people could see Sorokin to begin with, he was the head of a top consortium in the universe and was quite famous. Sooner or later, people were bound to notice. Without the orders from their leader, the Limitless Financial Group was becoming quite chaotic. While the entire Galactic Society was wondering, the Crimson Dynasty suddenly announced a wanted order. The target was indeed Sorokin. The dynasty claimed that they had made a breakthrough in their investigation. They disclosed Sorokin's real identity and his many identities, listed the many crimes he had committed, including guiding the tragedy of the Pinnacles, and even claimed that Sorokin was deeply connected with God going missing. They stated that Sorokin was missing because he had fled, so they announced a wanted order to find him. Ever since Han Xiao hinted Sorokin's identity to the dynasty upper echelons, the dynasty had been secretly investigating Sorokin in every way possible. Using this opportunity, Han Xiao left some related evidence provided by Sorokin. He did not do anything personally but instead secretly guided the dynasty to discover the evidence in the process of the investigation, exposing what Sorokin had done. As soon as the news was announced, the entire galactic society was in an uproar. Countless galactic residents and organizations were shocked by this news. All along, Sorokin's image in everyone's eyes was a wildly successful businessman, the owner of a universal consortium, and a beyond grade A who did not like violence. His business talent overshadowed his beyond grade A identity in the eyes of the galactic society. No one had ever thought Sorokin had such a big secret, that a universally renowned businessman was the secret mastermind of so many incidents. For some time, the popularity of topics surrounding Sorokin shot through the sky. His history was too legendary. Almost everyone uncontrollably made wild assumptions and speculations. Conspiracies became popular. As this went on, the Galactic Society gradually began to look at it as a form of entertainment. More and more people started to make fun of Sorokin. In the words of the galactic residents, Sorokin seemed to have become the biggest conspiracist ever in history, and everything became related to him. Even the pig next door giving birth to 7 babies was part of his secret big plan. A new meme was born on the internet. No matter what matter they were talking about, it would all end with, "This is all part of Sorokin's conspiracy." While the public was having fun, the limitless financial group was filled with tragedy and worry. As the consortium's head had run away with the money, the dynasty's strategies came right after. The negative impact of the news caused the consortium to not be trusted. Tons of creditors came to collect their debts, the stock market price plummeted, all their business partners and galactic banks stopped granting loans, and the capital flow gradually started to show signs of breaking apart. It was doomed. Sensing the difficult situation the limitless financial group was in, the hunters everywhere sharpened their knives and started moving, biting off the limitless financial group's enormous business empire bit by bit. Tons of organizations came to enjoy this festival. Countless talents of the limitless financial group left one after another, and numerous businesses were taken over. Its size shrank rapidly. The product of Sorokin's blood and sweat over many years fell like dominoes. Approved by Han Xiao, the Germinal Financial Group also took part and shared the cake as a shareholder. Old Manison, Kasui, and the other shareholders also feasted on the remains of the limitless financial group. Sorokin was a member of the Beyond Grade A Association, after all, so the association had to host a meeting for this matter and discuss how to deal with it. A meeting was going on in the round table conference room on Planet Finn. It's hard to imagine that Sorokin, who always pretended to be weak, was hiding such a big secret. He's a primordial one who lived all the way till now. Who knows how strong he really is? We never saw it coming, Kasui said with disbelief. He's indeed very well hidden. I always thought he's really weak, even laughed at him. He probably thinks I'm just a joke. Sun Hunter scratched his head. Actually, I'm a little doubtful. Would Sorokin really do this? Could someone have framed him? After all, some people have a history of that. A neutral Beyond Grade A peeked at the dynasty's direct members. It was easy to read between the lines of what he said. We have solid evidence, Claudia replied calmly and was not angry about it. They discussed the matter for quite a while when Han Xiao suddenly coughed, expressing that he had something to say. Everyone immediately became quiet. Seeing this, Han Xiao slowly said, Sorokin's conspiracy is already proven to be true. He once guided the tragedy of the pinnacles, so attacking God might be his attempt to do the same again. No matter what, despite being an upper echelon of the association, he's not only not on our side but even wants to split the Beyond Grade as. He broke the principles of the association, causing extremely negative influences. I suggest canceling his membership as punishment. Let's vote on it. Hearing this, the others exchanged looks. After quite some time, someone finally raised their hand. Seconded. Agreed. Beyond Grade as voted one after another. The people who agreed with it quickly became the majority. Manison was the only one who had yet to make a stand. Old Man, What do you say? Han Xiao raised his brow. Manison glanced at him and said with a poker face, I concur. From today onward, Sorokin's membership will be cancelled. He's no longer a member of the Beyond Grade A Development Union on the Crimson Dynasty mother planet. I see the Beyond Grade A Association cancelled Sorokin's membership. They're wise. Bruce finished reading the report and nodded slightly. He did not react to it much, as if he had expected this. Opposite him was Beccarodi. They were the only two people in the room. Beccarodi said softly, Do you really believe that God was attacked by Sorokin? No, Bruce replied without hesitation. Then why did you? Bruce knocked on the table and slowly said, The evidence came too easily. Think about this. If you were Sorokin, would you have left so much information behind? This evidence is very odd. Although it's not fake, someone secretly guided us to find it. It might be an attempt to use a real lie to hide the real culprit. But Sorokin is indeed missing. If it is really as you say, maybe the person who made Sorokin disappear is the same culprit who attacked God. It's very possible, Bruce pondered. Don't you think all of this is too coincidental? It's like an invisible hand is controlling everything. Do you really think Black Star did it? I can't say easily. Beccarodi hesitated. Logically, God only tried to copy the evolution energy, and there's no need for Black Star to make such a big deal out of it. He has no reason to. Maybe there are some things we still don't know about. Bruce's eyes flickered. I have a feeling that there might be a powerful force hidden in the universe we have yet to discover. What do you mean? That's confidential. Bruce smiled and shook his head. He recalled a certain piece of information he only found after becoming the ruler that had the highest confidentiality level. As a primordial one, the sole emperor somehow lived till now. Is he really the only one? Chapter 1247 consumed. Chapter 1247 consumed. Sorokin going missing and the limitless financial group's collapse caused a certain impact on the economy of the Galactic Society. However, one company falling meant many others would take over. Many organizations absorbed the nutrition of the limitless financial group and completed the handover, making up for the shortage caused by the limitless financial group's collapse, continuing to provide the services to the Galactic Society to end this battle of sharing the cake, relying on Black Star's identity as a shareholder and the Army's military power advantage. The Germinal Financial Group inherited many ace businesses and tons of talents of the limitless financial group. Its scale expanded instantly, and its stock price skyrocketed. After this incident, although the limitless financial group secured the last bit of their business and survived, it was severely damaged. Only a part of Sorokin's elite offspring remained to protect their family business. However, even though the limitless financial group was already severely damaged, it only fell from the position of top consortium and was still a big consortium in the star field, clearly proving how many assets Sorokin had worked hard to accumulate. In terms of making money legally, there was probably really no one among Beyond Grade as who could match him. If not because it was not convenient to let Sorokin appear in front of the public, Han Xiao almost wanted to make him in charge of the commercial area of the army. Han Xiao had already confirmed that making money was really one of the few hobbies of Sorokin. In Sorokin's own words, the increase of the money he had was visible and much easier than the increase of strength. He loved this kind of snowballing mechanism. The increase of his assets made him happy. However, Han Xiao also did not plan to let Sorokin do nothing. He decided to have Sorokin take care of some business affairs behind the curtains. This guy loved to make money, so letting him enjoy his hobby was also a form of entertainment for him. He could also give him some dividends. He had no place to spend it anyway. The way Han Xiao looked at it, the limitless financial group's players were the unluckiest. When they returned in the next version, their reaction would probably all be the same. Where's my faction? Such a big faction. What happened? Just thinking about it, Han Xiao felt pitiful. Looks like I'll have to take these homeless leaks into my warm arms and show them that love really exists in the world. After the Crimson Dynasty announced the wanted order of Sorokin, God's case seemed to have finally settled. The dynasty did not do anything after that, and everything went back to normal. The focus of the Galactic Society shifted with it and back to the developments of the Flickering World. The fourth exploration phase had already finished, ending with the exit of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. There would still be the fifth phase, the sixth phase, and so on. All would be focused on developing peacefully. The developments afterward did not have much to do with the beyond Grade A allies. A few months later, the Germinal Financial Group finally digested the inheritance of the Limitless Financial Group and submitted a detailed report to Han Xiao. In his office, Han Xiao carefully read through the report on the screen. After a while, he finally nodded with satisfaction and looked at the remote projections of Sylvia and Iapetus in front of him. You guys have done a good job consuming these businesses of the Limitless Financial Group. The Army has taken a huge step in the progress of expanding its subdivisions in the various star fields, at least saving 20 years' time. It's all thanks to your guidance. You're the lighthouse of the Army, showing us the path. Sylvia smiled lustfully. Han Xiao caressed the back of his palm and said, I also saw on the report that we recruited some of Sorokin's offspring. Some even actively chose to join us. That's because no one can resist your charm. Sylvia did it again. Han Xiao looked at her oddly. What's going on with this woman today? Did her personality change? Han Xiao ignored her, turned to look at Iapetus, and said, What do you plan to do with Sorokin's offspring? Iapetus rubbed his mustache and slowly said, Although Sorokin escaped for his crimes, his offspring are innocent. Some of them were raised as elites and had high management positions in the Limitless Financial Group. They're very capable, so taking these people in is great for the Germinal Financial Group. Of course, I'll test them before giving them positions, limit the power they have, and split them up into different management positions. Do as you said. Although Han Xiao felt like it might be immoral for them to join the person who caused Sorokin to go missing, he felt like given Sorokin's personality, giving birth to offspring was probably just to raise trustworthy assistants. He would not be too emotionally attached to him. Beyond grade as breeding offspring as assistants was very common. Most people would carry out group activities at most to increase efficiency. Beast Ancestor was the only one in this era who was so extreme about it. Offspring are indeed good. They can be raised systematically from a young age. Maybe I should start to breed some babies, Han Xiao mumbled. Sylvia's eyes lit up instantly. I'll do it. Maternity leave is still leave. I don't mind it. Han Xiao almost fell down from his chair from shock. What, are you already this desperate for the sake of taking leave now? Not only do you want to take leave, but you even want to sleep with your boss. How do you think something that incredible will happen? Iapetus coughed on the side and whispered, If you want to take maternity leave, I can help too. Sylvia glared at him. Keep dreaming. Iapetus' expression froze. Facing Han Xiao's meaningful stare, he wisely went offline. Only two of them were left in the room. Sylvia suddenly smiled lustfully, shook her waist left and right, and walked to Han Xiao. She pressed her arms on the table, leaned forward, pressed her lips near Han Xiao's ears, and whispered, I wasn't kidding. What do you think of me? Is today your estrus cycle? Looks like I have to remember this date and calculate your cycle so I can dodge you in the future. Sylvia's face twitched, and her smile became stiff. She did her best to not lash out and said with a suggestive tone, Do you really not know just how charming you are? My admiration for you has flooded since long ago. Are you really going to treat me like this? Stop it. It's not useful to me. Say what you want to say. Han Xiao was unaffected. He pressed on Sylvia's forehead and pushed her head away. Excuse me. I'm a righteous man. I have never practiced the if there's something to do, let the secretary do it. If there's nothing to do the secretary system. Usually, you were always dismissive of me. But today you suddenly turned into an emotionless praising machine. There's definitely something you want from me today. Sylvia's expression collapsed. She kicked Han Xiao's leg heavily, then rubbed her feet while grinding her teeth with annoyance. I've been the chief administrative official for decades. You've always used me like a tool. I've had enough. I want to change my position. Han Xiao thought it made sense. Although Sylvia was very loyal, she would not be happy about being a tool for so long, especially when the lifespan of calamity grades was far shorter than beyond grade, as she had basically given her youth to the army. He always said that the hairline was the durability of the officers, but Han Xiao considered himself to be quite flexible. As long as the request was logical, he would not really treat his officers like tools. What do you want to do then? I want you to teach me to become a beyond grade A. Ha! Han Xiao almost thought he had heard wrong. I've given my heart and soul to the army, putting in my entire youth. But you're not even willing to teach me. Sylvia was angry. No, that's not true. It's just that becoming a beyond grade A depends on talent. Even if I teach you, you don't have too high a chance. Han Xiao sighed. I don't care. I just want you to teach me. Sylvia pulled Han Xiao's arm and shook it like she was begging him. In front of others, she was a decisive, capable, and smart chief administrative official. But in front of Han Xiao, she was still occasionally that little girl in the past. All right. After you've finished the handover for your job, come back as my student. Han Xiao agreed. Hearing this, Sylvia finally smiled brightly. She kissed Han Xiao's cheek and ran away like a thief. At the door, Sylvia stopped, turned, and smiled like a fairy with a slightly blushed face. She said with a playful tone, I really wasn't kidding about what I said earlier. Then, before Han Xiao could respond, she ran away. Tisk, as if I'd believe you, you little minx. Han Xiao shook his head and wiped away the lipstick on his face. In his previous life, after Sylvia's father was sent into a prison, Sylvia could only wander in the universe without a goal. Now, the army had given her a home and a goal she could work for. Without him knowing, many people's fates had changed because of him. Sylvia's potential shouldn't be enough to reach beyond grade A, but nothing is absolute. Even garbage like Kohler and Bayoni can become beyond grade as, after all. With my teachings, Sylvia might not be completely hopeless. I shall teach her some knowledge from Jace's treasure trove. Han Xiao nodded in his head. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and, to his surprise, it was a call from Ames. Sylvia just left seconds ago and Ames already called? So coincidental, is this the sixth sense of woman? Han Xiao shivered slightly. He focused his mind and picked up. Ames appeared on the screen holding her cheek with her hand and smiling elegantly. We've not met for quite some time. Do you want to come and have a chat? Aesop brewed a batch of new wine. That's it? No. Also, I might slightly, a little tiny bit, miss you. Ames blinked. Let's go. Without hesitation, Han Xiao put on the king suit immediately. For the past few years, other than the plenary, he did not meet with Ames much. He had been busy with plotting and studying machinery. He felt a bit sorry for it. Furthermore, he had just dealt with a huge matter, so he also needed some soothing and stress relief. Chapter 1248 Galaxy Calendar Year 780. Chapter 1248 Galaxy Calendar Year 780. In Ames' palace at the center of floating Dragon Island, Han Xiao arrived through teleportation and saw a round table in front of him right away. Neatly arranged snacks and fruits were placed on top. Ames sat on a chair beside it. Ames was smiling at the communicator when he arrived, only hanging up when she saw him. She kept the communicator and shifted her eyes onto him, maintaining a faint smile. I knew you'd come. Sit, the wine is ready. Han Xiao walked up and sat beside Ames. He sighed and said, I've been busy lately and didn't come for quite some time. I've neglected you. When are you ever not busy? Ames replied. Han Xiao shook his head, picked up a glass, and drank the wine. He tooted and said, Why does it taste different from the last time? Aesop improved the recipe the last time he returned. Ames controlled her force field and filled Han Xiao's glass up. Han Xiao smiled and said, Speaking of which, after Aesop was kidnapped, I was surprised you didn't reject Aesop's request to travel. I thought you'd ground him for a very long time. I wouldn't have agreed if not for the Soul Swapper. Ames snorted softly. After Phaidon acquired the Soul Swapper, Han Xiao had come up with a plan for Aesop. After long consideration, Aesop had taken his suggestion and asked Phaidon to temporarily swap his soul into someone else so that he could go out. It was secretive and safe. In the end, Ames agreed with his request. The Soul Swapper is indeed nice. Sadly, Phaidon is only at the Calamity grade for now. The functions he can use are limited. Han Xiao shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said, I have a gift for you. A gift? Ames raised her brows. Han Xiao took out a pure white small sphere from his pocket. He passed to Ames, smiled, and said, "This is a universal treasure I happen to obtain. Can help espers develop their ability. It's for you." Ames accepted the small sphere, toyed with it using her force field, and said curiously, "What's this thing's name? How do I use it?" "Just call it Esper Ability Enhancement Orb. It's easy to use. Just apply energy to it every day. Basically, play with it." Han Xiao briefly explained its effects. This was one of the universal treasures that Sorokin secretly collected and was seized by him. According to the item details on the interface, this thing could randomly enhance the various ability parameters of espers. The effects would only be triggered if it was worn for a long time. The chance was unknown, and the magnitude of the enhancement each time was not high. At its maximum, it could at most increase the esper ability's potential by 1 grade. After that, it would lose effects on the same user. However, the enhancement effects would not certainly occur. It might be completely useless too. According to the introduction, the chance of triggering the enhancement relied on luck to a certain extent. Basically, it despised unlucky people. Han Xiao recalled that Ames' luck was quite high, so she should be able to trigger this treasure. After she was done using it, given her relationship with Gila and Aurora, why would she not lend it to them? It was perfect. "I'll take it then, thanks." Ames toyed with it for a while and put it away. In the past years, Han Xiao had given her gifts frequently. A few years ago, he had even secretly given her the entire set of Esper class knowledge. She almost thought Han Xiao hacked into the dynasty's database. The two of them chatted while eating snacks. Most of the time, Han Xiao was speaking, and Ames was listening with a smile, staring at Han Xiao and holding her chin with her hands. After chatting for some time, Ames suddenly interrupted Han Xiao and said, "I've realized you've had a lot on your mind in the past few years." Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. "How did you notice?" "I know you too well." Ames smiled. "Do you want to talk to me about it?" Han Xiao sighed. Indeed, after he found out about the sanctums, he had been feeling more stressed mentally. He had been spending all his time studying machines and becoming stronger in the past few years, keeping himself busy and not slacking off. Han Xiao thought about it and said with a deep voice, "In the past few years, I've been thinking about one question. What if our world is just an illusion that exists only in the past and the things we see are only mirages in a cell?" "Why did you suddenly have this thought?" Ames was curious. "I just happened to discover some information and made some connections." Han Xiao's answer was ambiguous. Of course, he was not going to easily share the information about the Celestial Star Alliance, the iterations of the universe, and the sanctums. Actually, he had been suspicious of this since long ago. He had only buried it because he knew it was very difficult to find the answer for it. He only had more speculations after finding out about the sanctums. Although Ames did not understand what Han Xiao was talking about, he could sense the pressure from Han Xiao's tone. It sounded somewhat distant, and she felt something she rarely ever felt from Han Xiao. He sounded a tiny bit lost. Most of the time, Han Xiao was very confident. She rarely ever saw Han Xiao like this. Although she did not know what caused Han Xiao to be so stressed, to her, it did not matter. What mattered was that she knew this man needed her comforting. Having thought of that, Ames smiled. "It doesn't matter. I know that our breath is real, the warmth I feel is real, and your touch is real." While saying, Ames held Han Xiao's hand in her hands and whispered, "And I'm real too." The two of them looked into each other's eyes for almost 20 seconds. "Ahem, we're not in the secondary dimensions." Han Xiao suddenly coughed and pulled his hand away. "Hee." Ames laughed softly with unknown meaning. The two of them both skipped this topic without saying anything and chatted for a few more hours before Han Xiao bade farewell and teleported away. Looking at the empty seat, Ames suddenly sighed. After spending so much time with Black Star, she had long found out that although Black Star looked like he had many friends, for some reason, he always kept his heart locked up and would not let anyone walk into it. In the place where God was raised, a spaceship stopped at the port, and the hatch opened. 2 rows of people appeared, one boarding it and another alighting. Most of the people in the former were dejected, while the people in the latter looked full of confidence. This was a transport ship that carried a new batch of students in. It was also in charge of taking away the students who were disqualified from the training base. Carlet was in the row of people boarding the ship. He could not help but glance back at the training base. For all the time, Carlet had been on the edge of the disqualified list every term. If not because of what God said back then, he would have been kicked out by the manager of the base long ago. Now, however, God was nowhere to be found, so what he said, of course, became meaningless. The manager of the base no longer gave Carlet special treatment and placed him on the disqualified list in this term, no longer giving him advanced training. I've studied for almost a decade here. It's a shame I couldn't remain here. Carlet sighed softly. He was not really down, just felt it was a pity. He had worked hard for so long and only just discovered the right training method of the super system, but before he could change the way he trained, he was kicked out. Never mind. At least the studies I did in these 10 years had not gone to waste. As long as I've learned something, it's good enough. Carlet shook his head, turned back to look at his front, and walked up the spaceship in big steps. The vibe he gave off was completely different from the dejected crowd around him. After the dust settled on God and Sorokin's cases, the Galactic Society finally entered a period of stable development. The superstar cluster civilizations defeated in the Flickering War quietly licked their wounds, while the other organizations who took part in the war continued to rest and digest the profits of the exploration. A time of stability was needed after the leader of the Crimson Dynasty and the Federation of Light changed. On the other hand, the Beyond Grade A Association was continuing to build the profit network. While all sides peacefully developed in this calm atmosphere, the 5th, 6th, and the rest of the exploration phases of the Flickering World were smoothly completed. The Flickering World was finally added to the map of the explored universe, making the Galactic Society even more prosperous than before, bringing in countless business opportunities. Even a pig could fly with a strong enough wind. The development of the Flickering World bred many new organizations. New consortiums appeared in the Flickering World every once a while. After the Black Star Army consumed part of the Limitless Financial Group's businesses, it grew even quicker and expanded rapidly in the various star fields. Its force became larger and larger, and Han Xiao's position increased along with it. The two hidden threats, God and Sorokin, had been dealt with, and Manison was accumulating strength with a low profile, so no one in the universe dared to mess with Han Xiao in this period. He finally entered the longest peaceful development period he had ever experienced. Other than the daily activities, Han Xiao spent the rest of his time studying Jace's technology while occasionally trying to break down the life energy. Every day was spent meaningfully. As someone who had always been at the center of the attention and always slapped himself in the face in the end every time he said he wanted to keep a low profile for some time, Han Xiao finally faded out of the sights of the outside world. Although the universe still remembered him, the stage was cleared for newbies to shine. This situation lasted all the way to Galaxy Calendar Year 780. On this day, the Beyond Grade A Association welcomed its 50th anniversary. This meant that the president position that lasted for 50 years every term was going to change. It was finally time for the election. Chapter 1249 40 Years. Chapter 1249 40 Years. After growing steadily for 40 years, the Black Star Army's territory was already very prosperous, and the number of undeveloped areas was rapidly decreasing. The Sigma star system in the Geru star cluster was the Black Star Army's Flickering World logistics headquarters. It was not open to outsiders. A cluster of gentle pale golden energy floated in an area surrounded by many satellite bases like a glowing golden asteroid. It was expanding and shrinking as if it was breathing, sending out rings of light gold energy, rhythmically like ripples. 2 figures, one black and one red, hovered near this asteroid. Around them were countless mechanical soldiers that formed a line of defense guarding the area. This day has finally come. Aurora has stepped into our territory, the red figure said softly with a tint of satisfaction and pride. A gentle smile appeared on her usually cold face. The two of them were Han Xiao and Gila. The glowing golden asteroid nearby was indeed Aurora, who was going through the last step of transforming into a Beyond Grade A. The last 40 years had left no traces on Gila. Other than her vibe being colder and more distinguished, Her appearance did not change at all. To normal beyond grade, as this amount of time was equivalent to about 6 to 7 years, and to a special beyond grade A like Gila who controlled death, it was but the blink of an eye. Han Xiao smiled. If Aurora was accumulating energy on her own, it'd probably take more than 100 years for her to become a beyond grade A. This is even quicker than I expected. His appearance did not change much too, but his vibe became more unfathomable. The army had steadily expanded over the last 40 years, and the bonuses of proof of leadership increased along with it. Through studying Jace's treasure trove, Han Xiao already increased his god's trait transformation to a very high level. He was remarkably stronger than 40 years prior. The leak harvesting technique using the holy light particle reduced Aurora's process of accumulating energy. With her special trait of having no energy limit on top, becoming a beyond grade A was just a matter of time for Aurora. The time it took was close to what Han Xiao speculated. After quite some time, the golden asteroid in front of the two of them finally started to shrink. From an enormous cluster of light, it turned into a silhouette, glowing with light gold light all over, giving off a divine vibe like the combination of mothership and holiness. Aurora's appearance changed drastically. She became taller, and her face became gorgeously beautiful. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. Her entire style turned from adorable to alluring. It was almost like a completely different person. Seeing this, Han Xiao and Gila flew over to Aurora and sized her up, looking astonished. "Why do you look different?" Gila compared her height with Aurora and realized Aurora was surprisingly even about 15 centimeters taller than her. Han Xiao stared and studied Aurora's body for a while and made a decisive conclusion. "This must be the second puberty. This is my new ability. I can control the shape of my body now." Aurora giggled. Her body glowed, and she instantly returned to her normal tiny body shape. "How was that? Was I prettier than you, sis? I can change back any time." Gila tooted, changed the topic, and asked, "What other abilities do you have?" Aurora performed them right away. All her abilities were enhanced. She did not have to develop her abilities on her own and directly inherited the progress from her predecessor. She instantly acquired many abilities and talents, fully displaying the advantages of being a cheater. After entering the Beyond Grade A realm, the life energy Aurora could produce every day multiplied by countless times. She basically did not have to worry about not having enough of it at all. Furthermore, she even got an aura. The allies on her side would have a drastically higher regeneration speed if they were within a certain range of her. The range of this aura would even grow as she became stronger. Also, I should be able to perfectly produce revival energy now. While speaking, Aurora flicked her finger and sent out a cluster of life energy. Gila saw it and released a cluster of death energy too. The two fused together and turned into a cluster of golden-orange revival energy. The strengths of the two types of energy achieved a stable balance. Now that you're a Beyond Grade A, you only have to briefly familiarize with your abilities, and we will be able to use the reviving function of the underworld, Gila said. The 8 hero spirit kings had been doing nothing in the underworld. Now that Aurora had become a Beyond Grade A, the last piece of the puzzle was found. These hero spirits would be able to have combat capabilities. With the help of the 8 hero spirit kings of the underworld, the two sisters leaped right to the front of the list of the strongest people in the universe. This was the biggest inheritance left by their predecessors. With enough strength to protect herself, the summoning style would become Aurora's best combat mode. Han Xiao smiled and said, "You're a Beyond Grade A now. Do you want to become a deputy army commander like your sister? Or do you have other plans?" Aurora's eyes spun, and she said with excitement, "I can protect myself now. Does that mean I can act freely?" "Technically, yes." Han Xiao could only nod. "Then I want to travel alone. Don't stop me." Aurora's tone was filled with anticipation. She had been extremely bored for years. She basically could not go anywhere at all. All she wanted to do now was travel the universe. Han Xiao and Gila exchanged a look and saw the resignation in each other's eyes. Now that Aurora had become a Beyond Grade A, they could no longer arrange everything for her like before. They had to respect her personal will. However, at least there was no need to worry about her safety. Aurora could solve most accidents with her current capability. I'll approve it, but you have to take a throne with you, Keela said with a serious tone. Aurora was exhilarated. She turned to look at Han Xiao and said, "By the way, I can join the Beyond Grade A Association now, right?" She had been longing for the Beyond Grade A Association for a very long time. She had heard that all of its members were talented and sweet. She had been wanting to see for herself. "Okay, I'll arrange to put you in. The presidential election is in 2 months. Letting you in will increase my chances too." Han Xiao did not reject her. Now that Aurora had grown, she had more than enough power to protect herself. There was no need to continue hiding her. Plus, she did not want to hide either. She was going to join the association sooner or later. Although this would make the various organizations once again be reminded of the 2 primordial sisters, Han Xiao could deal with it now. Aurora's ability might even assist in uniting the Beyond Grade as who did not want to last longer. Aurora blinked and said, "Are you sure you'll become the president this time?" Han Xiao smiled. "At least 90% sure." Over the last 50 years, the Beyond Grade A Association had already completed some of its initial goals. It successfully became a huge profit network. Although it met obstructions from the 3 universal civilizations along the way, there were no too intense conflicts. Therefore, in the past few years, he did not hold back on causing problems for Madison. He had already obtained the highest reputation in the association. Madison could only be a mascot most of the time. Other than the support of the internal members, the exterior organizations also supported him. If things remained this way, he would certainly take over the position of the president during the plenary in 2 months and bring the Beyond Grade A Association into an age led by Black Star. However, he did not know what Madison had been doing over the last few decades since he had been keeping a low profile all this time. Han Xiao did not know if he would be watching him become the president or do something. However, no matter what, Han Xiao had already made the necessary preparations. After chatting for a while, Keela brought Aurora to the underworld to familiarize herself with her abilities, leaving Han Xiao alone. Han Xiao watched the 2 of them leave. The army has now raised a second Beyond Grade A. It's the only example. It'll be even better if Lothair makes a breakthrough too. Lothair had been training hard and improving rapidly in the past 40 years. He was already on the path of transformation. However, unlike Aurora, he had to break through some obstacles and was still some distance away from Beyond Grade A. As for the other officers of the army, no one showed any signs of becoming a Beyond Grade A anytime soon. Han Xiao caressed his chin and thought about the presidential election in 2 months' time. Becoming the president was not even the most important thing. The chain reactions it would cause were. For example, the elderlies of the Holy Accord organization had remained quiet for decades, and they agreed with Han Xiao to only appear after he became the Beyond Grade A Association president. Han Xiao could imagine the reactions of the entire galactic society. Even though many details were changed, it would most certainly go back to the path of the calamity of the Supers incident. Quite a number of rookies have been born in the last 40 years and have been active in the universe, while I've been keeping a low profile for so long. Looks like I'll be returning to the center of the public attention once again. The Beyond Grade A Association was already a giant in the galactic society. The election of the president received the attention of countless organizations. On the Federation of Light's mother planet, the current Federation president, Louis Rocky, tapped the table and said to the chief elder in front of him with a deep voice, "The Beyond Grade A Association is about to have an election. Madison will definitely be beaten by Black Star. What ideas do you guys have?" The chief elder shook his head and said, "This is unavoidable. Although Black Star is the dynasty's ally, their honeymoon period has ended. Letting him become the president won't be a bad thing for us." Louis frowned. "I'm not talking about Black Star alone. Not even a single rookie born in the past 40 years joined the 3 universal civilizations. All of them went to the Beyond Grade A Association. The existence of the association is already influencing our interests. As the Beyond Grade A Association grew, the 3 universal civilizations had been having a harder time controlling it. For example, the spread of knowledge privately happening between Beyond Grade as became more and more frequent, causing the three universal civilization system of attracting new beyond grade as by monopolizing the ultimate knowledges of all the classes to be severely impacted. They could not recruit any new allies. Of course, the three universal civilizations never agreed to let the association pass around knowledge, so this kind of act could be considered a violation of the laws the three universal civilizations set. However, the association did not openly share the knowledge, so it would be extremely difficult for the three universal civilizations to find who was responsible for what. Hence, they could not prevent the association's members from spreading the knowledge in private. With the association backing them, the beyond grade as cared less and less about the three universal civilizations causing trouble for them. Fruobnovel.com. This is indeed a problem, but to solve it, we'll have to face the Beyond Grade A Association directly, which will have enormous consequences. I suggest you do not do anything before coming up with a fully developed plan, another elder said. Lewis tapped the table and narrowed his eyes. The former President Bader did not want to flip the table on the Beyond Grade as during his term, so this mission fell to him. Lewis had no choice but to take responsibility. Through the past decades, he had become more and more certain that the Beyond Grade A Association was the top problem he had to solve during his term. From the way Lewis looked at it, the Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church probably had the same thought. In a certain base of the Holy Accord, the Beyond Grade A Association's presidential election is finally here. After Black Star gets elected, we'll be able to go out as promised. The many primordial ones looked at the news on the virtual screen. Some were excited. Some were looking forward. They chatted softly. Oathkeeper stood beside the door with his arms crossed, mumbling. This day still came. Black Star. I hope your predictions are right. Chapter 1250 Headstrong. Chapter 1250 Headstrong. As only a limited number of people knew about it and the army did not promote it, the news of Aurora becoming a Beyond Grade A did not spread to the outside world. Less than half a month later, Han Xiao hosted a welcome plenary just for her. The welcome meeting was being hosted at the association headquarters on planet Finn. The remote projections of the Beyond Great as sat in the venue. Compared to 40 years ago, there were more seats now. Beside Gila, an empty seat was added for Aurora. At this time, the Beyond Grade as present were all chatting and curiously guessing the identity of this new Beyond Grade A. As the information had not been leaked, the people present only knew that another new Beyond Grade A had been born in the universe. They did not know who this rookie was. I wonder if the rookie is a neutral or a member of a big organization. There's no information anywhere at all, and Black Star's already recruited this guy. I have a feeling this rookie is closely related to Black Star. I'm only curious about what superclass this rookie is. I hope it's not a pugilist. There's already enough people with clogged brains. The people chatted within their factions. After 40 years, many more factions were formed in the Beyond Grade A Association. Some were classified by the huge organization they were in, for example, the three universal civilizations' direct members, their allies, and the neutral ones. Some were classified by their partnerships, like those Beyond Grade as whose organization worked very well with each other. Others were classified by different classes. These factions were formed because of the private spread of the ultimate knowledges, which caused the Beyond Grade as in various classes to gather around the stronger ones with the same class as them. Because of that, many members hoped the rookie had the same class as them so that they could expand their faction. Han Xiao let them chat freely for a while. He then clapped and smiled. All right, let's keep it down and welcome the rookie. Hearing that the vice president had spoken, the members all shut their mouths, ignoring Manison, who was resting with his eyes closed. Not long after, the side gate of the venue opened. The mature version of Aurora walked in and sized up everyone curiously. The Beyond Grade as present also looked at her with curiosity and mumbled softly. So, she's the new Beyond Grade A, doesn't look like a pugilist, great. I don't know her. I know all the renowned Beyond Grade A seeds in the universe. She's definitely not one of them. That's weird. She looks familiar to me. Don't you guys think she looks a little similar to Gila? At this time, Han Xiao spoke. This rookie's name is Aurora. She only stepped into the Beyond Grade A territory not long ago. She's Gila's sister and also is a member of the Black Star Army. Her ability is the complete opposite of Gila's. She controls life energy. This can help others to quickly regenerate their wounds and recover their life force. Aurora, on behalf of the Beyond Grade A Association, I welcome you. As soon as he said that, shock appeared on almost everyone's face. This rookie is a Black Star Army officer again? She's even the relative of another Beyond Grade A. What are the chances of that? One controls death. One controls life. And they're sisters. Why does this sound familiar? Someone murmured. Hearing this, many people recalled that there was a similar pair of sisters among the primordial ones. Same Esper abilities, same two sisters. This is too coincidental. If someone were to say the two sisters were completely unrelated to the primordial sisters from history, the vast majority of people there would never believe it. Recalling the stories of the primordial sisters, the way they looked at Gila and Aurora changed subtly. On top of disbelief, a tint of desire appeared. Gila's ability could reduce people's lifespan. If her sister's ability was the opposite, did that mean she could increase people's lifespan? Or could she even imitate the primordial ones and create the legendary underworld? Most people present had ideas of befriending Aurora and immediately welcomed her. They were very enthusiastic. They avoided Gila as much as possible but acted the complete opposite with Aurora. Seeing this, Gila coldly warned, "Don't have any ideas about my younger sister. I won't hold back. We're greeting Aurora. What does it have to do with you?" Many snorted. Although they feared Gila's ability, they could not act that way. However, words were one thing. Indeed, not many dared have any vicious thoughts. After operating for 50 years, the association had already established a reputation. Not many were willing to violate the rules and do anything to its members. Furthermore, most people feared the giant organization, the Black Star Army. Even if they were not afraid of Gila, they had to consider Black Star too. As they thought of Black Star, they could not help but feel bitter and jealous. He had acquired another Beyond Grade A officer. Where in the world did Black Star find so many top talents from? I'm Aurora. I'm glad to join the association. Aurora came to her seat and briefly introduced herself. She then read the script she had memorized and said the standard things like, "It's an honor to be a part of the association." The others responded kindly. Gila watched on the side and secretly curled her lips. "TSK, you dogs. I've never seen you this enthusiastic toward me before." Aurora was the focus of today's welcome meeting. She had finally entered the Beyond Grade A circle and was filled with curiosity. In the face of the others trying to befriend her, she kept on talking excitedly, creating a clear contrast with Gila's cold image. From her own words, the others confirmed that Aurora could extend their lifespan. They were overjoyed. However, as soon as they mentioned anything about requesting her to do it, Aurora kicked the ball to Han Xiao and stated that she would only listen to Black Star. This was discussed beforehand to increase Han Xiao's reputation and position further, increasing his chances of being re-elected as much as possible. Hearing this, the people looked at Han Xiao. When they saw that he was smiling, they immediately knew that they had to pay a price for Han Xiao to approve their requests. After knowing him for so many years, they knew that Black Star was not easy to deal with or deceive. The presidential election was very soon. It was easy to figure out what Black Star was trying to convey. After chatting for some time, someone could not hold back his curiosity and asked, "Why do you work for the Black Star Army?" "Well, Black Star saved me." Aurora briefly shared her experience in the Germinal organization, saying that Black Star had saved her life. Hearing this, even those who knew about Black Star's early history were astonished. A puny surface civilizations organization that made 3 Beyond Grade as, just how blessed is this Germinal organization? After some time, seeing that they chatted about enough, Han Xiao spoke and changed the topic. "Alright, you've all met. Let me use this opportunity to say something. The next plenary will be the presidential election. Madison will step down then, and all members can run. The election will be in the form of voting, and everyone has one vote. Don't forget." The people nodded. At the same time, Madison's eyes opened slightly. He glanced at Han Xiao and closed them again. "On a certain planet in the Flickering World. The next presidential election. Huh? If I can take that seat." Inside a palace, Royce's eyes gleamed. He was a relatively new Beyond Grade A. With the assistance of this platform, he quickly formed his own organization. Therefore, he knew what power the association had very well and had been eyeing it all along. Occasionally, he would fantasize about himself being on top of it. The next president would be elected in 2 months' time, and Royce felt his chance was here. As a rookie, he knew that he could not compete with seniors like Black Star. However, the ambition in his chest made him want to give it a try no matter what. What if he made it? He was a doer. As soon as he had that thought, he immediately started to act on it. I'm definitely no match for Black Star in terms of strength, but the election is vote-based. Although my chance is thin, it's not completely hopeless. Royce's eyes spun rapidly. The rookies who had just stepped into the Beyond Grade A circle for a short amount of time had no way of finding out about Han Xiao's personal relationship with the other members, so he did not have a strong sense of Black Star's connections. Therefore, in Royce's eyes, he did not have completely no chance. One of the reasons he dared do this was that, as a member of the association, his life would not be in danger. In terms of combat, although Royce admitted he was no match for Han Xiao, he felt the difference would not be too big. When Royce came to fame, Han Xiao had kept a low profile for quite some time. Everything he knew about Black Star's strength came from hearing it from others. He had never experienced it personally, nor could he really see the details by looking at the videos on the internet. Overconfidence was a common problem for most new Beyond Grade, as they were ambitious and headstrong, always dreaming of taking over those at the peak. Usually, only a beating from society could cure this illness. But ever since Royce became a Beyond Grade A, he had yet to receive any treatment. Although Black Star wants to become the president, who said I can't take it from him? Royce started planning in his head and was looking forward to it. 2 months passed very quickly, and the election of the Beyond Grade A Association came as expected. The various organizations in the universe all focused their attention and waited for the results. Inside the closed venue, all members came online earlier than usual. The atmosphere was solemn. The people's eyes kept moving back and forth between Madison and Han Xiao. Ahem. Since everyone is here, let's start, Han Xiao said. He then looked at Madison with a smile. Let's have the president host the meeting. Madison glanced at him, slowly stood up, and looked around the entire venue. After a short silence, Madison then spoke. The association rules state that the president will be elected every 50 years. Now that 50 years have passed, I'll be stepping down from the president position and will not be running today. As soon as he said that, the people were stunned. Although most people knew that Madison would not be re-elected, no one felt he would easily give up. To their surprise, Madison gave up running for president completely. Han Xiao was a little surprised too. He was already prepared to debate with Madison, but Madison directly gave up. Odd. This doesn't suit old Madison's personality. Are you really not running? Is it because you're worried about being embarrassed when you lose to me? Han Xiao asked to confirm. Humph. Madison did not reply. Freewabove.com. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. No matter what Madison was thinking, as long as he did not run, his biggest competitor would be gone. Becoming the president was almost certain for Han Xiao. If that's the case, I'll be the first to run. Han Xiao looked around at the expression on everyone's faces and asked, who else? Many people looked away and did not meet his eyes. Judging from the current situation, it was basically already decided that Black Star would become the president. Plus, he was indeed the most suitable for it. None of the peak Beyond Grade, as who were the most qualified to run, even spoke, so most people read the room and shut their mouths. They were thinking they might as well let Black Star be the only one running so that the voting round could be skipped, and he would become the president on the spot. However, when everyone thought that was how it was going to be, a voice filled with confidence sounded. I'll run. Who? Who's so headstrong? The people were shocked. As they turned around, their expressions became odd. Royce raised his hand and remained in the posture. He had an excited smile on his face as if he was enjoying the moment of being the center of attention. Are you sure? Han Xiao was a little surprised. Anyone can run anyway, so why not try it? What if I win? Royce was not afraid at all and looked directly at Han Xiao's eyes, giving the vibe of confronting him directly. This looked quite hot-blooded on the surface, But in the eyes of the people present, it was nothing but ridiculous. This rookie is so daring. Does he really want to wrestle with Black Star? At the same time, Aurora quietly whispered into Gila's ear and asked, "This guy should be a pugilist, right?" Gila glanced at her. "You guessed that right." Chapter 1251 Age of Black Star. Chapter 1251 Age of Black Star. A rookie wants to compete for the position of president against me? Who gave you the courage? Han Xiao looked at Royce's confidence. Thoughts quickly spun in his mind, and many speculations flashed past. However, when he recalled Royce's class, the surprise in his mind disappeared completely. Oh, he's a pugilist, never mind. Han Xiao shook his head and stopped speculating Royce's motive. The way the pugilist's brain worked was, well, refreshing. Most of the time, one thought they were at the second or the first level, when actually they were at the -1 level. There was no need to think too much. Han Xiao did consider the possibility of some peak beyond grade at trying to compete, but he never thought a rookie would step up out of nowhere. This meant that they had to enter the voting round, but it was not a big deal. Although he had no idea where Royce's confidence came from. He was a pugilist, so it was understandable. Anyone else want to run? Han Xiao moved his eyes away and scanned through the conference room. The people exchanged looks, and no one responded. Seeing this, Han Xiao nodded. If that's the case, only Royce and I will be running. You guys can vote now. Everyone there was a beyond grade A. No one's opinion could be ignored, so everyone could vote. Those who always stood on the side of the Black Star faction voted immediately and supported Han Xiao as the president. The direct members of the 3 universal civilizations also voted for him. Some of the peak beyond grade, as who were upper echelons of the association, also expressed their support for Han Xiao. Other than Heber, Psyker, Manison, and a very few who abstained, almost all the members voted for Han Xiao. As for Royce, he stood alone and did not receive a single vote. It was almost lonesome. Han Xiao could not help but glance at him with an odd look. Wait, what, that's it? You didn't even get anyone on your side, yet you still came to compete. What are you so confident about? Even Han Xiao felt awkward for Royce just by looking at his bewildered expression. Come on, kid. Did you really think anyone would vote for a rookie? Are you the kind of person who likes to be humiliated? The voting was completely one-sided. Han Xiao regulated his emotions, cleared his throat, and said, "The situation is clear then. Royce, do you accept this result?" The people simultaneously turned to look at Royce with all kinds of emotions such as mockery, pity, disdain, and other complicated emotions in their eyes. Royce opened his mouth, sat down, and said sadly, "I accept," although he only gambled because he knew there was no risk involved and he would not lose anything even if he did not get elected. Seeing how big the difference was, he was still embarrassed. Royce actually had quite the plan. He knew he most likely would not be elected as the president, but he thought that if he could receive some votes during the election, it would at least show that he had some reputation, so he would not have to be treated like a rookie in the future and be involved in more affairs of the association. In his eyes, this was the first step for a rookie to obtain a higher position. In order to achieve this goal, he indeed did contact other association members privately and expressed his thoughts of running for president in the calls, and some people promised to support him even. This was why he had the confidence to run. However, when the time came, those B***stards all broke their promises. Actually, what he did not know was most people thought he was just kidding and promised him as a joke, which mistakenly gave Royce confidence. As these people were all stronger than him, Royce did not dare vent his anger and could only sulk in the corner while screaming in his mind that verbal promises were not reliable. Han Xiao was not interested in what Royce was thinking. He knew pugilists way too well. It was not that their brains were really made of muscles, but that the path of the pugilist required a no-backing-down attitude. For those pugilists who could become beyond grade, as this personality would definitely be more apparent. In other words, pugilists who were not headstrong would have a harder time becoming a beyond grade A. And this was exactly the reason Han Xiao had high hopes for Lothair. After all, this man was the prime example of someone who was headstrong. Random thoughts flashed past. Han Xiao focused, looked around, and smiled. Thanks for your support, everyone. I shall gladly take on the position of the president. Aurora clapped first with her face filled with excitement. Seeing someone lead the applause, the others hesitated for a moment and also clapped symbolically. Most people were rather reserved and not used to doing something like this. A round of not too loud or too soft applause sounded in the room. Han Xiao smiled in return. Although he already expected this to happen beforehand, when it actually happened, he still felt content. He was the leader of the Beyond Grade A Association and could formally lead the Beyond Grade as his influence evolved to a higher level. The effects of proof of leadership also updated right away. He only received part of the bonuses when he was the vice president, but when he became the president, the bonuses were finally complete. Although it was not so tremendous it would increase his strength drastically, it was still a cherry on top. As the president was elected, the position of the vice president became vacant. An election was then also carried out. This time, the system changed. The number of vice presidents changed from 1 to 2, taken by Kasui and Sieran. Other than that, the association also decided on a few new directors, including Gila. The voting process was very simple. The procedures were smoothly carried out, and the handover was completed. Han Xiao finally sat in the main seat. On his left and right were Kasui and Sieran. An inaugural address was needed even in the Beyond Grade A circle. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Since I've been elected as the president, let me say a few words. It has already been 50 years since the Beyond Grade A Association was founded. From nothing, we have built a strong foundation. We've done quite a good job till now, and we couldn't have done it without the contributions of the former President Madison and all of you here. The initial purpose of founding the association was to unite all Beyond Grade as, form an interest network, and protect the Beyond Grade as. This purpose will be passed on. All decisions made in the future will work in accordance with this principle. All individuals or organizations who attempt to divide the Beyond Grade as will be the association's enemy. As for me, I'll also do my very best to make the association grow better, making it into a shelter for all Beyond Grade as. I won't say too much. All of you here know what kind of person I am. I'll certainly do my best to live up to your expectations. At this point, no matter what their thoughts about Han Xiao were, all the Beyond Grade as were nodding with approval. Everyone present knew that from this second, the Beyond Grade A Association had entered the age of Black Star. Looking at the different expressions on their faces, Han Xiao paused before speaking again in an unusual tone. We might see a revolution not far in the future. Be mentally prepared. Hearing this, many people could sense that Han Xiao was subtly conveying a meaningful message, but they could not figure out what it was. And Han Xiao did not elaborate. When the Holy Accord members appeared, a drastic change would come. He could already see that a storm was about to arrive. In a certain secret base of the Mechanic Emperor, as the election meeting ended, Madison deactivated the remote projection, and his sights returned to the dark room. He picked up another communicator that had been in a call all this time, and the person he was calling was surprisingly Kasui. Thanks to you not running. The handover was smooth, Kasui said with a smile. For the record, I did not give up running because you came to ask me do it, Madison said with a poker face and a normal tone. Others had no idea that the two of them negotiated privately. Kasui secretly contacted Madison and asked him to give up thinking of being re-elected. They had made an agreement under the table. Kasui smiled. No matter what, you've helped me. Humph, it was an election. But it looked like Black Star was the only one whose words mattered. Madison snorted with dissatisfaction. That's called, the support of the people led to the right result happening. Kasui laughed. I have no idea what benefits Black Star gave you for you to help him this much. If I ran for office, even if I might not be re-elected, I'd at least be a vice president. Madison frowned. Kasui shook his head. He didn't give me anything. I did this of my own volition. Ever since you and him went to the secondary dimensions together a few decades ago, you've always spoken for him. Did Black Star grab your heart with his charm? Humph, anyway, it's none of my concern. Just don't forget you owe me a favor. Madison snorted softly. I won't, old friend. Kasui smiled, and his figure disappeared from the screen. Madison hung up the call, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kasui's request was only a very small factor in him choosing not to do anything during the election. He was actually already planning to do it. The first reason was that he knew his place and knew that there was no way he could beat Black Star, so he did not want to humiliate himself. The second reason was that he wanted to keep a low profile and let Black Star take all the pressure so that he could look for opportunities in the dark and turn things around in future elections. The third reason was the main reason Madison made this choice. After 40 years of growth, the Beyond Grade A Association had become more and more independent, which prevented the three universal civilizations from gaining any new allies. He saw the brewing danger in this situation and felt that the three universal civilizations would very soon take the next step. He stepped down to let Black Star take all the pressure. Madison also understood that Black Star was the best person to lead the association in times like this. Black Star's words mattered to the three universal civilizations, so he could relieve the pressure from the three universal civilizations to a certain extent. Black Star had a higher chance of leading the association to conquer the difficulties ahead and prevent the cleansing from happening. He had personal beef with Black Star, but protecting the safety of the Beyond Grade as was more important to him. Therefore, he chose to take a step back and not cause problems for Han Xiao's election. Madison closed his eyes. The three universal civilizations won't watch us grow infinitely. Having rested for more than 40 years, they'll act soon. Black Star, will your method be enough to deal with the next tragedy of the pinnacles? Your philosophy is wrong. Peaceful developments won't lead to compromise. If we don't make rulers like the three universal civilizations feel afraid, how can they allow us to grow stronger freely? If you can't hold on, don't blame me for releasing the imitation of the virtual mutiny virus. Black Star has taken over as the president of the Beyond Grade A Association. This news rapidly spread out in the Galactic Society, which had been paying attention. Tons of reports appeared on the internet, announcing the arrival of the age of Black Star. Suddenly, Black Star, who had kept a low profile for 40 years, became the center of attention once again. His reputation and fame rocketed, and his legendary deeds of the past got brought up by the media once again for promotion, attracting tons of attention. Even the stock price of the Germinal Financial Group increased quite a bit because of it. Overall, the Galactic Society had a positive attitude for this change. Black Star was the hero of the universe who solved the intelligent plague, a Stewart's Peace Prize winner, a receiver of the Galaxy Medal, the shared consultant of the three universal civilizations. These titles were so much better than the mechanic emperors. Most people trusted that the Beyond Grade A Association would peacefully grow under Han Xiao's lead. While the outside world expressed all kinds of opinions about the Beyond Grade A Association having a new president, Han Xiao had already teleported to the Ancient Star Desert and met with the Holy Accord organization. He did not go there just to discuss the primordial ones appearing in public, but also for another big matter. The keys to open the third sanctum were once again all collected. Chapter 1252 Enter. Chapter 1252 Enter. The spaceship rode into the port of a certain secret base of the Holy Accord organization. The hatch slid open. Han Xiao walked out and saw Oathkeeper waiting on the dock right away. Yo, it's been some time. You're still wearing this? Don't you need to wash your clothes? Han Xiao laughed and joked. No, Oathkeeper's lips twitched. I've been waiting for you. Let's talk inside. Oathkeeper led the way ahead. Han Xiao followed him along the corridor of the base. The two spoke while walking. Han Xiao scratched his chin and said curiously, "It's only been a few decades, and you've collected all the third sanctum's keys again. Aren't you too efficient?" "That's nothing. There's only 0 times or countless times for entering the sanctums. With experience, doing it again becomes much easier. Some keys are not single-use, and we've kept inventory of them. For example, the primal Esper ability entities. We were stuck on that previously, and we managed to collect them all the last time, so we just have to use them again. As for the other types of keys, with your financial help and channels you provided, collecting them was much easier than before," Oathkeeper explained. Han Xiao nodded. Basically, the crucial items could be reused and did not have to be collected again. It was the same in the previous life too. The Holy Accord organization scale was much larger than when they appeared, which meant that Oathkeeper had definitely entered the sanctums multiple times, so being this efficient was not surprising. This time, Han Xiao would be entering the sanctum alone to complete the third round for the A Relay Across Iterations mission as well as out of curiosity. The two of them chatted along the way and came to the elderly's activity room. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, dozens of pairs of eyes focused on him. The many revived primordial ones were waiting there. As soon as they saw Han Xiao, they all swarmed over and surrounded him. Black Star, congrats on being elected as the association president. The promised time has come. We can go out now, right? They spoke noisily. Han Xiao raised his hand and signaled for them to calm down. He then said slowly, it's about time. But I think it's better to wait 1 or 2 more years. 1 or 2 years? The expressions on their faces changed slightly. You told us to stay here 3 years after 3 years. Now it's almost 50 years, pal. We really can't hold it in much longer. Ahem, guys. Don't be in such a hurry. I have 3 reasons for that. Han Xiao pointed his fingers and explained, firstly, I've only just been elected as the president, so it's best to wait a little. Secondly, in the past 40 years, the 3 universal civilizations have not gotten a single new ally, so they're probably not very happy about it. I have to see what they're going to do first. As for the last reason, it's that I have to enter the sanctum, and I don't know how long it'll take. According to Oathkeeper, the flow of time in the sanctums was different from the outside world. Oathkeeper did not feel like he spent a long time inside, but when he came out, he found out that a few years had already passed in the main universe. Therefore, Han Xiao had to prepare for that. Hearing this, the many primordial ones looked like they were in a dilemma. They wanted to go out right away, but if Han Xiao was in the sanctum and might disappear for a few years, without the support of President Blackstar in this period of time, many things would be difficult. Doesn't matter, Pangan coldly said. I wasn't going to join the association anyway. I've decided, I'll leave shortly. Han Xiao glanced at him, nodded, and did not say anything. This batch of revived primordial ones were generally divided into 3 groups with different goals. One wanted to enjoy the privileges of beyond grade, as in a peaceful era, so wanted to join the association. For example, Lady Lust. They were the ones who were conflicted. The second group wanted to continue hiding in the Holy Accord and help Oathkeeper operate the organization. They did not plan to go out, so of course they had no problem with waiting. The last group were the creditors from the exploration era wanting to take revenge against the advanced civilizations. They were the minority, and their representative was Pangan. He planned to be a lone wolf to begin with, so he did not want to join the association. Han Xiao did not want these people to join either. After all, acts of revenge would heavily intensify the conflicts between the 3 universal civilizations and the beyond grade, as, if those people entered the association, should the association help them or not when the time came? Most association members would definitely oppose helping them. Therefore, he felt he might as well let these lone wolves be so that they do not drag the association down with them. In his previous life, these people's acts of revenge were one of the crucial fuses of the calamity of the Super's version. Han Xiao did not care about where Pangan and the others were going. Han Xiao knew what Pangan was thinking too. Pangan did not expect the association to help. He knew the purpose of the Beyond Grade A association, so he did not want to burden the association and decided to take on the responsibility of taking revenge alone. In Han Xiao's previous life, Pangan never leaked the existence of the Holy Accord. Therefore, though headstrong, this guy was loyal to his morals. Han Xiao looked at Baiger and the others. What about you guys? Are you willing to wait for me? Baiger thought about it, nodded, and said, although we can't endure it much longer, the big picture is still more important. We might not be from the same generation as the modern Beyond Grade but we all represent the same grade and share the same interests. When we appear, the entire Beyond Grade A class will definitely be shaken. Don't worry, we won't damage the big picture for our personal interests. Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. After more than 40 years, most primordial ones had adapted to the era. Some of them no longer only thought for themselves and were tricked. Ahem. Convinced by him to be invested in the Beyond Grade A Association's future, letting go of their past in the exploration era. They decided to participate in this new warfare between the Beyond Grade As and the advanced civilizations and were willing to fight for the entire Beyond Grade A class. From these people's perspective, when the huge change arrived, they could not have the key person, Black Star. For that, they were willing to continue hiding for some time. Although Biger and these guys had yet to appear in public, in their hearts, they already considered themselves members of the Beyond Grade A Association and had the collective interest in their mind. Great. I was not wrong about you guys. Han Xiao laughed, quickly comforting their emotions. As they received a response, they arranged their emotions and went back to playing cards on the side. Han Xiao pulled Oathkeeper out of the elderly's activity room and into a side room to speak privately. Han Xiao closed the door and said, "To deal with the drastic change that's about to come, we need more Beyond Grade as. Are all the revival mediums prepared?" They're all ready. Thanks to the fact that many Beyond Grade as left offspring and races behind, they weren't difficult to collect. Oathkeeper nodded. This time, Han Xiao would be entering the sanctums. He was going in with a mission to revive more Beyond Grade as. Reviving Beyond Grade as through the sanctums required all kinds of mediums. In the past few decades, the Black Star Army and the Holy Accord organization had been secretly carrying out this task of collecting objects related to old Beyond Grade as. They included their inheritance, the remaining people of their race, and others. Han Xiao took the list and scanned through. His eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like there are some strong people in the list of people we're reviving this round. No matter how strong they are they stronger than you? Oathkeeper curled his lips. You're right about that. I'm King Invincible. Han Xiao accepted this compliment. He then recalled Jays of the Celestial Star Alliance and wondered if he could revive this guy from a different iteration. Shaking his head, Han Xiao temporarily put away this thought. He found an empty room and entered alone. He blocked all the surveillance in the room, took out his communicator and called a number. He first called Kasui. Very soon, Kasui appeared on the screen. Black Star. Oh no, it's Mr. President now. What is it? Kasui smiled. Frubuvel.cm. Han Xiao scratched his chin and said, I might have to disappear for an unknown amount of time, maybe a few days, maybe a few years. When I'm not around, help manage the association's affairs. Where are you going? Kasui wiped the smile off his face and frowned. Remember our experience in the secondary dimensions? I found some clues and need to spend some time investigating them. Han Xiao did not share the details, but Kasui knew about the sanctum-related information too, so he would know what he was saying. As expected, Kasui understood what he meant and looked surprised. He did not question him further, nodded seriously, and said, Go then, don't worry. I'll take care of the association. When Kasui found out about the sanctums from Jays a few decades ago, he knew that Han Xiao's path was the right one and stood on his side. They had become secret allies. Kasui had no interest in power. He stepped up to become the vice president not because he wanted a higher position, but because Han Xiao told him to, as it would indirectly help Han Xiao solidify his position further. It had no disadvantages anyway, so he did not mind helping Han Xiao. I'll leave it to you then. Han Xiao nodded, said a few more things, and hung up. He did not stop there. He then called up Gila, Ames, and so on, telling them he would disappear for some time, going to the secondary dimensions to look for opportunities to undergo God's trait transformation. This was not rare for peak Beyond Grade so this excuse was very useful. Gila, Ames, and the others did not suspect anything. Han Xiao told them to take care of the army while he was out. Then, he called the last few numbers the 3 Universal Civilizations men. The 3 Universal Civilizations once wanted him to be elected, thinking he would be a more suitable leader of the association than the Mechanic Emperor. However, after decades, conflicts accumulated quicker than expected, so this slight favor was no longer enough. There was no way the 3 Universal Civilizations would allow the Beyond Grade A Association to continue becoming stronger just because of him alone. Han Xiao did not know how long he would spend in the sanctums, so he planned to restate his identity and stance to keep things stable for a period of time. The negotiation was considerably smooth. After all, he still had the consultant of the 3 Universal Civilizations title. Han Xiao found out what the 3 Universal Civilizations were planning to do. The 3 Universal Civilizations were still observing the changes him becoming the president would cause, so they would not make the conflicts explode in a short period of time. This was logical and within his expectations. After arranging everything, Han Xiao approached Oathkeeper again, looked at his anticipation-filled eyes, and nodded solemnly. Start the preparations and open the sanctum as soon as possible. 3 days later, at an unpopulated area near the Holy Accord Organization's base, spaceships hovered in the desolate cosmic space. Han Xiao was the only one hovering outside the spaceships. He remained in contact with Oathkeeper using the screen inside the mechanical suit. On the screen, Oathkeeper made an encouraging gesture and said, "Ready? Everything's ready on my side. The sanctum can be opened any time. Do it." Han Xiao exhaled and calmed his emotions. Oathkeeper nodded, turned around, and ordered, "All units, begin." As soon as he said that, the spaceships immediately moved. They had rehearsed the process countless times. Like an impressive machine, not a single mistake was made. Bang, bang, bang. Primal Esper ability entities were shot out one after another, contained in special seals. Colorful light beams focused at one point, rapidly expanded, and turned into a hovering white sphere. Under the effects of special devices, like a piece of rubber, the light sphere shrank into a bright ring only about 100 meters wide. Its energy was extremely condensed. Then, the remaining spaceships activated one device after another and released the other keys into this ring through beams. As the space seemed to have trembled, the ring suddenly shone even brighter and projected 6 mirage-like light gates. The next second, 5 light gates disappeared, leaving only one that seemed to have materialized from an illusion to something real. It was still shaking unsteadily like it could disappear any second. "That's the entrance of the third sanctum. Go," Oathkeeper hastily said. Han Xiao focused his mind, activated his thrusters, and dashed into the sanctum's entrance. The next moment, the light before his eyes suddenly became much brighter. All he could see was white. The moment he passed the gate, Han Xiao felt his body suddenly become lighter, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier. He felt fuzzy, like he was no longer in this world. "I'm finally inside." Chapter 1253, The Third Sanctum 1. Chapter 1253, The Third Sanctum 1. This moment felt both like an instant and like countless years. Han Xiao's vision slowly became clear as he gradually saw his surroundings. This was an endless world of white with no gravity. His body floated in midair. Countless white light spheres floated all around him, some small, some large. Looking from afar, every light sphere seemed to be playing blurry images. The third sanctum does indeed look no different from what Oathkeeper described. Han Xiao looked around curiously. Suddenly, he turned around and saw that the light gate entrance he came from was trembling intensely as if it was going to collapse. Suddenly, out of intuition, he extended his hand and closed his fist. Buzz! At this time, a stream of special energy suddenly appeared in his body. 6 warm streams of energy seemed to have appeared out of thin air and gathered on his palm, turning into a glowing, unique pattern. The next moment, the entrance seemed to have received some kind of support and instantly became stable, turning into a slowly spinning light gate like a glowing mirror. "What's this?" Han Xiao was surprised. Earlier, he only thought of not wanting the entrance to disappear, and suddenly, he intuitively felt that he could make it happen, which was exactly what happened. He looked down on his palm and observed this mark that appeared out of nowhere. It looked like it was a combination of 6 patterns, and it did not seem whole. "That's weird. When did I have this thing inside my body?" Han Xiao was just about to open the interface to check his status, when to his absolute shock, he discovered he could no longer open the interface. This was the first time ever the interface did not respond. Han Xiao frowned. He clenched his fist and tried to command the energy inside his body. The next moment, streams of golden mechanical force shot out. Although the interface can't be opened, my status did not change. I'm still at my peak." Han Xiao sensed the state of his body and heaved a sigh of relief. Although he could not open the interface for the time being, it did not affect his abilities. Since the very start, everything he felt was real. All the abilities he learned became his own techniques that he could use anytime. If it was a player, they would not even be able to use any ability at all without the interface. For example, when building machines, he had to personally finish all the processes, while players only had to wait for the progress bar to finish. The difference was huge. This was Han Xiao's first time inside a sanctum. All he could do was slowly figure things out. He tested several abilities and realized he could use almost all of them. The only ones he could not use were the abilities that were related to the outside world, such as quantum network communication functions and the dimension factory. Even the king's teleportation function became unusable. Although he somehow stopped the sanctum entrance from disappearing, all means of communication he had with the outside world were no longer working. His call with the Holy Accord organization was also cut off. Interesting. The sanctum is very special. Not only is the king's suit useless, even the interface can't be opened. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his brain quickly spun. Staring at the mark on his palm, he suddenly had a flash of insight. 6 patterns. 6. If I remember correctly, that's about the same number of third sanctum fragments I have. Isn't it? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Despite not being able to see the interface now, he still remembered things like that. Initially, he only had 2 the third sanctum fragments, one from the Primal Esper Ability Collector milestone and another from beating up the Elder Lease of Holy Accord. The mission requirement of the third round of a relay across iterations was to enter any one of the sanctums. The reward was 3 sanctum fragments of the respective sanctum. Although he could not see the interface now, Han Xiao had a feeling that the interface might still be operating. He could not see the notifications, but the mission rewards were still given. If that was the case, he had 5 third sanctum fragments. As for the 1 extra fragment, Han Xiao had a few speculations about it. According to Oathkeeper's experience, the biggest possibility was that by entering any sanctums, he would automatically obtain its respective fragment. If this theory was true, the number would match and it would explain this situation. This meant that this mark did not appear out of thin air but had always been sleeping inside his body, and the activation requirement was to enter the corresponding sanctum. I had no idea about the use of sanctum fragments, but they stabilized the sanctum entrance just now. Does this mean that the sanctum fragments are related to the level of authority I have in the sanctums? The more fragments I have, the more things I can do. Oathkeeper said he felt like he was in a dream when he was in the sanctum and his mind was not clear, but my mind is only a little bit distracted and not as fuzzy as he said. Is this also because of the sanctum fragments? Han Xiao could not help but ponder. Suddenly, he regained focus and shook his head heavily. These things can only be speculated now. I can't waste too much time. I should find out what happened after I go out and can see the interface. The priority now is to observe the sanctum. Han Xiao focused, controlled his body, and flew to the nearest light sphere. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see the illusions in it clearly, but it was still very blurry. He hesitated for a moment, reached out the hand that had the sanctum mark, and carefully touched this light sphere. Swoosh! At the moment he came into contact with it, an enormous stream of information gushed into his mind like a tsunami. Suddenly, illusions appeared before Han Xiao's eyes. It was as if he saw the entire rise and fall of a race, creating a glorious civilization, breeding great people generation after generation, improving its technology rapidly. It was eventually destroyed in a disaster. Han Xiao remained stunned for quite some time before removing his hand. He realized that he could only remember parts of the illusions he saw. Some knowledge appeared in his head out of nowhere that seemed to be a part of the technology this civilization created in its development. This knowledge mainly revolves around biology and gene tech. It's only a part of this civilization's technology. Han Xiao digested this surprise and went back to touching more light spheres. After several tests, he had a rough idea of the mechanics of the sanctum and concluded a few patterns from speculations. Firstly, every light sphere was an information form collective body that recorded the information of various things, mainly civilizations. Usually, one light sphere represented one civilization. None of them existed historically and should all be from the past iterations. Secondly, he could read the information inside the light spheres by touching them, but he could only remember parts. The number of things he could remember should be related to the level of authority he had, meaning the number of sanctum fragments he possessed. However, there was a limit to the number of memories he could keep. At a certain point, when he read new light spheres, he would forget a part of the information he read earlier. According to the nature of the information form, the number of memories he could keep every time he entered the sanctums was very likely limited and would only be reset the next time he entered. This meant that the amount of knowledge he could bring out of the sanctums each time was limited too, and the limit probably still depended on the number of sanctum fragments. Thirdly, after touching multiple light spheres, he noticed that the technology he acquired was mostly related to biology, genetics, and esper abilities. This might be the difference between sanctums, meaning that the knowledge of these civilizations in the past iterations was stored separately based on its type. Different sanctums might represent the different types of knowledge. The third sanctum most likely contained the biology, genetics, and esper ability-related technology. Fourthly, some light spheres contained information about beyond grade as from different iterations. By reading it, he could immerse himself in their life experience and even acquire some of the information they knew. However, there were only espers in the third sanctum. According to Han Xiao's speculation, if he read the light spheres about mechanics or mages, he would very likely acquire the knowledges, technology, spells, blueprints, or other things these beyond grade as had. Jays didn't lie. Han Xiao was shocked. Although parts of these patterns were speculation, he felt that it should be very close to the truth. Other than completing the revival goal, Oathkeeper almost did not gain anything at all the last time he entered the sanctum. It might be because his level of authority was not high enough. However, he had 6 fragments in the third sanctum to begin with. His authority level was a full 5 levels higher than Oathkeeper. He should be able to do much more. Having thought of Jays, his request appeared in Han Xiao's mind. Let's see how the sanctum revival system works. Han Xiao focused and took out the mediums that Oathkeeper had given him. As soon as he thought about testing how the sanctum revival system worked, the mark on his palm seemed to have sensed it and flickered. Swoosh! The next second, thin lines of light suddenly shot out from some light spheres and met before Han Xiao's eyes. With a bright flash, a glowing mark hovered in midair. Han Xiao sized it up and was delighted. This mark, it's the sanctum revival mark Oathkeeper drew. Han Xiao reached out and touched this mark right away. The mark instantly turned into a stream of light and landed on the back of his hand. At the same time, a stream of data flowed into his brain that recorded the instructions on how to use the sanctum revival mark and the list of targets this mark could revive. Sadly, Jays was not in the list. Looks like it failed. Having realized that, Han Xiao sighed. Either this medium of his was not recognized by the sanctum, or there was some kind of restriction on reviving targets from other iterations like Jays said. Although they did not spend a lot of time together, Jays left a heavy impression on him. Since the revival had failed and he could not meet Jays again, Han Xiao felt complicated. Never mind. This is just fate. Han Xiao shook his head and cleared up his emotions. His thoughts jumped from Jays to the Celestial Star Alliance, and he murmured, the information form collective body of the Celestial Star Alliance iteration should also be inside the sanctums, right? freewebnovel.com. As soon as he thought of that, the sanctum mark reacted and glowed, pointing to a direction. Seeing this, unprepared, Han Xiao was surprised. Then, he flew in the direction the mark pointed and stopped beside a bunch of light spheres. Are these the information form light spheres of the Celestial Star Alliance iteration? As he thought that, he read the content of one of the light spheres and immediately verified his speculation. It indeed contained the information of a certain civilization from the Celestial Star Alliance iteration. Regaining focus, Han Xiao looked at the mark on his hand with surprise. Looks like I guessed correctly. The sanctum fragments represent authority, but it's surprising it can even lead the way. Well, I guess it makes sense. There's so much information form information inside the sanctum. Finding a specific piece of information is like finding a needle in a haystack. As soon as he said that, Han Xiao's body shook, and a daring thought appeared in Han Xiao's head. He mumbled, if it can lead the way like an index, if I search for the iteration information of the galaxy and find it, does that mean that we're already buzz? Before he even finished, the sanctum mark pointed in another direction. There really is? Han Xiao's breath stopped for a second, and his heart sank. He bit his lips, followed the direction silently, and came to a light sphere. He stood in place for quite some time before he finally prepared himself mentally. took a deep breath, and slowly touched this light sphere. However, the next moment Han Xiao was dumbfounded. There was no content in this light sphere. It was empty. Why isn't there anything? Han Xiao had touched many light spheres. This was the first time he had come across this. He then tried to search for the 3 universal civilizations of the galaxy and the other advanced civilizations. Every search worked, but none of the target light spheres had any information in them at all. They were all empty shells. Han Xiao was shocked yet could not help but feel relieved. He was worried about seeing the information of the explored universe inside the sanctum. It would mean that just like the Celestial Star Alliance, galaxy was only an illusion of the past. However, this was beyond his expectations. Although he could search for the target civilizations, they were all empty. Han Xiao did not know what it meant, but at least it was not the worst scenario. Interesting, what is going on? Han Xiao frowned and pondered, beginning to speculate. The reason they're empty shells. Does it mean that galaxy is the ongoing iteration, meaning it's the present, and its related information will only be recorded by the sanctum after we experience the Great Reboot? If that's really the case, it should be good news. This time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. Therefore, these empty shells. Are the gravestones the sanctum prepared for this iteration? Is the sanctum trying to say that nothing can escape death? Han Xiao became silent. He silently looked at the empty light sphere before him. At this moment, his heart was filled with a strong sense of grief. Chapter 1254, The Third Sanctum 2. Chapter 1254, The Third Sanctum 2. Be it the 3 universal civilizations or the World Tree civilization. They were all empty shells. Han Xiao took a deep breath, cleared his emotions, and buried them, not looking at the empty light sphere in front of him any longer. This isn't a bad thing. At least it's not an illusion of the past like the Celestial Star Alliance. Plus, judging from the Celestial Star Alliance's time period, the galaxy is far from the Great Reboot. I don't even know if I'll live till that day. Speaking of which, if I search for planet Earth, will it have any results? This thought suddenly appeared in Han Xiao's mind. He looked down at the mark but realized it did not respond this time. He raised his brows. No reaction, huh? My old home is still in another world then. It has nothing to do with our iterations. Han Xiao shook his head. He focused his mind and went back to business, putting the information he read into the storage device. Although his devices lost internet connection, they still functioned. He wanted to see if he could go around the memory capacity limit of the sanctums by storing information in his hardware. Han Xiao quickly stored the technology he acquired into the storage device, then started to touch another light sphere to read its information. The new technology he acquired once again replaced some information in his mind. Then, Han Xiao opened the storage device and saw that the same information disappeared in it too. Looks like this doesn't work either. Be it the human brain, mechanical hardware, or anything else, as long as it's an information transmission medium, the part of information will be wiped no matter what. Similar to how Destiny's Child works, just in a more advanced way. It's one of the principles of the high-dimensional information form. Han Xiao then tried a few more times using different methods, but nothing worked, so he had no choice but to let go of this thought. He put the storage device away, stopped making meaningless tries, and looked around the sanctum. He nodded. The sanctum revival was successful. What Jay said was verified. He found out about part of the mechanisms of the sanctums, and his memory capacity reached the limit. From how Han Xiao looked at it, his goal of entering the sanctum was basically achieved. It was about time to leave through the gate he came from. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly had a flash of insight and realized a problem. Wait a minute. I knew about the sanctum's origin, the contributions of the Savior civilization and the sanctum civilization, and how they passed on the knowledge from Jays. But how did Oathkeeper find out? If the information he has only came from reading the light spheres, with so many light spheres here and the memory capacity limit, it should most likely be incomplete. Han Xiao frowned. The sanctum did not just record the final civilization of an iteration but all civilizations of every iteration. As long as they once existed, they would be recorded whether they were weak or strong, unlike the information of individuals. This meant that only an extremely few light spheres contained the information about the origin of the sanctums and the Great Reboot. According to Han Xiao's experience of reading so many light spheres, if not because he found out about the full picture from Jay's, he would most likely not have been able to combine them into this much information just by reading the light spheres. The memory capacity limit was the main reason. However, Oathkeeper's authority level in the third sanctum was far lower than his. Unless he got extremely lucky and touched one of the final civilizations, there was no way he would know so much. Therefore, Han Xiao started to have doubts about Oathkeeper's source of information. He did not believe that the asterisk starred would be so lucky, or he would not have taken so many years to collect all the sanctum keys. Han Xiao pondered. The moment he doubted why the sanctums existed, a change suddenly occurred. Buzz! The sanctum mark on his hand suddenly flickered and shot out streams of light like silk that formed a translucent light curtain hovering before him. What's this? Han Xiao looked at it closely. Chains of symbols that he could not understand appeared on the curtain. The language seemed to have changed every few paragraphs. Han Xiao could read none of them. However, the next second, all these symbols turned into the common galaxy language. It can automatically change into a language the reader understands, another information form mechanism, I see. Han Xiao focused and read from top to bottom. He realized that the contents of the sanctums and the iterations were right at the top, clearly explaining the full story. It was basically completely the same with what Jays said, only more detailed. Reading further, gaps started to appear every now and then. The further down he read, the more gaps there were. After reading it for a while, Han Xiao roughly understood what was going on. I see what this light curtain records are the last words of the final civilization of every iteration. This thing is probably a special message board that passes down the important experiences of final civilizations to the next generations. These messages should be arranged according to time. The earliest messages are at the top, basic, and the most crucial information about the origins of the sanctums and the iteration. This is basically the source of the information Oathkeeper knows. The lower it gets, the closer the messages are to the current iteration, and the more random gaps there are. This is probably also related to the level of authority. The gaps will only decrease with a high level of authority. Han Xiao suddenly understood the purpose of the message board, to record the order of the iterations and let those that came after quickly understand the origins of the sanctums and the Great Reboot. That way, they did not have to randomly touch light spheres and piece the puzzle together themselves. Those that came after could learn from their experiences and make fewer mistakes. This message board should be the main platform for the relay between the final civilizations of the various iterations. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said with surprise, "This message board doesn't feel like it came from the sanctum itself, but a change created by the later iterations." Jays had once said that because the sanctums were eternal, many final civilizations saw the sanctums as a breakthrough point and carried out all kinds of plans around it. That caused the sanctums to mutate and gain new functions. The sanctum's revival function might be one of them, since the class of the revival targets was not restricted by the different types of sanctums. This message board was very likely one of the mutated functions too. Through reading, he realized many civilizations did indeed carry out plans concerning the sanctums. The first civilization to leave a message clearly conveyed in the message that it was the first to discover the message board function, and there were light spheres of civilizations in earlier iterations than them. The first civilization also briefly described the basic mechanisms and functions of the sanctums, such as the required keys of the other sanctums. As Han Xiao expected, the sanctum fragments represented the level of authority. Even beyond grade, as occasionally receiving a feeling that sanctums existed was a mutated function so that the following iterations could come in contact with the sanctums earlier and have more time to prepare. At the same time, the final civilizations in the later iterations also continued the work of introducing the functions of the sanctums, adding new mutated functions on the message board. However, most of them were incomplete, and Han Xiao could not see them. All the rulers of the iterations were leading the path for those who came after them. Han Xiao's eyes flickered and looked at the light curtain again with different emotions. Today is the day to carry out the plan. Hope everything goes smoothly. Will the really work? We're not actually confident. The rebirth plan is based on. According to our calculations, our success rate is only at about 1.44%. Maybe we've not studied it enough and won't make it through the great reboot, but the technology of the rebirth plan will be recorded by the sanctums. We hope those who come after us can continue to study it. The name of our civilization is We're the Civilization. The great reboot has begun. All of this is not a lie. We are using the remainder of our time to leave this message. Our plan will fail. Proves that the technology won't work. Don't take our path. It's a dead end. On the light curtain, there were messages full of hope, messages that sounded unconfident, and messages that analyzed the path they took. Looking at these messages, Han Xiao could almost feel the emotions these civilizations were going through when leaving them. They suppressed their anxiety, despair, and fear, forcing themselves to calm down and leave the knowledge they had to those who came after. This must be the true meaning of a relay across iterations. What an incredible history! At this time, Han Xiao finally had a deeper understanding of the name of this mission. He felt complicated and could not help but respect these civilizations. Maybe one day in the future, the three universal civilizations will leave a message here too. Or the World Tree Civilization. Han Xiao sighed, calmed his emotions, and started searching for messages related to the Celestial Star Alliance. As the messages were arranged by time, he wanted to see where the Celestial Star Alliance came in and how many iterations they were away. He read one message after another, and when he came to the fifth last message, he saw the related information. As this was relatively recent, the messages below were mostly empty. But he saw the familiar phrase World Reset Plan, which was the Celestial Star Alliance's plan to get through the Great Reboot. Fifth last, This means that the Celestial Star Alliance is at most 4 iterations before us, or the last iteration before us at minimum. Han Xiao nodded. As one iteration could leave multiple messages, he did not know who wrote the last few messages. It might be other iterations or the Celestial Star Alliance. Originally, he could judge from their language as the same language would mean they were from the same iteration, but the message board had already translated all of them into the galaxy's general language. Han Xiao tried to but could not turn them back to their original language. He did not know if there was no such function or his level of authority was not high enough. Either way, there was nothing he could do. The last few messages were filled with blanks. The only valuable piece of information was a phrase in the middle of the last paragraph. Information form becoming real. This is the right path. Han Xiao scratched his head and did not know what to say. Information form conversion. Both the intelligent plague and the sanctum revival function should share this trait. However, this message actually said this path is the right one. If it really is, how did you guys perish? Han Xiao sighed. He pondered for a while. He then tried to leave a message on the light curtain, but it did not respond. Speaking of which, all the messages on this light curtain are from civilizations, no individuals. I wonder if my authority level is not enough to leave a message, or are the messages left by individuals not recorded by the message board? Since there was no way of figuring that now, Han Xiao could only put this question aside and close the message board. The goal of this trip was mostly achieved. To him, the biggest thing he acquired this time was that he recorded the full methods to open the other sanctums with his authority level, which was much higher than Oathkeeper's. Due to the limit of memory capacity, he would probably have to wait till the next time he entered if he wanted to acquire more things. I hope I can see other sanctums next time. The first sanctum would be best. My authority level there is quite high too. Han Xiao mumbled to himself and returned to the stabilized sanctum gate. He glanced at the sanctum, then turned around and flew into the gate. When the bright light filled Han Xiao's sights once again, in the short moment his consciousness was blurry. He only had one thought. I've stayed in the sanctum for 5 hours at most. I wonder how much time has passed in the universe. Chapter 1255 Fourth Round Mission and Second Revival. Chapter 1255 Fourth Round Mission and Second Revival. Out in space, a light gate suddenly appeared and spat Han Xiao out before disappearing. Han Xiao only regained focus, as if his consciousness got dragged back to his body after being stunned for about 10 seconds. I'm already out. Han Xiao felt the complete opposite from when he entered the sanctum. It was as if he passed through a thin membrane and his body became heavier, like stepping out from a pool. Recalling what he had experienced in the sanctum, His memories became blurry, like he was seeing through a clouded window. However, it felt much better than what Oathkeeper described. It should be because his authority was higher. The technology and knowledge he had memorized were totally clear. Han Xiao looked down at his palm. The mark that represented his authority level in the sanctum was already gone, leaving only the sanctum revival mark. Let's see if I can open the interface now. Han Xiao tried to bring up the interface, and the next moment, notifications popped up rapidly one after another. You have successfully entered the third sanctum. You have received the third sanctum fragment. A relay across iterations, third round completed. You have received 200 billion EXP, 2 random rewards, 3 the third sanctum fragments. You have entered a sanctum. The third sanctum fragments are now assembling. Assembly completed. You have received ability. The third sanctum authority LV6. I knew it, the fragments represent authority. I can't open the interface in the sanctums, but it still works. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He opened the ability introduction of the third sanctum authority LV6 and read it. It was basically about the same as what the sanctum's message board described, only more detailed. It also stated that the speed of time in the sanctums also relied on the level of authority. Han Xiao took out his communicator to look at the date and was relieved. Phew, less than 4 months have passed. This is much shorter than I expected. Unlike that unlucky Oathkeeper, who spent years there. This means that the higher the level of authority, the closer the speed of time in the sanctum compared to the main universe. He was in a much more delighted mood. After all, he had expected this to take years and already made preparations for it. Since it had taken less than 4 months, it was a pleasant surprise. He took out the communicator and looked at it. Since he had already made the arrangements before entering the sanctum, the affairs of the army and the association were all taken care of. The past few months had been peaceful, and nothing big had happened. Those seeking revenge, including Pangan, had yet to appear. This is the best scenario possible. I still have a hold of things. Han Xiao nodded, put the communicator away, and looked at the interface. The 4th round mission of a relay across iterations had also popped up. 4th round started. Mission requirements. Optional. 1. Share the information related to the sanctums, the Great Reboot, the universe iterations, and so on with the current advanced civilizations, superstar cluster minimum. 2. Prove the existence of the sanctums to the advanced civilizations and help them to open the sanctums. 3. Make use of the level of authority advantage you have and lead the advanced civilizations into the sanctums. Remarks. Select one or more mission requirements stated above. The more requirements completed, the higher the mission rating for this round will be. Basic reward, 25 billion EXP, 1 all sanctum fragment. Bonus reward will be given depending on the mission rating. So this is what the 4th round is like. It requires the person who entered the sanctum to share this precious information with the advanced civilizations. Well, it makes sense. This is the meaning of a relay, after all. The perspective of this mission is bigger. Civilizations are the key to the universe's growth. The sooner they know about the sanctums, the more time they'll have to prepare. The final goal of this mission, judging from its name, is to help the civilizations get through the Great Reboot. However, although Han Xiao understood the purpose of this mission, he did not plan to do it. freewebnovel.com. From the perspective of the mission, helping the civilizations get control of the sanctums was the top priority. However, this would cause unpredictable impacts on his plan. It was no longer personal. Han Xiao had to think for all the beyond grade as, in the future, to deal with the Great Reboot, they might have to work with the 3 universal civilizations. However, for now, there was no way he was going to be in a hurry to share such precious information with the advanced civilizations. It would be betraying the beyond grade as he only planned to work with the 3 universal civilizations after the association got a firm hold of the sanctum revival function. Otherwise, the Celestial Star Alliance's complete rule over the beyond grade as would be a prime example of their future. Han Xiao sighed and decided not to complete the mission for the time being. At this time, a few spaceships suddenly deactivated their stealth mode, appeared, and asked cautiously in the public channel, "Is this His Excellency Black Star?" "Yes, it's B." Han Xiao looked up and was not surprised. He had noticed these few Holy Accord organization spaceships earlier and knew that they were the guards Oathkeeper had stationed there. Han Xiao paused, took out the communicator and called Oathkeeper. It was picked up very quickly. Oathkeeper appeared on the screen with a face full of surprise. Black Star? Doesn't it take a few years? How did you return so fast? Maybe because I'm lucky? Han Xiao shrugged. Really? I don't believe you. Oathkeeper expressed strong doubts and was bitter. Why did it take a few years for me and only a few months for you? It's unfair. By the way, why didn't you tell me about the message board? Naughty you. Did you hide it from me on purpose? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. If not because he felt something was not right, he might have left without seeing the message board. Furthermore, Oathkeeper did not say anything about the sanctum's authority level, which made him unavoidably suspect Oathkeeper's motives. What message board? What's that? Oathkeeper said with a confused tone. You don't know? Han Xiao raised his brows and observed Oathkeeper's expression but could not see anything. It might be because Oathkeeper's authority level was too low and he could not remember, or he was hiding it deliberately. Anyway, no matter what motives Oathkeeper had, such a trivial matter was in the past. Han Xiao did not want to bother dwelling on it. Never mind. I've already acquired the Sanctum Revival Mark. Quickly bring the fleet over. Okay, on it, Oathkeeper immediately replied. Han Xiao nodded, thought about it, and added, by the way, it might be best to bring those primordial ones. We're not reviving only the people we know this time. We have to make sure they're under control. Understood. Oathkeeper nodded. The targets of the first revival were the old members of the Holy Accord organization, all people who knew about the sanctums, so they got a grip of the situation very quickly. However, the targets of this batch were outsiders who had no idea the Holy Accord even existed. Once they were revived, it would be difficult for them to accept the reality. The targets of this revival were filtered, mostly beyond grade, as who died in accidents. None of them were a direct member of any advanced civilizations, an ally at most. Also, many of them died during the tragedy of the Pinnacles. As the tragedy of the Pinnacles incident had the highest number of beyond-grade deaths ever since the exploration era, they occupied quite a high percentage of all beyond-grade deaths in history, so it was tough to avoid those who were sacrificed in the tragedy of the Pinnacles in the process of finding suitable targets to revive. Even Han Xiao could not guarantee there was no one difficult to deal with among them. In his previous life, the Holy Accord revived many batches of beyond grade including many outsiders. Yet, they still only appeared during the World Tree War version and did not leak any information beforehand. This proved that the Holy Accord had a certain way to restrain them. The Holy Accord organization was not a charitable organization. Never mind those primordial ones who joined long ago, but if any outsider who revived later wanted to cause trouble, the Holy Accord probably would not mind sending them back into their coffins while adding more nails. Thinking about it, Oathkeeper lying to the members of the organization saying that they could only revive once was a good thing. This way, those who revive after will treasure this one revival chance and won't mess around. Han Xiao nodded. He hung up the call, opened the secondary dimensional army box, took out a small portable base from it, and rested inside, reading about events from the past 4 months while waiting for Oathkeeper. 2 days later, the Holy Accord organization's fleet finally arrived along with many primordial ones. The fleet docked at Han Xiao's portable base, and they met there. It's surprising you came out after only 4 months. Looks like we won't have to wait years. Biger and the others were pleasantly surprised. Han Xiao scanned around but did not see Pangan and his clique. He asked, "Where's Pangan and his group?" "They left the Holy Accord 3 months ago. We have no contact with them now." Oathkeeper shook his head. Han Xiao nodded and did not say anything. This was within his expectations. The good news was that before Pangan caused any big problems, he had already returned. "Alright, let's cut to the chase and revive these people. You guys just stay on the side. They'll only calm down and speak with us properly in the face of overwhelming power." Han Xiao displayed the Sanctum Revival mark on the back of his hand. The others nodded and had no objections. The group of them came to the venue prepared beforehand and stood in position. Han Xiao took over the activation device from Oathkeeper, took a deep breath, and pressed on the activate button. Buzz! The sanctum revival mark suddenly gave off an extremely bright light, flew out from the back of his hand, and turned into an expanding, blinding sphere of light. The next moment, the light sphere split up and turned into illuminated figures of various shapes that slowly materialized, turning into several beyond grade as who all looked lost. At the front was a male elf with long ears and an elegant posture who was wearing an exquisite robe. He looked around. His eyes stopped at Han Xiao, and he mumbled, "So, this is the underworld. You're dressed like a ghost. You must be the legendary king of hell." "Ha!" Han Xiao frowned. "Since you're so clever, speak more while you can, or I'm afraid you won't have the chance in the future." Chapter 1256 Provocation. Chapter 1256 Provocation. Before Han Xiao could respond to this male elf, the other revivers started a commotion. They backed away from each other and stared at the Holy Accord members with caution and shock. "Didn't I die? Why am I alive again? What have you people done to me? Where is this? Who are you guys? What in the world is going on? Is this an enemy trap?" Shock and panic rapidly spread in the crowd. All kinds of yelling and roaring sounded one after another. It was chaos, facing the reality that they came alive after death, even though they were beyond grade, as their hearts were still heavily impacted. Seeing the commotion become worse and worse, Han Xiao took a deep breath. His face tensed up, and his presence exploded. Silence! Boom! Like a deafening thunder, the presence of Han Xiao's energy rank swept across everyone, and golden lightning bolts flickered in midair. An enormous pressure suddenly landed on every reviver. It was as if someone had pressed the stop button. All noises disappeared instantly, and everyone shut up. Looks of shock and fear focused on Han Xiao. It felt like they were at the center of a primordial psionic energy explosion. They intuitively felt an incomparable sense of danger, as if they were prey targeted by a hunter. Their bodies tensed up uncontrollably. There were peak beyond grade as among these revivers who were watching the situation calmly, but even their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Han Xiao with shock. This overwhelming energy seemed to be stronger than anyone they had ever seen before. This man in black in front of them was probably capable of ending their lives. This time, before these revivers could react, the other Holy Accord members stared at them with their arms crossed and released their presence too. Boom! The energy presences of dozens of beyond grade as clashed intensely, creating one shockwave after another. The entire room started to tremble. These are all beyond grade as the expressions of the revivers changed dramatically. They were petrified. The pressure only lasted 3 seconds before Han Xiao told everyone to retract it. This intimidation act was clearly very effective. None of them dared cause a mess anymore. Seeing that everyone had finally quietened down, Han Xiao smiled and said, "Looks like everyone has calmed down. Good, now we can talk." Hearing this, the revivers looked around at the dozens of Holy Accord beyond grade as and instantly decided to follow their hearts and obediently wait for Han Xiao to continue. Seeing this, Han Xiao cleared his throat and slowly set in as friendly a tone as possible. "I know everyone needs an explanation. It is now Galaxy Calendar Year 780. You're all beyond grade as who died in different eras. The reason you guys have appeared here is that we discovered a unique way that revived you." Although the revivers already made some guesses, when hearing the confirmation, they still could not help but be astounded. How is this possible? We're really alive again. Their emotions were complicated and contradicted. They felt both glad and worried. Although reviving was a surprise, most people still felt weird about it. "You didn't ask for our permission to dig us out. This is definitely not a free service. These people definitely have motives. So, this is not the world after death." This time, that male elf with a sweet mouth seemed to have realized what was going on. He then looked at Han Xiao with a strange expression, frowned, and said, "Then, what's with that outfit? You think you're very stylish?" Han Xiao's head was filled with question marks. He could not help but look at his clothes. "Sure, it is quite black, but its design is rather exquisite. Isn't it? Is this a matter of personal aesthetic? My officers all think it looks great. Plus, is this really a good time to look down on my outfit?" Han Xiao sized him up, searched through his mind palace, and found the information about this elf male very soon. Elf King Dylan, a peak beyond grade A mage, was active from the final stage of the exploration era to the early stage of the galaxy calendar. His position back then was about the same level as Dark Lord, Void Overlord, and the Mechanic Emperor, now one of the representatives of the beyond grade as of the generation. The elves were a huge race in the universe with many branches like the galaxy human race. Back then, using his power, Dylan united the subraces in the universe one after another, founding an enormous organization belonging to the elf race that was similar to old Milizau's Dragonblood Nation. It was a time of glory in the history of the elf race. Back then, the three universal civilizations tried to recruit Dylan, but they were rejected. He then allied with multiple superstar cluster civilizations. The reason he did this seemed to be that he felt that he could only choose one of the three universal civilizations, while if he stood on the superstar cluster civilization side, he could acquire resources from many of them while enjoying more freedom. In the end, Dylan died during the tragedy of the Pinnacles. It's this guy. Now it makes sense. Han Xiao understood. According to the records, Dylan's personality was very strange. He never cared about the timing and situation of saying things, nor did he care about others' feelings. Because of that, he had a very bad relationship with the Beyond Grade as back then and many enemies. In his final battle, he faced a whooping 12 Beyond Grade as who wanted him dead. This is almost my level of treatment. As for what this guy would decide to do, it was tough for Han Xiao to judge. After all, the era and environment had changed. During Dylan's era, as there were no prior examples, the superstar cluster civilizations were still openly competing for Beyond Grade A allies with the three universal civilizations and trying to attract them using better terms. At that time, joining the superstar cluster civilizations was the norm. No one thought the tragedy of the Pinnacles would happen. Han Xiao curled his lips, ignored him, looked away, and said to everyone, "I know everyone still has a lot of questions, such as who we are, how and why we revived you guys, and so on. For these questions, my friend here will answer them one by one." Hearing this, Oathkeeper stepped up and said with a deep voice, "Everyone, we're a secret organization named the Holy Accord. We were founded by some of the primordial ones during the exploration era. Our core goal was to revive in the future. As for how we revived you guys, it's through a phenomenon called a sanctum." Oathkeeper had prepared the script long ago and explained Holy Accord's origin and purpose in detail, answering everyone's doubts. The primordial ones were famous. The revivers sized up the Holy Accord members present and realized that they were indeed the primordial ones recorded in history. They started to gradually believe what Oathkeeper was saying. This time, someone looked at Han Xiao and said, "Who is he then? He's not one of the primordial ones." The rest looked over too. Hearing this, Han Xiao straightened his shirt. "You guys can call me Black Star. I'm the leader of the Beyond Grade as of this era." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. Leader of Beyond Grade as? How arrogant. In our eras, even the strongest Beyond Grade as did not dare to call themselves the leaders of the Beyond Grade as. Who are you again? How dare you give yourself such a title? Oathkeeper coughed and said, "Let me introduce you. His Excellency Black Star isn't a member of the Holy Accord but our crucial partner in this era. We have the same goals. In this era, the Beyond Grade as have already founded an association and united, and Black Star is the president of that Beyond Grade A association. Plus, his strength is also at the top tier in the universe. At the same time, he's also the only shared consultant of the three universal civilizations. He has an extraordinary position." After hearing the explanation, everyone looked shocked and could not help but keep sizing Han Xiao up. Beyond Grade A Association President, Consultant of the three universal civilizations. Those titles had never existed before. Although they did not know the details yet, just from these titles, they could feel Han Xiao's influence. Thinking back of the energy rank Han Xiao had just displayed earlier, the majority of people started to take him seriously and remembered the name Black Star. To think that such an incredible youngster appeared in the future, this Black Star guy might have had the best time out of all the Beyond Grade as in history. This time, a revived peak Beyond Grade A coldly said, "How strong you are is your business. All I want to know is, you didn't revive us to accompany you to play Wayne card, did you?" Or are you planning to use us to help you achieve some kind of ambitious goal, like the classic rule the universe? Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. That's funny. The Holy Accord organization and I disturbed all of your rest not out of personal ambition. The entire Beyond Grade A class is in urgent danger, and we need our seniors, your strength. As soon as this was said, many people felt honored and interested right away. Tell us more. What danger are the Beyond Grade as in? Someone else asked curiously. It's still related to the 3 universal civilizations. Han Xiao spoke fluently and explained the crucial problems such as the unity of the Beyond Grade A Association, the stand of the 3 universal civilizations, what the sanctum revival meant for both sides, and so on. He did his best to explain the intense situation the Beyond Grade as we're in now as simply as possible. Seeing that they were thinking about his words, Han Xiao added, if this problem isn't dealt with properly, a second tragedy of the pinnacles will certainly happen to the Beyond Grade as soon as he said that, many people shook. A lot of them were victims of the tragedy of the pinnacles. This term touched their soft spot. Seeing this, Han Xiao quickly made use of the opportunity and said with a meaningful tone, this is closely related to every one of you. Not just a matter of this era. Even if you guys aren't willing to join us, you have to think about your own interests. You guys have already died once and been revived. You definitely want to continue enjoying your lives. However, if this problem isn't dealt with, you won't be able to ensure your own safety. There's only one chance for sanctum revival, so if we don't unite and the second tragedy of the pinnacles breaks out, you guys will be in danger too. If killed again, your lives will really end this time. Han Xiao deliberately hid the secret that the sanctums could revive them an unlimited number of times and claimed that they only had one chance. By doing that, he became tremendously more convincing. Hearing this, everyone understood the situation and looked serious. Dylan rubbed his chin and said, if that's the case, there are only 2 paths in front of us. Join the Beyond Grade A Association or stay in the Holy Accord, one or the other. There's no other choice. Someone on the side frowned and asked, can't we leave on our own? Dylan glanced at him with disdain and said, use the few brain cells you have and think about it. Given how important the information about the sanctum revival is, do you think they'd let someone who knows about it move around freely? Idiot, no wonder you got killed. This person's expression froze, and he angrily said, didn't you die too? You don't understand. I died strategically. Dylan snorted. The others were bewildered. What a F***king creative way to describe it. However, being weird was one thing, but they had to admit what Dylan said made sense. There were only 2 choices. If they wanted freedom as soon as possible, they had to join the Beyond Grade A Association and let the Galactic Society, especially the 3 universal civilizations, know about their existence. This way, they would be tied with the Beyond Grade A Association. If they chose to stay in the Holy Accord, no one would know about their existence. Even if the cleansing happened, they would not be at risk. Safety or freedom, there was no third choice. If they thought about secretly sneaking away, they would most likely end up back in their coffins. They were in a dilemma. Most people preferred to hide in the Holy Accord. They would lose freedom for some time, but it was better than losing their only second life. If the Beyond Grade A Association's hard work paid off, they could enjoy the fruits of victory. If the association failed, they would still be safe. Han Xiao saw their hesitation. Knowing that what he said was effective, he was secretly glad. However, this time, an untimely voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Why do we have to accept such restrictive terms? Everyone, there are many of them, but we aren't few in number either. Why don't we work together for the time being? Get out of this place. They can't stop all of us. Everyone will be free that way. As soon as this provocative idea was brought up, the expressions of many revivers changed. Han Xiao's expression sank. He looked toward the source of the voice. Well, I really thought the problem would be solved smoothly, but it seems some people's mindsets need to be adjusted physically. Chapter 1257 Intimidation. Chapter 1257 Intimidation. The people looked in the direction the voice came from and saw that it was a large male who spoke. He had dark skin and wild gray hair like the mane of a lion, standing with his arms crossed and staring right at Han Xiao with a cold expression. Oh, is that what you think? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at him. This person's information surfaced in his mind. Fist of Polar Channel, Bagnita. He was an extremely strong pugilist with an explosive, aggressive, and destructive style. The founder of multiple pugilist styles, he was an expert in the Polar Channel flow. Although he was not the founder of the Polar Channel flow, he was publicly recognized as the best in the Polar Channel flow style. This guy was not from the Tragedy of the Pinnacles but was a neutral beyond grade A from even earlier. His cause of death was unknown, and he left his race behind. Bagnita wore a sleeveless army combat shirt. The muscles on his arm jumped as he said coldly, "I hate it the most when people give me a multiple-choice question. Whether I help you or not depends on my mood. If you're going to force me, there's absolutely nothing to talk about. People with a unique personality usually don't live long." Dylan sneered. Hearing this, the others looked at him and nodded in agreement. Bagnita ignored him, looked around, and said with a deep voice, "We're all beyond grade as. What's there to be afraid of? Those with a backbone, stand with me." Han Xiao shook his head and realized that he was surprisingly calm, as if he was used to it. In fact, it might feel weird if a pugilist who was not headstrong appeared. He turned and looked at the revivers. With a shrug, he said, "Who else agrees with him? You can step forward." The people exchanged looks and hesitated. No one responded. Instead, they backed away and isolated Bagnita. Seeing this, Bagnita frowned, snorted, and said, "Humph! The beyond grades are getting more cowardly with each generation." Dylan tooted and mocked him. "Hee, you're trying to provoke us to risk our life to play with you. If a fight really breaks out, you can probably walk out alive. You won't be the one to die anyway. Just say it out loud if you want others to block bullets for you. We're all beyond grade as here. Who are you putting up a performance for?" Bagnita glanced at Dylan and said with disdain, "Idiot." Seeing this, Han Xiao looked back at Bagnita, raised his brow and said, "Looks like you're the only one. Do you still want to continue?" "No one dares work with me. What else can I say?" Bagnita snorted and put down his crossed arms. Han Xiao could not help but laugh and said, "Aren't you smart? But don't you think you're too naive? You tried to incite the other revivers, but when you saw it can't be done, you gave up and wanted to act as if nothing happened. Do you really think it's going to be that easy?" Bagnita frowned, tightened his arm muscles again, and said, "What do you want?" Han Xiao slowly walked forward into the revivers toward Bagnita while saying, "I revived you guys because it's beneficial for the entire class, not for charity. I have already explained the situation very clearly earlier. We're on the same boat here. Still, I never thought about sacrificing you guys. I didn't even force you guys to take any risks and gave you all a choice to stay in the Holy Accord and watch us fight hard for our future. If we win, you guys can enjoy the victory together. If we lose, you guys can still stay hidden and save yourselves. You cannot appreciate us giving you a second life, but you were willing to destroy our whole plan just for your own desire. Of course, you're free to do that. But since you've done it, don't blame others for dealing with you." As soon as he said that, a sudden change occurred. Raging energy erupted, covered with blinding pugilist flames. Bagnita's fist landed heavily on Han Xiao's chest like an asteroid. Boom! "You knew I'm a pugilist, yet you still dared approach me. You're asking for a beating." This thought flashed past Bagnita's mind. There was no way he was going to wait and do nothing. Seeing Han Xiao's words were heading toward a dangerous direction, he immediately decided to strike first. The next moment, the power of the punch exploded. Dense pugilist flames gushed out from Han Xiao's back, turning into a cylinder-shaped energy shockwave that created an enormous hole in the room. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot out from this galactic base as if an explosion occurred inside. In the room, the people were surprised to see how decisive Bagnita was in attacking. Some wanted to help while others wanted to back away and watch. However, before they acted, they saw that Han Xiao, who had just been punched heavily, did not even shake. It was as if nothing happened to him. In the blink of an eye, Han Xiao's hands grabbed onto Bagnita's head, and he raised his leg. Bang! Bagnita shockingly could not resist such an enormous force at the time. His head was dragged down and intimately hit Han Xiao's knee. Blood gushed out from his nose, and his brain trembled. Before he recovered from the short moment he was stunned, Han Xiao wrapped his one hand around Bagnita's head and locked him in place, while the elbow of his other hand slashed down on Bagnita's arched back. Kacha! The sound of bone breaking appeared in everyone's ears, and a visible dent appeared on Bagnita's spine. Hiss! Many people inhaled with shock. The looks in their eyes changed again, taking one powerful attack head-on just to heavily injure the opponent in exchange. We won't believe it even if you tell us he's not a pugilist. At this time, Bagnita finally recovered from the short moment he was stunned. He roared, and the flames on his body erupted again. His muscles bulked up. A dense energy spread instantly, and his attributes shot up in a flash. Then, Bagnita grabbed Han Xiao by his waist, kicked back with his legs at full power, and pushed Han Xiao through metal walls one after another. They shot out into space like an asteroid. That's polar channel flow. The people instantly figured out what happened. Relying on the explosive power of the polar channel flow, the combat capability of pugilists could usually shoot up a small grade. As the publicly known master in the polar channel flow, its effect on Bagnita was even more incredible. Plus, with his personal improvements on it, its side effects were very limited. Bagnita was not a peak beyond grade A on his own, but with his explosive power, he was more than capable of fighting a peak beyond grade A and earning himself the name of Fist of Polar Channel. In the Reviver's eyes, he was very strong. Although they had just felt how strong Han Xiao's energy rank was not long ago, they had never seen Black Star in combat and did not have a clear idea of it. Since there was an opportunity now, the Revivers did not help anyone, nor did they stop them. They all wanted to observe Black Star's strength in combat. Most Beyond Grade as were proud, all of them wanted to see how strong the so-called leader of Beyond Grade as was and what gave him the confidence to call himself that. The Revivers were initially expecting a marvelous fist fight, but the change that happened in the next second took them by complete surprise. Han Xiao locked his hands around Bagnita too. Right after that, mechanical force erupted from all over his body. At the same time, countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out from the galactic base, shrouding the sky, and instantly fired at the two of them. Boom! Like a newborn fixed star. The expanding energy light sphere lighted up the cosmic space. As the aftershock of the explosion spread, the protective shield of the galactic shield was activated automatically, barely blocking it out. The entire base was pushed out while heavily shaking. The sudden blinding light made everyone narrow their eyes subconsciously. They all looked surprised. Did the two of them both die? What a violent style of fighting. By the way, Black Star is a mechanic? From his body strength, he's a total pugilist. The people unavoidably started to worry and looked around. However, they realized that the Holy Accord members all looked very calmed and did not seem to be worried at all. Are you guys not worried for the safety of your partner? Someone asked. Biger turned, glanced at these people, and smiled. Hee. Something that can kill Black Star probably doesn't exist. At this time, the light gradually started dissipating. Two closely attached people flew out from the center of the explosion, quickly headed to the base, and returned to the room through the hole. Plop! The sound of someone collapsing sounded. Bagnita lay on the ground like a dead dog. Almost not a single spot on his body was whole. He was heavily injured and extremely close to death. Shocked, the people looked up and saw that although Han Xiao was also wounded, his wounds were regenerating at an unbelievable speed, and Han Xiao returned to normal almost instantly. Han Xiao was the one who had brought Bagnita back. With a calm face, Han Xiao gestured at Oathkeeper with his mouth. Take care of his injuries. Don't let him die. The Holy Accord members were not surprised at all. A few of them walked forward and flipped Bagnita's body over a few times while spraying regenerative potion on him. It somehow looked like brushing sauce on barbecued meat. Seeing this, the Revivers could hardly believe their own eyes. That's it? Did the fight even take 3 minutes? They were expecting an intense, huge battle. None of them ever thought Black Star would thrash Bagnita so quickly. Bagnita was no trash beyond grade A but a famous beyond grade A. They already knew that Black Star might be very strong, but they had never thought he would be this strong. It completely surpassed their experience-based expectations. No wonder he dares call himself the leader of the Beyond grade, as he's indeed qualified for that. This thought flashed through the minds of many of them. Han Xiao stretched his neck and the muscles that felt a little sore from the bombardment massage earlier. He turned and saw the stronger fear in everyone's eyes and nodded internally. He was quite satisfied with the impact of this battle. He was not actually angry. He scolded Bagnita only to intimidate the others. This was because he knew that there were definitely more people who had the same thoughts as Bagnita who only did not dare respond because of the situation they were in. In order to get rid of such thoughts, making them afraid of doing anything by just outnumbering them was not enough. He had to make them feel the huge difference in individual strength. To that end, showing them then and there was the most effective method. The best way to intimidate them was to crush Bagnita in a short time. Therefore, Han Xiao deliberately displayed his intention of wanting to attack Bagnita while going closer to him at the same time. He did all that so Bagnita would fight him at close range, which would make using die together easier. After all, this combo was the most efficient way of defeating an opponent in a short time. The biggest advantage he had was the amount of information he had. Anyone who knew about him well would never get close to him, but these revivers did not know about that yet. Therefore, based on his outdated experience, Bagnita did not give up on this opportunity and fought him at close range right away, completely falling into Han Xiao's trap. The moment Bagnita chose to fight him at close range, the ending of this battle was already decided. The effects of crushing Bagnita reached Han Xiao's expectations, shocking the fragile hearts of these people. There was only one more step to take. Seeing that Bagnita's body was gradually recovering, Han Xiao took out the space-time amber and wrapped Bagnita up. He then said coldly, "I won't kill him, but in order to avoid uncertainties, I shall ground him so that he calms down." The next moment, the space-time amber formed around Bagnita. His body was fixed inside the amber. "What's this?" The people were confused. The Holy Accord members on the side explained. Very soon, everyone present understood the function of the space-time amber. They all looked shocked and scared. This thing was almost the nemesis of Beyond Grade as, this time, Han Xiao turned to them and smiled brightly. "The person who brought up the question has already been dealt with. So, everyone, have you made your choice?" Their looks differed. Some were smiling bitterly, while some were swallowing their saliva nervously. There was no suspense to what choice they were going to make. "I'm willing to stay in the Holy Accord." "Me too." With someone taking the lead, the rest all responded one after another. Between the two choices, almost everyone chose to stay in the Holy Accord organization. They did not want to appear in the outside world, at least not before they understood the whole picture clearly, so they did not have to take risks. Very soon, Dylan was the only one who had yet to express his choice. Han Xiao looked over. "What about you? Are you staying in the Holy Accord or joining the association?" Dylan caressed his smooth and white chin, snorted, and said, "I won't want to miss something this fun. I'll join the association. If we start fighting the 3 universal civilizations, count me in." Then, as if he felt he did not say enough, Dylan scanned at the other revivers present and snickered. The books are right. Cowardly and ordinary people are always the majority. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but to look at Dylan again. "You really deserve to be slain. Even I want to." Chapter 1258 Test and Welcome. Chapter 1258 Test and Welcome. He asked around. There were only a few people in the second batch of the revivers who were willing to join the association. Han Xiao memorized their names, looked at the Holy Accord members, and nodded. "I'll leave the rest to you then. You guys usually don't have anything to do anyway. You should be fine helping the newcomers get used to this era, right?" Biger smiled and agreed on behalf of the others. "Don't worry, we're adept at this. We were just in need of new cardmates too." Oathkeeper nodded subconsciously, but then suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Isn't this my organization? Why are you the one giving the orders?" Oathkeeper was just about to speak. However, before he could, Han Xiao clapped, interrupted him, and smiled. "I'm glad we've come to an agreement. Let's get to familiarizing them with this era then. The atmosphere in the place became calmer as he said that. The Holy Accord members led the others and left the room while chatting. Their voices gradually grew more distant. Oathkeeper's lips twitched slightly. I, the organization's leader, have been ignored? Don't I deserve some face? This time, Han Xiao walked over, patted Oathkeeper's shoulders and said, I'm afraid you're going to be busy for some time. These revivers are intimidated by me for the time being, but I can't keep an eye on them all the time. There'll definitely be someone who wants to sneak away. You have to monitor them closely but not too obviously, in case they get unhappy about it. Understood. Oathkeeper coughed. Ahem. I know what to do. You don't have to teach me. Han Xiao smiled. He summoned a virtual screen and quickly made a list. This is a partial list of keys for the other sanctums. You guys are the expert in this. It's best to keep collecting them. The more keys we have, the better. You found this in the third sanctum? Oathkeeper looked surprised. Why didn't I see it when I went in? It might be because your authority level is too low. Han Xiao shook his head and briefly explained authority levels. As for whether Oathkeeper kept it a secret deliberately or not, now was not the time to be concerned over such trivial matters. Alright, this way, opening the sanctums in the future will be easier. Oathkeeper was glad. Although the information recorded in the various sanctums differed, the sanctum revival function worked in all of them. Having the methods to open the other sanctums meant that the sanctum revival function could be carried out many times more. Accepting the list, Oathkeeper paused and asked, Have you decided on the timing for the first batch of revivers to appear in public? Probably in the next few months. Han Xiao responded. After they appear, the attitudes of the three universal civilizations will change drastically. Are you ready? Oathkeeper sounded worried. No matter how mentally prepared he was beforehand, as the one who would start this storm, it was impossible for him not to worry. That was especially so when this was most certainly going to be a fuse to cause the structure of the universe to change dramatically, as well as the turning point for all beyond grade as its influence would be colossal. It might lead the future of the Galactic Society to a completely unknown direction. He was naturally nervous. I know what I'm doing. This is a step we must take. There's no need to worry so much. Han Xiao smiled and patted his shoulder. Oathkeeper frowned slightly and slowly said, Also, we hid the truth about the sanctums, making the others think that they can only revive once. This means that although the three universal civilizations will still be concerned, they most probably won't give up on the idea of the cleansing. Are we really not going to share the truth about reviving? Han Xiao shook his head. It's okay. We have to hide this trump card for a while. Although letting this information out will make the three universal civilizations cautious, they might change their strategy because of it too. It's better to give them the wrong idea. After all, being able to revive an infinite number of times will only be convincing when it actually happens. If the cleansing is really carried out, it won't be too late to reveal it then anyway. That way, not only will the three universal civilization strategy be disrupted, it would also be a surprise to those who died. Plus, fear is the lock of desire. If we tell the truth to the revivers now, it won't be easy to manage them anymore. Oathkeeper sighed and said, But you'll face too much pressure this way. You're the one who will bring the revivers into the association, so anyone would think you know the truth. The three universal civilizations will definitely target you. Will you be able to deal with it? It's not a big problem. As soon as the association sees that the sanctums can revive people, the beyond grade as will be united around me like never before. In addition, with my capability, forces, and the underworld, it won't be a problem to stand against the three universal civilizations for the time being. That way, there'll be room for negotiation. Han Xiao smiled and made Oathkeeper not so worried. Oathkeeper nodded and said with a solemn tone, As long as you got a plan. Anyway, whether we can walk under the sun in the future all depends on you. The next day, Han Xiao went back to hosting the association and Kasui stepped down. Kasui contacted Han Xiao multiple times privately, trying to find out what Han Xiao acquired in this trip, but Han Xiao smoothly avoided the topic every time. Reappearing again after going missing for 4 months did not attract too much attention. It was common for beyond grade as to travel, so the various organizations did not overthink about what Han Xiao had done while he was missing. After waiting patiently for more than half a month, the three universal civilizations finally acted and sent Han Xiao a private meeting invitation. After observing for so long, they're finally on the move. In his room, seeing the invitation notification on the communicator, Han Xiao focused and sat up straight. He opened the network link in the invitation letter, and his remote projection entered the online conference room. The next moment, he came to a secret conference room. The remote projections of the leaders of the Federation, the Dynasty, and the Church were all already there. Black Star, you're here? The Dynasty's ruler, Marbruce, smiled with his squarish face. Han Xiao looked around, put on the signature smile of the 8th king of the underworld, and said, "Your Excellencies, what can I do for you? We haven't officially congratulated you for being elected as the Beyond Grade A Association president. Congratulations." Marbruce nodded. "Thanks." Han Xiao smiled. "It's all thanks to the support of the members. We have high hopes for you. You're more suited to lead the Beyond Grade A Association than Manison. We all agree that under your leadership, the Beyond Grade A Association will walk further on the right path." The few of them superficially praised each other as usual before getting to the main topic. The Federation president, Louis, stroked his mustache and said, "We've called you here today mainly because we need your help on a matter. The issue of the Beyond Grade A Association members privately spreading ultimate knowledges of the various classes has gone on too long. Manison deliberately allowed it when he was in office and ignored it. Now that you've become the president, we hope you can help settle this issue." Han Xiao raised his brow. "I'll try, but I can't promise it'll work. After all, I can't possibly interfere with the private life of every member." Knowing this was a perfunctory response, the church leader coughed and slowly said with a more serious tone, "Black Star, this issue is very important to us. This has lasted decades. We can't possibly allow it to continue. There's a limit to everything. We hope we can see the situation improve very soon. I'll do my best." Han Xiao maintained a smile and did not reject it. He was not surprised. The three universal civilizations never opened up the restrictions on the spread of ultimate knowledges legally, so the association members could only spread it privately. This was an important factor to attracting new blood, so of course Han Xiao was not going to agree. The three universal civilizations clearly knew that too. Part of the reason they still deliberately brought this matter up was to test his position as the new president, and the other part was most likely to set the path for the cleansing. If he rejected it, the three universal civilizations would have a justifiable reason to target the association. If the association compromised, the members would definitely be shaken. Arguments and split opinions would certainly happen too. The three of them gave Han Xiao a meaningful look. "We'll wait for your results then. You won't disappoint us, will you?" "Of course. I've always believed in taking the win-win path. You guys know that." Han Xiao smiled. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Go to your stuff then." Han Xiao made a simple gesture to bid farewell and hung up the communication. When his remote projection in the room disappeared, the three leaders remaining in the room looked at each other, nodded, and came to an agreement. "Looks like it's time to take action." Black Star replacing the Mechanic Emperor and taking office was the opportunity to act. This was because, to them, the biggest difference between Black Star and Mechanic Emperor was that Black Star knew all too well about avoiding conflicts, unlike the Mechanic Emperor who was very headstrong. The chance of Black Star flipping the table was very low. This was one of the reasons they waited to act till Han Xiao took office. The personality of the leader was very important. The three of them did not plan to target Black Star. Their plan was to kill some and poach some. Peak beyond grade as were not the three universal civilizations' targets. Instead, they were even going to compensate and woo them during the operation so that they could divide the beyond grade as, according to the personality analysis based on their large databases, Black Star's predisposition to seek profit and avoid conflict was extremely strong. In order to protect his own interests, there was only a very small chance he would stand on the complete opposite side of the three universal civilizations for the other beyond grade as long as the operation was firm and cruel enough, Black Star would very likely step back to protect himself, which would give them an opportunity to divide the association. The most ideal result would be the Beyond Grade A Association disbanding, fundamental and medium-level members all dying, and most uncertainties eliminated, leaving only their direct members and the peak Beyond Grade As. This way, the three universal civilizations would once again gain control of the individuals with great strength, and everything would go back to how it was. When the three of them were discussing the plan inside Han Xiao's office in the Black Star Army, he put down the communicator and mumbled, "The situation is about to reach the tipping point. Looks like it's time to bring the revivers out. There just happened to be a new member requesting to join the association recently. I can use the opportunity to announce their existence to the entire universe." Half a month later, at Beyond Grade A Association headquarters on planet Finn, a small fleet slowly docked. In front of the porthole at the bridge of the main ship, a skinny man looked out the porthole at planet Finn. "The Beyond Grade A Association finally accepted my request." Mahel was relieved, like heavy weights were lifted off his shoulders. He was a new Beyond Grade A who stepped into this territory a few years ago, raised by a certain star system civilization. Although the chances of this happening were extremely low, it was not completely impossible. Some civilizations would get unbelievably lucky once in a while. As the one and only Beyond Grade A of the civilization, Mahel carried heavy responsibilities. After he stepped into the Beyond Grade A territory, he became the guardian of his civilization, earning benefits for his civilization and stabilizing its forces in the local area. He did not join the Beyond Grade A Association as soon as he became a Beyond Grade A, but he also rejected the offers of the other civilizations. He had only just requested to join the association, and he had come with a mission. He hoped to gain a hold inside the Beyond Grade A Association and bring more benefits to his civilization using the resources of other members. Today was the welcome meeting the association hosted just for him. Mahel had made a lot of preparations for today. He even hired professionals to draft a script for his speech. He had memorized it and planned to earn the favorability of other members using this nice speech so that he could quickly blend in. Hope everything goes smoothly. The spaceship stopped at the dock. Mahel walked out and followed the receptionist into the temporary lounge of the venue. On the way, he kept rehearsing the speech he would give later on. Very soon, Mahel came to the door of the lounge, pushed the door open, and walked in. He subconsciously looked around and was suddenly stunned. In the room, dozens of people stood and sat around while casually chatting. Hearing someone had pushed the door open, they all stopped chatting and looked at him. "Isn't the temporary lounge for one? Did I enter the wrong room?" Mahel was stunned for a moment. He took a step back, looked at the room number, and was confused. "I'm not wrong. This is the lounge for the rookie to wait to enter the venue. Isn't this supposed to be my room? Where did these people come from?" At this time, the people inside the room suddenly started laughing. The people near the gate stood up, pulled Mahel in, and pressed him down on the sofa. "Yo, finally a real rookie is here. Sit. Sit. Get something to eat." This is the first time I've seen a rookie of the new era. The others all crowded around and sized him up curiously while chatting. Mahel was stuck in the middle with no idea of what to do. He could not take it anymore and yelled, "Who are you? This should be my room. Please get out." Hearing this, the others exchanged looks and smiled. Suddenly, everyone's body shook. Boom! The presence of Beyond Grade as erupted in an instant and disappeared the next second. Mahel was startled. He froze in place and was totally dumbfounded. All these strangers are Beyond Grade as. Who are you, POP? Mahel's eyes opened wide. His brain was short-circuiting, and he could not even speak properly. Biger joked, "Don't be so nervous. We're just like you, all rookies joining the association." Impossible. How can dozens of new Beyond Grade as appear in the universe silently? Who are you guys? Mahel stood up and lost it. Isn't today's welcome meeting to welcome just me? Biger smiled and waved. We're not strangers. Take a closer look. Do you recognize us? Hearing this, Mahel hastily observed the people present. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. I've seen your information. You're primordial ones? Haha. I knew you would recognize us. Come on, don't look at us like that. We just simply revived. It's no big deal. Biger patted Mahel's shoulder with a smile. As if his bones were shattered, Mahel lay flat on the sofa with no color in his eyes like he had lost his soul. At this moment, his brain was completely blank. There was only one thought left in his mind. When did I fall asleep? Chapter 1259 Youngsters. Times have changed. Chapter 1259 Youngsters. Times have changed. While Mahel was doubting the meaning of his life, in the venue a few corridors away, the remote projections of Beyond Greta members appeared on their seats and chit-chat. Another welcome meeting today. The last rookie was Aurora, and that was only about half a year ago. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the frequency of new Beyond Grade as in the past few decades seems to have increased quite a bit compared to before. Indeed, I remember that very long ago, just 3 of 4 Beyond Grade as appearing in a few decades was already quite a lot. Yet there have already been 8 new Beyond Grade as in the past few decades. Although this kind of thing is very random, it does prove that the times are evolving. That's right. The population in the Galactic Society is increasing, the study of the super system has been improving, and the Beyond Grade A seeds have been reaching their tipping points. There's going to be a period with many new Beyond Grade as the time before the meeting started was always for the members to chat and bond. They chatted casually, and it was boisterous. Han Xiao's projection sat in the main seat and looked at this peaceful scene with a smile. Looking at how clueless everyone was, Han Xiao smirked slightly. These people had no idea that something huge was about to happen that would change the structure of the entire universe. At this time, someone suddenly brought up a topic related to Han Xiao. I received the Federation of Light's warning a few days ago, strictly prohibiting me from privately spreading ultimate knowledges. Your Excellency Black Star? Did you know about this? Hearing this, many people added their input and expressed that they had received the same warning from the 3 universal civilizations. They all looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at the 3 universal civilizations' direct members, nodded and said, I spoke with the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations not long ago. They hope I can solve the issue of privately spreading ultimate knowledges. And what did you say? Manison asked. The 3 universal civilizations maintain the laws of the galactic civilization. I'll do my best to cooperate with their work without affecting the operations of the association. Han Xiao gave a meaningless answer with a smile. Manison snorted softly. He knew that given how smooth Han Xiao was, he would not directly reject the 3 universal civilizations and would most likely agree verbally. This time, a direct member said, How do you plan to solve this problem? I haven't decided. Do you have any advice? Han Xiao turned and looked at him. I think that one of the reasons the private spread of ultimate knowledges is happening is that the statute of the association is too lenient and did not clearly forbid it. I suggest improving the statute and heavily punishing those who disobey. While this direct member spoke, the other association members all shut up and exchanged looks. The interests of the direct members of the 3 universal civilizations were different from normal Beyond Grade as the 2 sides were the 2 most clear-cut factions. As the 3 universal civilizations became more and more dissatisfied with the acts of the Beyond Grade A Association, the conflict between the 2 factions grew stronger. People had already secretly proposed to Han Xiao to kick the direct members of the 3 universal civilizations out of the association more than once. Han Xiao listened to the direct member for a while. He suddenly interrupted him and said with a smile, These suggestions are all not bad. I'll consider them carefully. Let's leave this topic to the next plenary. Today is the welcome meeting, after all. We shouldn't overstep our bounds. He skipped this topic casually with a meaningful tone. This direct member Beyond Grade A's heart sank. He understood Han Xiao's subtle warning and had no choice but to sit down reluctantly. The other Beyond Grade A's, however, were excited. Shouldn't overstep our bounds was a warning to the direct members of the 3 universal civilizations, telling them not to forget who the master of the association was and not to think the 3 universal civilizations could give them orders. With Han Xiao's subtle response, many people felt more at ease. As Black Star was quite closely related to the 3 universal civilizations, some people never stopped worrying about Black Star changing from taking the firm path like the Mechanic Emperor to compromising with the 3 universal civilizations. Seeing this, Kasui helped to calm the atmosphere and said, The president is right. We're gathered here today to welcome the rookie. Let's not talk business. Hearing Kasui, the atmosphere became joyful again. The people skipped over this topic and started guessing the identity of this new rookie. Some even set up bets. After discussing it for a while, someone looked to Han Xiao again and joked, "President, the rookie of this time should be Mahel, right? It's not going to be another new Beyond Grade A officer from the Black Star Army, is it?" Han Xiao raised his brow, with a smile that was unlike a smile on his face. "All I can say is, everyone is definitely familiar with them." The people chatted while waiting. After some time, everyone was finally present. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. "It's about time. The welcome meeting can start now. Let's remain quiet and get ready to welcome the rookie." Hearing this, everyone became silent, turned around, and looked at the side gate of the room. According to the routine, the rookie always walked out from here. Not long after, the side gate was finally pushed open. Mahel walked out and appeared in front of everyone. The people started softly discussing right away. "I knew it. It is indeed Mahel. Haha, I guessed right. Give me my money." Why does he look weird? They sized up Mahel and realized that something was off right away. Mahel's eyes were out of focus as if his spirit was not here, and he was frozen. What's he doing standing there and not coming here? Why isn't he saying anything? He's not mute, is he? They were confused. At this time, another person walked out from behind the gate, then another and another. Very soon, dozens of people swarmed out and pushed Mahel aside. What's going on? Isn't today the welcome meeting? The people present were stunned and lost. This time, Han Xiao smiled and slowly said, "Don't have to be surprised. These people are all rookies who will be joining the association today. Guys, let's welcome them." As soon as he said that, everyone was bewildered. "You're not F*King pulling my leg, are you?" Even the 3 Universal Civilizations direct members on the side had their eyes wide open with shock. There were no signs before today. They all thought today was an ordinary welcome meeting. None of them thought such a surprise would happen. Every welcome meeting was hosted for just one person. When had the association ever accepted so many rookies at once? Plus, when did so many new Beyond Grade as appear in the universe? There were as many of them as a third of the association. It was completely impossible. What festival is it today? Is the president joking with us? He must be. While these thoughts flashed past their minds, they subconsciously sized up these dozens of rookies. Suddenly, their bodies shook. Wait a minute. These people look so familiar. Are they primordial ones? How is that possible? The primordial ones died centuries ago. They must have purposely dressed up this way. Oh, they really look the same. Their disguise is amazing. The people hastily searched for the information of the primordial ones online and matched with the revivers present. They were all surprised. Manison looked at Han Xiao with a frown and asked with a deep voice, "What's the meaning of this? Finding a group of people to disguise themselves as primordial ones and even letting them join the association. What is this nonsense? You think it's fake too?" Han Xiao glanced at him and was not surprised. After all, to those who did not know about it, this was way too unbelievable. Anyone normal would doubt it. He slowly stood up and looked around. His grin grew bigger as he said firmly, "I know you all have doubts, but these people are none other than the Beyond Grade as who existed in history. They have awakened from the river of time, revived, and decided to join the association to shine for the Beyond Grade A class." As he said that, the venue became dead silent. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. That was everyone except Kasui, who was shivering with excitement. He was the only other person who knew about the sanctums, and he immediately linked them. Is this what Black Star did when he went missing for 4 months? Tell me, is this true? Kasui turned and stared at Han Xiao. He could not wait to hear the answer, afraid that this was just a joke. Han Xiao gave him a firm look and said slowly, "On my honor, I hereby promise that this is not a joke." At this instant, joy, shock, admiration, and other emotions exploded in Kasui's heart. He only had one thought in his mind. Black Star did it. At this time, Biger, who stood at the front, chuckled. He stepped up, facing everyone's shocked looks, and said calmly, "Youngsters, times have changed." As soon as he said that, the energy of dozens of beyond grade as shot up the sky without holding back. Boom! With a loud noise, the rooftop of the entire venue was blown away. The floor and walls cracked. The enormous pressure swept the entire planet. At this instant, all lives on planet Finn were pressed onto the floor almost simultaneously. Deafening alarms echoed across the planet. The beyond grade as present were all remote projections and could not feel the impact, but all of their organizations had an agency on planet Finn. Almost instantly, everyone received an emergency report from their agency. All of their radars were showing dozens of beyond grade A energy sources, coming from the dozens of people right in front of them. No evidence could be more solid. At this instant, the expression of all the members present changed drastically. Their faces were filled with disbelief and aghast. This is true? The primordial ones are alive? Impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. An irresistible shock instantly shattered their view of the world, leaving only endless confusion. At this point, almost no word could describe the shock they were feeling. Even Manison was stunned for a few seconds. He turned around hastily and stared at Han Xiao. "What in the world did you do? How did they revive?" Like waking up from a dream, eyes filled with disbelief focused on Han Xiao. These revivers were all brought into the association by Black Star. He definitely knew all about how this happened. Black Star. How the hell did this happen? Answer us. Speak. The people were in an uproar, wanting to know the answers. Seeing how worked up everyone was, Han Xiao smiled and said calmly, "In this world, there's a special information form phenomenon named the sanctum revival. Once you step into the beyond grade A territory, you will leave a set of backup data. Even if you die and leave absolutely nothing behind, not even ashes, you can still be revived through the sanctum revival. This will only happen once for everyone, meaning all beyond grade as have a second life. And using this phenomenon is how I revived them from their graves in history." Having received a clear answer, everyone was astonished. The shock and jubilation exploded in everyone's mind. There's such a mysterious phenomenon that only works on beyond grade as in the universe. Is this another space wonder? Everyone realized that this was a gift to all beyond grade as, if they had heard about this from someone else, they would most likely have laughed at it and not believed it. Now, however, an example of it happening appeared right in front of them, proving what Han Xiao said was true. The next second, the way everyone looked at Han Xiao changed. Black Star had revived so many primordial ones, which meant that he already controlled the method of using it. He explained that it existed, but he never said anything about how to use the sanctum revival. Therefore, for now, Black Star was probably the only way they could enjoy the benefits of sanctum revival. Thinking from another perspective, it had only been about half a year since Black Star became the president. Logically, he might have discovered the method of sanctum revival long ago and kept it hidden all this time if he did not become the president. This moment, everyone felt that electing Black Star as the president was the wisest decision they could have made. Han Xiao looked around at everyone's expression. Since everyone no longer has doubts, don't forget the subject of today's welcome meeting. Han Xiao raised his hand. The seats around the round table started moving, and rows of new seats extended from under the ground. These were for the revivers. Then Han Xiao clapped his hands. "Everyone, let's welcome the return of the old era." Chapter 1260 times have changed. Chapter 1260 times have changed. Pa pa pa. With Han Xiao in the lead, everyone could only suppress their inner shock and temporarily applaud. A feeling of witnessing history being made spontaneously rose in them. However, the scene happening in their minds was probably akin to being robbed by a bunch of thugs while they were happily camping and feasting on hot pot in the wilds. This was too damned surprising. Seeing this, the dozens of revivers smiled and took their seats one after another. Seeing Mahel standing stupidly on the same spot, some of the primordial ones kindly pulled this little brother to his seat as well. The applause slowly stopped, and Han Xiao sat down once more before looking at Biger and the others. "Everyone, would you like to introduce yourselves? I feel that there's no need." Biger waved his hand as he surveyed the scene. If they want to know who we are, they just have to check up on our history. Everyone subconsciously nodded. The primordial ones were all famous, so every beyond grade A would have heard their names before. At this moment, Dylan raised his smooth chin slightly. Although I'm not a primordial one, I believe everyone here should also know of me, right? Everyone turned to face him. Among the revivers, there were a few that were not primordial ones, so they were not as popular and well known as the rest. Who are you? Sun Hunter was curious. Tisk, there's really someone who doesn't recognize me? Dylan glanced at him. Little thing, listen up. I'm the Elf King Dylan. Go home and brush up on your historical knowledge. Don't ask such ignorant questions next time. Sun Hunter was stunned for a moment before turning furious. Do you even know how to talk, to dare call me a little thing? If it was not my remote projection here, I'd conjure dozens of gun barrels into your mouth and blow you to death. On the other hand, many of the mages felt a jolt in their spirits. So, it turns out to be the famous Elf King from the history of magic. It said that you took a different approach, pioneering a special elven spell system. Now it has become the mainstream magic system of the elves, but unfortunately, due to your sudden death, some of the mysteries and secrets have been lost forever. I hope I will have the opportunity to ask you for advice in the future. Austin could not help but speak, showing his goodwill. A mage's desire for spells was akin to the mechanic's curiosity about technology. Hearing this, Dylan instead lowered his head to pick at his nails before casually saying, "It'll depend on my mood. I normally do not like to converse with untalented mages, but if my mood is good, I could share some information." Austin's expression froze, and he shut up. Seeing this, the other mages that wished to talk also closed their mouths, not wanting to flatter a non-responsive person. Seeing this, many of them gave Dylan side eyes. Turns out that this person spoke with such a strange tone. No wonder he died so badly in history. He deserved it. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little delicate, Biger moved away from the subject and smiled. I have to say, this association is run well. During our time, there wasn't such a good environment. The people who established the association are really long-sight and talented. I feel that way as well. Han Xiao smiled. Hearing this, everyone glanced at Han Xiao and at Biger, whose expressions remained unchanged. These two were really shameless, one flattered so obviously, while the other was bold enough to accept it. Biger turned back to look at the rest as he spoke in a friendly manner. We have many days ahead of us. I hope that we will have the chance to get to know each other better. Everyone nodded and responded without putting on an arrogant expression. The primordial ones were the pioneers of this path, so respect was definitely needed. The newcomer orientation finally returned to its original role. Both groups of people communicated with each other for a while, allowing the dozens of revivers to integrate into the association. Even if the other members of the association felt this matter to be hard to believe, they had to accept the fact that these elderly had risen from their coffins. While the revivers were accepted on the surface, everyone was still filled with doubts. They were very curious about how Black Star had discovered the phenomenon of sanctum revival, how he convinced the revivers to join the association, and where they had stayed until now. But Han Xiao behaved splendidly, lightly skimming past all these questions without properly explaining anything. Everyone felt as though they had an itch in their hearts, their impression of Han Xiao turning more mysterious. They all began to feel awed by him. No one knew how much strength he had hidden, only feeling that he was unfathomable. But precisely because of this, the rest of the association felt relaxed. In the past, everyone obeyed the rules of the association for protection and resources, but another important reason had been added. The sanctum revival gave everyone assurance. Originally, there were still some people worried about the three universal civilizations counting gains and losses, but their mentality had now stabilized, their fear of the three universal civilizations diminishing significantly. Just as everyone was busy chatting, Manison sat by the side silently observing, his heart full of shock. Black Star, turns out this is the trump card you prepared. Beautiful. The sanctum revival is of extraordinary significance for us. Not only will this enhance the confidence of members in facing risks, but it also strengthens the cohesion of the association. The group will be more united than ever before. Furthermore, the resurrection of the historical Beyond Grade as is a way to quickly replenish our numbers, more efficient than slowly wait for a new Beyond Grade A to be born. The strength of the association will expand greatly in a short time, being reborn and breaking through the safety line of the three universal civilizations at once. Even they will have to weigh up the consequences if they wish to make a move. With this, I don't have to risk launching the intelligent plague. Madison sighed in his mind. He had always been worried that Black Star's route of peace would form the basis of confidence for the three universal civilizations and was worried that the influence of Black Star alone would not be able to affect the determination of the three universal civilizations. However, it seemed now that Black Star's response was completely out of his expectations, allowing him to even be relieved of his hidden cards. Madison had no choice but to admit that Black Star's move was far more effective than his plan of sacrificing 800 soldiers to wipe out 1,000 of the enemy's soldiers. While the two of them were typically at odds with each other, he acknowledged Han Xiao's ability and was quite relieved this time that he did not believe in the wrong person. On the other hand, Kasui glanced at Han Xiao from time to time, his favorability of him increasing. Kasui was aware of most of the facts behind the Sanctum revival and was probably the only person there other than Han Xiao who knew of the fact that there were no limits to the Sanctum revivals. He was naturally more excited than anyone else. He did not know why Han Xiao was pretending that there was only a single chance for the Sanctum revivals, but after a little thought, he could guess the general intention and naturally would not expose it on the spot. At this moment, Kasui could not help but feel fortunate. Thankfully, my relationship with Black Star is not too bad. I've never offended him and even chose him as my companion to explore the Celestial Star Alliance. If it was someone else, even if they know the existence of the Sanctums, they would probably be just like me, having no clue even for the next few decades. I don't know how he even managed to master the Sanctum revivals. Kasui was unaware of the Holy Accord, so he thought that Han Xiao had gotten inspiration from their trip to the secondary dimensions. He secretly sighed to have found himself a reliable comrade. While the majority of the association members were pleasantly surprised and excited, the descendants of the three universal civilizations had solemn expressions. From a personal point of view, the Sanctum revival was indeed a divine revelation for the Beyond Grade but from the perspective of the civilization, if the Beyond Grade A Association possessed such a method, it would be earth-shattering news for the direct descendants. The Beyond Grade as now have an extra life, so unstable factors cannot be removed once and for all. This will be troublesome. Even if they can be cleansed once, the deceased will definitely learn how to be smart after reviving, turning to hide and plot their revenge in secret. The core of this problem was Black Star. Only he had the means to perform a Sanctum revival. Unless he was killed first or the method of Sanctum revival was obtained from him, it would be almost impossible to split the Beyond Grade A Association. The direct descendants frowned as similar thoughts appeared in their minds. They had more or less received the news that the three universal civilizations planned to attack the Beyond Grade A Association, but at this juncture, Black Star had revealed his true colors, deliberately exposing this method. In their opinion, this was undoubtedly a warning signal. The three universal civilizations would be frightened with this move, such that they would not act rashly. Moreover, the high-end combat strength of the association had suddenly soared up by a third. Even if the upper echelons of the civilizations wished to carry out their plan, they also had to consider the issue of their costs. For the entire Beyond a Realm, he did not hesitate to take the pressure upon himself. This is not like Black Star's usual style. Thinking of this, the eyes of the direct descendants looking at Han Xiao turned meaningful. Han Xiao also noticed the gazes of these direct descendants, but his face was calm, and he secretly smiled. The calamity of the supers was inevitable, and conflicts would eventually erupt. Right now, he had become the detonator of the calamity of the supers, but his fundamental goal had not changed. He had to find a way to keep the three universal civilizations in check, so as to control the intensity of the conflict during the calamity of the supers and save more strength to deal with the World Tree civilization. His other objective was for self-consideration. Only when the entire grade was cohesive could his position be more stable. I've finally taken this step. There's no retrieving a loosed arrow. I can only guide these torrential times, ceaselessly running forward. All sorts of thoughts flashed past, and Han Xiao calmed down. He clapped his hands, interrupting the communication as he spoke. Now that everyone has gotten to know each other, there will be opportunities in the future to socialize. Let's stop here for today's welcome meeting. We'll discuss the resource allocation at the next regular meeting, helping our seniors rebuild their influence. Everyone nodded without any objection. There were a lot of beyond grade which would inevitably cause them to share a part of the profits. However, the existence of the sanctums gave everyone the decision in their hearts to get closer to Han Xiao. His authority in the association had already expanded to the extreme. All right, then let's end the meeting today. Han Xiao smiled and directly canceled his remote projection. Seeing this, everyone dissipated on their own. Fruobnovel.com. No matter what emotions they had, everyone was aware that the ecology of the Beyond Grade realm would be rewritten. When what happened in the venue today was spread, the flow of the entire galactic society would be greatly affected. A storm of change was bound to rise from this point, sweeping across the entire universe. The instigator of this whole thing was actually someone who had not shown himself for a few decades yet came out straight with a bang. Black Star. Many Beyond Grade had a feeling that Black Star would likely open the curtains to a new era. The content of this welcome party was not kept secret. With the help of those people with certain intentions, the news spread faster than expected. It had already spread to all the major star fields by the next day, having countless media channels scrambling to write various reports. When the many galactic residents and organizations saw the news, their first reaction was disbelief, thinking it some sort of fake news. Could a sanctum really resurrect a dead Beyond Grade A? The primordial ones who had been buried in history collectively came back to life? Stop joking, okay. Even the TV studios would not dare to shoot stuff like this. However, within a few days, the members of the Beyond Grade A Association personally confirmed the veracity of the news. The entire galactic society was confused. This was really true? The historical figures from our textbooks are now alive. If I'm not insane, then the world must be insane. The emotions of countless residents exploded, driven by panic, fanaticism, and shock. The news spread faster and faster. The Galactic Society, which had experienced calmness for decades, was once again thrown into a stormy sea. Be it an ordinary person or super civilization or private organization, almost everyone could vaguely see a storm brewing at rapid speed. The universe seemed to be heralding a change. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.